Futures back in negative territory here this morning as we look to extend some of these declines we've seen over the first 2 days of the week. Basically ended the session, if you remember yesterday, at session lows for all three U.S. markets. A little bit of covering into the close on heavy volume, it's worth noting, but no follow through as we were hoping for and expecting back to the upside at the end of the day yesterday. If you missed it yesterday, pretty impressive stat. First time since 2018 a new month has started with 4 straight negative days in a row. Yeah, it's looking like it might be a fifth here unless we get things turned around and headed in the right direction. A ton of individual names moving around, though. Huge move down for Carvana, CVNA, Wedbush cutting their price target to $1 on that stock. If you remember, at one point last year, it was in the triple digits. Now it's below $5. So we'll talk about Carvana coming up. More worries about Tesla production coming out of Shanghai. More worries about Apple iPhone shipments coming out of Shanghai. A number of analyst moves to the downside on both. Meanwhile, yeah, China reopening while all this is happening. So a bit of a sell the news event for Chinese ADRs possibly today. It's Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. More negativity, as I mentioned, coming back in here. 0.7 for the S&P. We are getting a bit of a bounce here. 0.4 for, or 0.7 for the NASDAQ, I should say. 0.4 for the S&P. Back to the upside we go, though, at the moment. Crude oil back in positive territory at the moment as well. 1.2%. As we try to bounce here, try to find some footing. Anyways, coming off 4 straight. Yeah, back to negative territory overall for the market. Hey, Neal's back. Great to have Neal back in the building. I mean, it's going around. Hope Neal is feeling better. We missed him, obviously, the first day or a couple days of the week. It's been pretty tough here, guys. Tough sledding. Anyways, back to the downside initially this morning, but trying to bounce here.
Yeah, the market's getting a little bit of a bounce here. I'm going to we'll do our best today because, you know, obviously, you don't want to be too doom and gloom with the way the market has been going. But I spent 2 days off. I came back and looked at a bunch of charts, and pretty much everything I was looking at was just like, this is set up for the short, and that's set up for a short, and this looks incredibly weak, and this is at a key level, could get to all-time lows, like Coinbase, close to all-time lows. XPeng at a huge level to the downside. If it can bounce off it, fantastic. Carvana, I mean, Brendan said triple digits. Carvana was $390. It's now $4.97. So look, they're all going to be in play. The one thing that's a little bit weird is, of course, you've got the Chinese ADRs all gapping down when there was a lifting of some COVID restrictions, which obviously would be good news. But I look at Neal here holding a support line. If I'm going to like something long, give me some support. There's at least a little bit of a positive catalyst, and there's a gap to be filled. This and XPeng will both fit into that category. So a lot to be looking at today. I'll have Marvell on my mind. Usually I'm thinking Intel for some of the chips, but Marvell, just another stock at an absolutely atrocious level break to the downside.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, it's good to have Neal back here. Arun filled in quite nice. He actually started making some more trades. I think I started to sort of, you know, what do you call it? Well, I hope you don't bring some of yours, yeah, over here. But we've been rubbing off on Arun, and he was good. He was a good trade yesterday. It's great to have Neal back, although it's not sounding too great to have Neal back right here.
Here's the thing, guys. I feel a lot better than I sound. Trust me when I tell you that. It's just.
No, I believe you. I was here, same situation as you. Remember, like I could barely breathe, and we were in. So Neal and I. Trying to keep the good show going here, and I think we do a good job of that. So, all right, yeah, Carvana, I'm already short here 5. Let's see what happens. That's going to be a disaster today. And I feel like, honestly, although the market's rallying right now, and maybe it's going to come up to some levels where we can actually get a short on here, but actually, you know what? I'm going to cancel my Apple short for right now. It is a little bit of a rally here. I was thinking Apple to 142. I think we will. You know what? I'll just change my shares. I think I still want to take that trade, but Apple is rallying nicely here up to that 142 level already. See, like I switched my charts. There it is. So we are looking at that 140 breakdown. I mean, Apple's been pretty disastrous for a bit here, and as this market was looking worse and worse, I was just thinking that short here for Apple to the downside. So let's wait to see what happens right now. But yeah, I want to play the short there, and we just took a little 10-cent win there on Carvana to start the day. So you can't see because we have that surge trader ad up there right now, but I am short right now Carvana, short at $5 as listed here on the sticky note. I want to thank Surge Trader again for sponsoring this first little bit, but here we go, right to the downside. I am bidding 76 right now to take 25 cents on the trade, and then want to hold the rest because right now you are sort of getting that push down here on Carvana, breaking through $5 today, getting Brendan, and it's on our watch list, a $1 price target from Piper Sandler. The last time we saw that, I think we saw it with CCL, didn't we?
Didn't somebody do 1 cent? I thought it was 1 cent.
Yeah, it was something.
Which
yeah,
is just comical.
It was either Carnival Cruise or Bed Bath & Beyond.
I think it was
like
Carnival, actually.
I got the $1 kick in the butt. So here we go. Carvana to the downside. We're already short, and let's just see what happens. And we're already catching 25. There we go. I'm spitting here. Hopefully, there it goes. It just wiped us out right there. So there it is again, another 25-cent win to start the day with Carvana. You can see the trade right there. We put it on the sticky note, $5. There it is, downside. So well, you can't. Hold on a second. There it is. So there's the one tick for me in the downside. Maybe we could, Neal's not in any position. Okay, I was going to say we could take that ad off just so you guys could see, but it's only one position right now, Carvana to the short side. I do have another bid at 50 though, $4.50. Just taking it out like every quarter, and then hey, we've been in these trades before that haven't worked out once the market's opened up. So let's just keep on hoping that this name continues to the south side.
Just seeing a note, guys, on Amazon coming across. The DC Attorney General suing Amazon for stealing delivery tips, apparently, from drivers. So that's from Bloomberg. It's actually going up on that, so we'll see. Again, the DC Attorney General suing Amazon for stealing delivery driver tips. Yeah, first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV. You can get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader bringing you the first segment of the show here. Let's get into a few headlines to digest this morning. Yeah, we're back on this train, the R word popping up this morning. We had all the CEOs from the big banks in Washington yesterday talking not so rosy about what is to come heading into the new year. Basically, they all said there is a recession coming, and that kind of threw cold water on any kind of hopes of a soft landing that the Fed was going to orchestrate heading into the new year. So, yeah, not good as far as sentiment is concerned. Meanwhile, as we said, yeah, China, as promised, on Wednesday, coming out with some changes to their COVID restrictions. You can now travel within China from region to region without a negative COVID test. And any non-symptomatic COVID cases are able to now quarantine at home instead of in a quarantine center. So those were the two major changes made by China, but a bit of a sell the news kind of event here so far today.
Yeah, I'll say it's a sell the news event.
It makes no sense.
Like I came, actually, before I saw any of those stocks gapping to the downside, whether it's BOVA 4% or Neal 5% or XPeng 5 or 6%, I read that news. I said, okay, we're going to have a day that there could be some longs in some of these, especially with the weakness that the market's been having. And, you know, you're gapping down anyways. That being said, that might provide an opportunity here because I just look at Alibaba, you get the gap down. It's actually trying to break out. The reason I don't favor BABA, there's your 200 period, rejecting the 200 period on a wick. To me, that's usually a little bit weaker, trending to the downside. And when I went over to something like a NEO, I just said, okay, you're bouncing off the 50 period here. So it's not as strong of a stock, but it's bouncing off of potential support, 50 period at $12, previous resistance at $12.40. So if I'm looking for a long, it's a lot easier to figure out exactly where I want to be wrong about this. There's your 12.40 support there. I'm actually trying to go long here in the 60s. Interestingly enough, I just got the fill. So that's a complete coincidence. I was sitting at 65, but it just actually came back in there now. I'm going to give this one to 12.40. If it breaks that, then I'll be okay to take it probably a second time into this 11.90 to 12 even area. So, you know, I like a couple of these to the long side. the catalyst seems positive to me. I know they've been weak for a couple of days, but you start holding some support, and some of these could start to rally. So Neal's one that I like. XPeng, just to go over this one as well. It's a very similar setup to Neal. 1085 would be that key level. I went back and forth which one I liked better, and it basically came down to 1085, a big level, but it was at 50 periods, so that's why I'm over there on NIO.
I still don't understand that delivery.
You don't tip delivery drivers. I'm confused by that too.
All right. 9 years, 360 for Judge. Yankees.
You went back to the Yankees?
Yeah, so they got him. 9, New York brings back AL MVP with a 9-year. What did he turn down? 275, right, in the offseason? Something like that?
But,
so good for him. He bet on himself, and it looks like he's going to win. I was hoping that he was going to get the hell out of the AL East.
I wanted him in San Francisco, man.
But congratulations to the New York Yankees apparently signing the biggest prize of them all. And did you see that? Well, you know, you were here when Verlander. Now, Verlander and Scherzer combined for like 85 million worth of payroll, when it's like the Pirates' payroll alone is 40 million or something.
Well, they also combined to be 80 years old.
80 years old. They were showing some pictures of those guys. It was quite hilarious. So.
Verlander will pitch at least 45 though.
Oh, I mean, whatever. It's worth. I think he's only a 2-year deal, right? So it'd be okay for there. But 9 years for Judge, who's 32 or something. Okay, so there it is. Thank you, DC Chan, man. I mean, none of that. And I also want to thank Havana Woody for 9 months. You put up, I don't know if it was 9 months or 6 months membership, but thanks to Havana Woody as well. You're talking about Ford and Go EV and all that. We will talk about some EV names for sure, but I don't want to forget about super chats that come through. So thank you so much for that, DC Chan on Netflix. Yeah, you're talking about a $300 break. I mean, that's the reason why I have Apple at 140. We're trying to look at that as a break. I just think that there are some key levels there. $300. I mean, it doesn't look huge on a 20-minute chart, and even if you're looking at a daily chart here, 300 is, I mean, you know, load up. Here, let me zoom in a little bit more for this. 300 is right here. We've bounced off of it a little bit, but there are some wicks. Like when it was there, it went to 305. At the same day, it went down to 287. So this day has a 305 top, a 287 bottom. I don't know what was going on here, October 27th. I'd have to look, but that's a pretty crazy day in there. Then we went to the downside. Then the last time we were at 300 was right here, where we had a bottom of 294 and a top of 314. So definitely opening up the ranges here on Netflix has been a good call. I do think that we do take the $300 level today. So I would, if you have $300 puts or calls or anything, those should definitely be moving around here as you're only down 0.75. So I look at it, the NASDAQ's down 0.57, Netflix down 0.74. So yeah, Netflix does want to take the downside here. But I was trading this yesterday, if you remember. I don't know if it's not going to show up, but this name gets really, really thin. So watch out when you break 300. If you're going to go long in front of it, make sure you cross down to like honestly 299 or something. Make sure that you get the liquidity when you're trying to punch out if you're using any decent size. And then also if you're trying to punch short into this name, you might want to cross down as well to make sure you get the fill. But yeah, there's a lot of levels here. And I think, thank you for bringing it up, because Netflix has had a huge run up to that 320 level and really fallen back in. So we'll see. There's been some news about Comcast, Paramount, all that. There was news with Hulu yesterday. I have no idea where my 1-minute chart is. There it is. So yeah, streamers have been in the news here recently. So I would say, yeah, look for Netflix to take down that $300 level. And then, a bounce back up to 303. You got to be able to hold a negative print. So that's the one thing I was going to say. Don't just break 300 and get out the minute it breaks back up. I think you're going to have to let this one work out. But the NASDAQ's rallying a little bit now. So you could see what Netflix is doing. It was already down to 301 this morning. The bottom today is $300.75. Now you're all the way up to 304. So it just drifted up $4. So that's what I'm talking about with the liquidity and where these things can go. So only 52,000 shares. I like the Netflix short at 300. Thanks for bringing that up.
All right, similar to Carvana, CVNA, if you go out to a daily time frame, this move 20+% doesn't look like much as we head through recent lows. Here's MDB, a software name. Some of the other software companies, notably database firms anyways, catching a bit on this. If you go back to the beginning of the year, this stock was $500 and almost $600, $590 at its highs. 185 today. We go from 145 to 185, up 26%. They said they're going to be profitable for the first time ever in Q4 for MDB.
Adjusted earnings. Let's just keep that one in mind. No, it was a surprise profitability on their report, but it was adjusted earnings. They still ran an actual loss, but sometimes it's about where the stock has come from, and that's going to be the bigger story, because a lot of times you just look at, if I have my 15-minute up and I see this, it's like, okay, market has been weak, gap fill, break 181, maybe it fills the gap back in, and you're thinking like 75 or something like that, back into the downside. But there's another way to look at it, and this is 187 on the daily. You are $5 currently stands, okay, $4 to $5 away from the next resistance level on the daily chart. You also have the 50 period looming here at 175. That's where that number comes in. So I'm kind of thinking, if there's some long opportunities to have here today, forget about the fact that it's up 25% for a second and just sort of look at it technically. Positive catalyst. Their guidance was also good. It wasn't just a surprise beat on earnings. It was also the fact that they projected to be profitable going forward. That was expected to be a loss as well. So I'm not sure we see a 187 break at the open. If it was already there, I'd be looking for that breakout. I'll like a dip buy into that 175 area. That's the 50 period on the daily chart. And then diddling in the middle, I'll probably stay away from that. Like if it bounces off 181 at the open and I come back to this and it's still holding the pre-market lows in the first 5 minutes, then there can be maybe a tighter stop long on MDB here. But Mongo, I'd rather be buying dips into 175, which seems like air on the 3-minute or the 15-minute, but I like that 50 period on the daily.
So, I didn't really look at Mongo. I haven't really traded that name too much. I don't expect it to be overly liquid, but again, on this kind of a day, with that kind of a move, for sure. I just wanted to look again, shout out to Henry here. And every time we talk about some of these tech names, I always want to look back over and at least look at some names that are basically left to die here. And I think Palantir is one of those names here again. Look at this. It's all the way back down to its all-time low, pretty much 650 again. So you're down at $7. So this is something to watch out for here today on Palantir as it's bouncing around 7. It's actually up on the day against a negative NASDAQ. So if the market can get going, I think we'll look back and wonder why we didn't go long here at near $7. So let's keep this one on our radar for today. Palantir down to 7. It's made a bottom in the pre-market. Let's just double check this, 692 against that bottom right there. And I believe, I'm not going to trade it down to 650, but 690, yeah, 690, 680 here on the daily looks much better for a resistance level. You could get taken out really early. All right, let's use this one then. That's 650. Okay, so recent bottoms are 690. So, I'm not going to go long right now, but once the market opens up, if we do continue to the upside, we'll take a long, hopefully around 7, and then use that 690 as a bottom. I just don't want it yet because this market could break, and then I'm down 10, 20 cents, giving back what we've already made here on Carvana, which is down in the money now 30 cents. So let's wait to see if this one wants to continue to go, but I do like Palantir at that bottom just for a different name. Shout out to Mr. John Forrest. What's up, John Forrest? Now a member for 15 months. Thank you so much. Is that, LYV, that's Live Nation? Yeah, so Live Nation has a situation. Obviously, we've had Taylor Swift, shout out to Justin there.
Who's Tyler?
Tweeting from our main account yesterday some Taylor Swift news, which is good because Live Nation is that what LYV is? I just want to make sure what is Live Nation.
No, that's right.
It is. Yeah. Okay. Before I start talking about it, yeah, definitely in the news. But look at the volume, man. 246 shares. Definitely nothing to really look at for right now. I'm looking at the daily chart whenever I look at these kind of names. Yesterday we had that top at 74. You could see right here on the 20-minute that was held. But I'm not expecting. Whether or not we're printing down here, these prints are hard. $70.10. I don't know. Not too much liquidity. But again, a 70 break is always something to look at. Any sort of even dollar break. Looks like you have some support there at 69. But again, this name, really tough. Thanks, John Forrest, for sending your membership again, 15 months. It's only $5, so we want to give a big thank you to that for sure. But I don't have much to say here about Live Nation other than the fact that until they get this ticket thing figured out, stocks go into the doghouse based on that. So I would say stay away from this unless you know more about it. Talk to people in the industry. Unfortunately, I don't have too much of an opinion other than it's bad press, which is why it's been heading to the downside. But it did bounce off 64 on the daily. So if you're looking at something, maybe that's, it's a couple weeks old, that news, right? So down to $65 could be a bottom there for Live Nation.
All right, another notable name here, guys. MobileEye, recent spin-off from Intel. up on their first report from since they went public. 5% here. There's no volume whatsoever. It's barely traded for MBLY. But they beat revenue estimates and also their revenue forecast for the full year 2022, better than expected, but very light volume so far for MBLY. I mean, notably in a weak market, this thing's done pretty well since it debuted.
Surprisingly well.
We just looked at each other and was like, it's still at $30.
$30, man. Like, this is a stock that I thought I could pick it up when it broke 25, when we get in the teens, and it's like, yeah, I'll be lined up to buy some of this if it gets into the teens. And then it's just been trending to the upside. So good for them. I don't see any volume today that would lead me to maybe participate in this move. I think there'd be a chance if it got in front of 30 a little bit better. Like, it's got maybe some support down there, but look how choppy this is. So on light volume, unless it's breaking through the top, that 33.5, I don't think there's anything there. I think there is something to this RXDX, however. I see you guys talking about this one in the chat. We're not ignoring it. It's up 175%. You're not going to be able to ignore this. It was like a phase, what was that? Positive data from an IBS treatment study was phase 2, I believe. And look, the daily chart's going to tell you that this is the midst of just a monster breakout. It was $35. Previous tops on the year was 60 and change. So even from the previous highs, you've done better than a double up and then already starting to pull back in here. So this one feels like it's gone a little bit far, in my opinion. It's just weird that it's all of a sudden not moving. So it's going all sideways here off this $100 level. So what I want to see is at the open, if it tries to get back up to 105, 110, I'd look to fade that off of 110 and then just get out if it breaks a high. This would not be one of those give it to the high of the day moments, or because the high of the day is $133. So you can't really, I mean, you can short at 100 and give it to 133. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense to do that because you're risking $33. So I'm going to look for a fade somewhere in the 105 to 110 area where there's a decent risk to reward, maybe even off that 100 depending on where we are at the open. So there's still a half an hour to go, but I am favoring that this could start to give it back. Like, this was a $36 stock just yesterday. And yes, I get it. Sometimes you get these single drug in the pipeline companies, and they have a lot of room to run if things go positively. But a lot of times, this profit taking comes in pretty heavily.
Market bouncing up a little bit here. I just want to, okay, we'll talk about Airbnb when we get there. Let's just do Apple quickly because I am going to get short here, it looks like, very soon. Oh man, I'm at 80 right here to get short. It just ripped to 78 right here. So let's wait to see. I was going to play this name, again, charts load. I was going to play this name off of 142 right here, but it looks like we're getting to that right away. This is the, the 100 period on the 200 period, sorry, on the 1 minute chart. So I mean, this is a level that could be into play now. Oh man, that sucks. We just missed that. It went to what was the high there? 70. I just want to see what printed there. Oh, we did get a 78. Oh man, darn it. 70, yeah, with some decent volume too there, up through. Okay, so we should be short 75. We waited for 80, so let's wait to see here if we get that short on Apple. I'm going to hold it for a little bit here, but the market looks like it's trying to go back to the upside here, so that's a little bit of a surprise. I wanted to trade Apple just because of the negativity over the last little while. It looks like I will get the fill here as there's some, let's go. I mean, I want the fill, so if we get it at 80, we'll take it. Apple, and then we will get a little piece out if it takes out 142, and then we'll have to look at that again. But Apple right now is starting to go back up to the upside as the market has given back pretty much all of those downside, or taken back that downside move. When I came in, we were down 1%. So it's nice to see only down 0.5% now. We're going to have to do some more work on Apple, but here it goes right back up to the upside. I might change my order just to get the fill.
Some negative comments from analysts once again regarding iPhone production and deliveries to come. So we'll get into that more as we get past 9 o'clock. Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. Notable names on here. Once again, there's that MDB. There was 2 or 3 to the upside I saw for MongoDB off that better than expected forecast. Solar Edge on here. Bank of America with an upgrade today. This one's been on a bit of a run. The solar related semi. It's actually in the semi group, but they make I was reading about this, they make the part that actually takes the electricity from solar panels and converts it into power. So they're kind of in between the actual solar panel and the semiconductor itself. Anyways, Shopify, Chewy, Airbnb, and Stitch Fix, they reported as well, guys.
Yes. So we'll get to Airbnb because we'll be talking about that one. But getting pretty interesting here on Shopify. Obviously, everything the last couple of days has been pretty weak, but you start getting back into a 37 level. That was pretty big the last time we were here, so that's it on the daily. Hopefully this will come back. I have no idea whether trades will show up. Whatever, they don't. Sometimes when you go back, it's like, yeah, they're going to show. Other times it's like, whatever, we're not going to show you today. But the 37 level has been pretty solid. Last time we were there, you rallied into 45. I mean, there's so many stocks that are like this, but you go back into the end of the month, last 2 days, made a little bottom at that 37 level. That's where I'm looking here on Shop. Now, if it breaks, fair enough, get out of Dodge. But above that level, it makes some sense, at least into that long side there. So Shopify, it's on my radar, but just for that 37 level. I suppose now that I look at it and zoom into my 15-minute chart, I probably should like a $40 short as well, or maybe even a 41 if it gets up there. But we'll put that in the back pocket and look for that 37 first.
All right, we talking about Shopify?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was I really like Shopify as well. So since you talked about it, we'll go on to something else. I did want to talk about Airbnb, so maybe we'll just go through the watch list. It's 8:55 already here, so I really like Airbnb on that downgrade list. I do have some notes up on the watch list, and we do have it on my sticky note as well. So Airbnb is a name that I like for that. The market is starting to go back to the upside. Just a quick update here. We did take Apple 70s. I said I was changing my order, so whatever. It's in the money 10 cents. We're not taking that. I'm going to take a 50 bid though if we can get that. And then anything but down here near 20 would be nice, near VWAP, that's fine. There's a lot of volume already today, almost 1 million shares, so I'm pretty happy trading this with these levels. However, we know that the liquidity on Apple is not 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 like this. So remember, when you're here and you see these ones, every single level on here, the size is represented by 100 shares. So when you see one there, it's 100 or less because you could have odd lots. So that's what that is. And then I saw what you sent before there, Matt, about crossing. What I meant by crossing down through a level, and the reason why I think it's important for Netflix is like, so because of liquidities like this, if you get a 300 break and you say to yourself, okay, I'm long 301, I want to get out if it breaks below 300. Well, the thing is, if you put your order to get out at like 299.80 when it breaks, there's going to be so much, velocity, to that break, and you're not the only person looking at that level, right? So the thing is, Neal, myself, if we cross all the way down to like 299.50, for example, then our order will wipe out every single share that is from 299.50 to 300. So if your order is only at 299.80 and our order triggers first, the problem with that's going to be it's going to wipe it. I would love a coffee if you're talking about that. Thank you. It's going to wipe it all the way down to 290.50, and your order at 299.80 is going to get missed. So if you cross it all the way down to 299, then hey, look, you might not want to fill at 299, and you'll get a better fill. It'll give you price improvement. So if you cross all the way to 299, and Neal myself go to 299.50, but there's liquidity at 50, well then your order will just hit that, and you'll get out before it drops all the way down. So that's what we mean by crossing orders. So you don't want to. You don't want to cross the streams, and the second thing is you want to make sure that you cross low enough that you get the fill. So that's it, because yesterday on Netflix, you weren't here, but I actually crossed, I think it was 30 or 40 cents, and I missed the fill, and I wound up losing way more than I thought I would, and I made a nightmare of it. You weren't here, but that's what I wanted to talk about.
It's actually really important because there's been a couple of times in the last few months where I've missed because I'm used to crossing a certain amount and you don't cross enough. But I will say this: you said don't cross the streams. Sometimes you can save the universe by crossing the streams, and it's the only course of action.
I still haven't watched that new one. You guys have recommended that new one.
It's pretty good.
I know. I'll have to. So. All right, Brendan, no streams crossing, bro.
A few things of note. We'll touch on Europe here coming up, guys. There is a Bank of Canada interest rate announcement coming up this morning at 10 o'clock. Not going to affect the market at all, but just keep in mind, Bank of Canada was the first, if you remember, to slow on their interest rate hikes. We went to 50 with the last one. I was just reading a couple of notes suggesting maybe even a quarter to come today at 10 o'clock from the Bank of Canada. Here's a look at how European markets are shaping up so far today. Pretty mixed right across the board. Flat for England, downside for Germany and France. Italy positive as well. But back and forth we go as U.S. futures kind of back and forth at this point as well. This one, We're going to have Jeff Mendl in studio from OTC today. Going to talk about this. MMTLP. There was a FINRA approval of conversion of the OTC listing to the NASDAQ listing. So metamaterials on the watch list today. Very, very positive so far for both the OTC and MMAT listings. Everything else, though, yeah, notably weak. Once again, guys, a lot of red on this board.
There's a couple of exceptions on there. I mean, there's a couple of, I saw Neal in there and then a couple of names like that. But that MMAT, you'll see it trade 7 million shares here today, and I do have it on watch. I was looking really, I wanted a 2-quarter dip buy on this. Like 220 to 2-quarter was kind of the target area that I liked. It just said, okay, well, it made a move. You're going to hold support off of yesterday's high, then taking a consolidation long would make some sense. So the good news for at least getting that fill would be wick top through 250. That's an obvious place for there to be a wick top. So if it does fall at the open, I'm kind of favoring just coming back into this and then looking for like a 220 long. I'd give it to that low 210, risk about 10 to 15 cents, depending on where we see any kind of consolidation. I am now that I see it's broken that 250 level, if it comes to the high and fails 250 a second time, I'd probably look for the short up there. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to go pay for some locates because I don't think they're going to be free. So, that 250 did come into play, and now that it's there, I might as well look for that pop and fade idea off the open as well on MMAT.
So Apple did go to 51 where I was sitting, but I was not on the BATS gateway because I was sitting there watching, and all Zs printed. So when you're looking at the time in sales, you could figure out which gateway is which, and the Z is the BAT gateway right there. So I didn't switch to it, but we're still down there. So hopefully it'll come back in. But we tried to take at least 20% out for 20 cents, but we did miss that. So whatever, just letting you guys know that I did have an order down there because I did say I was gonna get out at 51 on Apple, so it printed down there. I just was not on the right gateway. So maybe 50 does have a little bit of some kind of support down there, so that's cool. Thank you, Mr. Randy.
Yeah,
very good. We'd like to have Randy come on again and talk about Tesla when you can.
Or Lucid.
Tesla's been on a nice little downside. Or you still have your reservation for the ocean?
I do.
He does, okay, so that's by the reservation. Can't I just get a reservation? Oh, they're closed. I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar. All right, so that's, already making deals,
Exactly.
on the reservations there. So that's what there should be. There probably is an open market for that.
I'm sure there's a secondary market for that.
By the secondary
And
market.
if there isn't, that's an opportunity that some entrepreneurs should be taking advantage of, right?
Yeah, why not? Let's do that, guys. If something ever happens with TraderTV Live, that's what we'll do, Brendo. We'll find people that have reservations on cars, and then we'll make a website and we'll sell them, and then make billions of dollars.
It has to exist.
You think it would. All right, Brendan. I think we're getting ready for Arun soon.
I think so.
Let's jump right into how the overall market, just be aware, NVIDIA moving to the upside here, guys. There's a note on Deutsche Bank. They're teaming up with Deutsche Bank for some AI work in the financial sector. So NVIDIA on a bit of an uptick so far. Let's bring in Arun, as mentioned, get a check of the overall market as we try here, Arun, very desperately to bounce somewhat. What are you looking at?
Well, we're trying to break that 2-day trend to the downside, right? So a nice little bounce here from the 20s all the way back. Where are we at now? 36, still going strong. It seems like we're going to continue this bounce, possibly into the open, it seems. But at the same time, we can keep going. But there is going to be a pocket of resistance. We saw this yesterday. The market kind of got down through here and slowed down right around those 65s, right? We were sitting in front of 50, but we really were trying to get past that 65 to the upside. We couldn't, and then we took the second leg down, broke 50, and took off to the downside. So now if we were to go back up through that 50, the 50, we cracked it overnight, not that big of a deal, I don't think. But if we do get into that 55, 60, I think that's where you're going to start to see some action come through. So I will look for resistance there. I've got 75 marked off as the top end level. So if we get through 60 or through that 50 mark and start to slow down, I'm just going to see if we can get another leg to the downside. And this is just an opportunity to catch some shorts, maybe, depending on how it moves. It entirely depends on how it moves through that 50 mark. If it moves with strength, then you do have to worry about this actually turning on you. Maybe a 2-day down move is going to be reversed in 1 day, who knows? But at the same time, until that trend is broken, I would respect the trend. So for now, we're going to look to fade. If we can get into that 50, 60 area, and it needs to slow down. That's critical. You don't want to short into a running market that's just going to take off to the upside. So I would be careful with that. But that's a level I'm looking at, 75 up top. And of course, if we break through the lows, which happens to be sitting around 15, you got to look at that even mark, right? 3,900 is sitting not too far away. So I think that's going to be the big round number through the bottom there.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. It's amazing. We were just talking about 4,000 coming and going pretty quickly. Now 3,900 on watch. Here's the link, guys, if you need it, to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every single day. It goes right to your inbox now. It's super easy. Just sign up, use your email address, hit that link, and then shows up, as I mentioned, in your inbox. Here's a note from Tesla this morning, top of the list. More analyst concern down here. There's 4 different quotes in this article talking about the possibility of output cuts, continued delays from the Shanghai plant, all while, remember, I thought everything was reopening, guys. So Tesla continues its big move down here.
Yeah, we got to get like a name for the Arun shirt.
No, but it's the filters, like what you said.
Well,
you look like a freaking Instagram model there.
That's probably the one I should have led with.
Like you said, porcelain skin.
Like that, whatever that camera or the filter that Arun's got going on, he looks like he's like 21 years old with perfect, unbelievably perfect
Yeah, I mean, his
skin.
beard was dark, his lips were red there, his skin was like bronze.
Yo, Fahad, can you make me look like that
Yeah,
when we
put
do
those
the show?
filters on us, bro.
I feel like I look like crap after watching that.
What
It's
was
not
that,
even,
Fahad?
It's not
Fahad?
even fair.
No, it is a
What
filter.
do you mean it's not a
It
filter?
is a filter.
You guys see
Dude, I
Arun on-
sat right beside him
Come on,
yesterday.
man. Arun doesn't look like a
Fahad. Okay, he might have messaged you that. That's
You make me
fine.
look like that on camera.
He's
sometimes.
using a filter.
That's all I know.
I'm gonna find a filter for us, man. Let's go.
I know. I want to look better.
But we talked about that. Oh, by the way, we got out of Apple. We sat there at 52. It went to 52, and we got filled. So we didn't have to worry about our 51
guys know it's true.
out of 20%. Everybody knows that's a filter there.
Tesla.
Even the build was filtered. Oh, we're talking about Tesla. I thought we were talking about Chinese. Oh yeah, but Chinese
well,
and Tesla.
it works back into it.
Kind of one and the same there. So I don't know. We didn't trade this yesterday, but there was a good trade through 180 break. We were just trading everything yesterday. This one, there's the 180 top, level 4 Tesla, and again, talking more about China here and Tesla coming through. Again, you would think that the fact that they're curbing some of these rules in China. I mean, all I was talking about during Tesla to the downside was, Chinese lockdown, Shanghai, this and that. And then now all of a sudden they're starting to get it reopened, it looks like a little bit here. And now fewer cars will roll out than forecast. Right, that's true because of what's already been happening. I'm just reading our note here. Additional discounts, so the discounts isn't helping anything. But yeah, look, I don't think it's negative news for Tesla, and I don't really know why we're down this far. So we'll have to wait to see. I know that maybe there's less car. I mean, maybe the thing is this, is like when there's smoke, there's fire, and maybe the fact that these plants were shut down is a little worse. Carvana. Talk about shutting something down. Carvana, we just got a 50 fill there for 50 cents in the money. That
stock's dead.
That stock is, we just got 10% on Carvana to the downside. So that's a good move, needless to say. And our Apple looking to break as well. So the shorts are coming in. So I just say you just play the short. Tesla's been getting hit. I say you don't fight the trend. We can sit here and analyze this as much as we want to. But honestly, man, let's just wait for Tesla to open up. I would love for it to bounce somewhere up to 178, 180. Then that's where I think you want to start to put on some shorts because you're a little bit too late to the party today. But there we did. We just resisted 176. So, hey, man, I mean, let this one open up is all I can say here for Tesla. Let the party start on that. I think you want to let it fade to the high side a little bit. And again, what I was getting at with where there's smoke, there's fire. We already know that the plant's been shut down. Maybe there's just less cars built than even we think. So maybe that's sort of what the rhetoric is here on this move to the downside. But hey, I thought it was good news when China was reopening and sort of loosening some of those COVID restrictions. Apparently it is not. There goes 175.
Yeah, look, I love 180. I don't know if we get a chance to see that. We'll see if it happens. I mean, you never know. You could get a $5 move to the upside. I'd love to see that because whether it's a break at 180 or just fading in front of it, I like it. Beneath yesterday's low, that 175, that's my litmus test. If we hold that at the open, then I want to short off the 175 level. But that's a relatively tight stop, acknowledging the fact that 180 is up there. So I will be hopefully early involved in Tesla beneath that 175 here at the open, because there's room all the way back down to that former 500 price, which is a 166, like 166.66 pre-split. That's where it made a bottom back towards the end of last month. And I do think there's an opportunity, if we continue to trend down, that we can see that price again this week.
All right, let's go on to some of these Chinese ADRs. As we mentioned back on Monday, Chinese officials, as promised, coming out with changes to this COVID policy as of today. Some loosening of not only quarantine restrictions, but travel restrictions within China itself, getting a little bit easier. But, I mean, you can look at any of these. Here's Billy, 4%. Baba's down 4%. Bit of a sell the news kind of event here, guys, for all of these.
Yeah, I'll start with one that I didn't, because I mentioned Neal, I talked about XPeng, and I think I went over, what was it? I think, like Alibaba I looked at as well. But Pinduoduo, this is one of the stronger charts that you're going to find out there, at least in terms of Chinese ADRs. I mean, breaking out at multiple levels. Since the break on the daily, it's 73 above the 50, above the 200 period moving average, the 50 periods above the 200, and has been for months now on Pinduoduo. Like, how many stocks can you even say that about? Not many. That's the answer to that question. So you look at this, and it's just, if you want to find a bastion of strength, it's been here. Now, I like 82 on a dip. I think the 79 level is just as big. But if this even tries to see this lower high at 89, that's for sure a short setup up here. So PDD is one I want to give a little bit of a wider berth. If these things rally today, and I'm in long on NIO here at 1265 off the 1240 level, I want to add in front of 1240. But 1240 breaks, I'm out of Neal. That's a big level break to the downside. I think XPeng 1185, that's a similar level. I'll probably take that to the short side. But for this name, PDD, I just want to, if it gets up to 89, I just want to be short up at that price. And if we're back down into this 82 level, I'll look first for a bounce, see if it can hold that level. If it can't, then it sets up for an 82 break all the way down to the 79 level. So I've got multiple areas to play PDD. I'm not going to be on Alibaba. I just think Neo, XPeng, PDD are the ones that I like, and just to put the Neal thoughts into a chart. And part of the reason I want to have some longs in here is ultimately I thought the news was lifting COVID restrictions, or at least some of them, loosening them, would be good news. So I want something to the long side. I got the 1240 level here on Neo for support. If that breaks, I like 1190. I'll try longs at both those levels. Those are two separate trades. And then XPeng here. XPeng's the one that I want to play for the breakdown. So like, I'm in front of NIO at 1240, but if this level breaks on XPeng at 1085, I'd rather play this one to the short side, just because I think there's a little bit more room for a gap fill back in, and it's a little more clean in terms of a key price level. So I got one name I like right here, right now for the long Neo. I got one name I like for the breakdown, XPeng here at 1085. And if there's a crazy move to the upside like we saw last week, then I'll die on the sword of Pinduoduo at $89.
Hey man,
don't want to die on.
Don't die on any swords here. But yeah, look, it's a good thing that we're starting to make some, moves to the downside here, because my daughter has an orthodontist appointment today, which is going to cost a little bit of money. But as you could see here, we're feasting a little bit today. There's Apple off that 142. We had the sticky note out. We wrote this about more than an hour ago now. And sticky note out 142. We took a 141.70. We talked about that live on the show. First out 50, next out right there at VWAP 30. So we're starting to get a little piece out. We still have 60% of this trade, and then we only have 40% of the Carvana trade. But that's the same thing there, breaking through $5. Out first spot 90, second spot 75, third spot 50. So that's 10% already there on Carvana. Short 5, out for 50 cents. So it's a nice move to the downside as volume's starting to pick up now, getting ready for the open. So 2 for 2 here on the early shorts. Feel like this market, obviously it's pumped up here, but I'm looking for a continuation short side now. Let the market open up. That's why we're starting to take a little bit of profit. It's only 9:13, but again, thanks for watching Trader TV Live. Thanks for checking out the sticky note at Trader TV, Shawn, with a couple different ideas on there. But the pre-market can be a funny place. So, what's happening now, once the market opens up, everything can change. We have the imbalances, the market on open imbalances. So let's take some profit out, but make sure that we hold something for that home run. But as far as me, I don't really have that much to say when we go with the Chinese names. It's been a rough ride for me on some of those names, so I'm going to stay away from them until we get those pops like Neal was talking about. Then I'd like to fade those ones.
There was a super chat there, Wall Street Heck, asking about some scan settings. Focus on volume. Don't worry about oversold, overbought. If you're a short-term trader, focus on stuff that's moving. We need volume and price action to capture movement. This is just quickly my trade ideas layout here, guys. This window up here primarily has 4 or 5 different scans within it, which is one of the great features about trade ideas that was just introduced not too long ago. You can incorporate multiple scans into the same window just to save real estate. This column here, though, I wanted to highlight. This is relative volume. It's kind of hard to see there, but all of these right now are saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.8, 1.8, 1.8, things like that. If I see something that is 4, 5, 6, even on the relative volume, that's when I start to get excited and start to get interested on volume. But focus on volume for scan settings. Hope that helps. Morgan Stanley here talking not so positive about Airbnb, guys, talking about travel demand heading southbound, talking about the next 12 months, in fact, not going to be good for Airbnb.
Well, at least some things haven't changed. I was off for 2 days and Airbnb still is short. So hopefully that'll work. Look, I was just talking about Pinduoduo above the 50 and above the 200. Like this stock, if there wasn't even a negative catalyst, to me, you're looking for shorts just in terms of a trend. Like ever since it busted the 50 period away on end of October, it then showed you rejection middle of November, rejected it just the other day, got through 100. Now to top it off, you've suddenly broken 91, which is support on the daily chart. Like to me, you're just headed towards this 86 July bottom, that summer bottom. You know, if the market's going to be negative, I think we're going to get there. I think it's 86.75. I'll double check to make sure that's what it is. So I'm shorting pops into 91. I'll probably try to get some into 90 on Airbnb, and if it breaks down, it does set up for a bit of a breakdown trade. I'll just show you on the 3-minute chart. Zoom out so you can see that a little bit better. It does set up for a bit of a bottom break here at 89. That's technically 88.80. I just think we'll get a shot to short pops on Airbnb. And it's just more of a trend thing than anything else. Kind of been looking for the short on this for the last couple of weeks since we've noticed that bit of a pattern. And until it tests or bounces off of that 86.75 on the daily chart, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just going to continue to try to play this trend on Airbnb. And if eventually the next time, at some point when you play a trend, if the trend reverses, you're going to lose on it. But you got to be willing to accept that as the truth. So I'm going to be looking for shorts. I'll short the pops. Hopefully the first one gives me a shot at some 90s in here. I am sitting in between 90.5 and 91. I think I'm at like 90.75 or something like that to try and get 91. So if I don't see that at the open, there's always the pop and fade off the 90 level. I just want to be involved here, even taking multiple swings.
All right, noticing here Apple is starting to go back up to the upside, so that's why we talked about taking some profits down there. So there's another short at 142. So we're gonna have to get this one to 143. It's already taking 142 out. The market's really rallying. I was not expecting that. So okay, we'll wait for it. That's why I was saying get it. I mean, it's literally. You could go back and find, I mean, I just said it 5 minutes ago why we were taking some profit, and that's why. All right, so Airbnb, another name, ABNB. There it is right there. If you're wondering why I keep talking about the sticky note, because it's out right now. You can find it here on my Twitter. Thanks again, guys, 37,500 followers right now, and here it is right here. And what we talked about on Airbnb, 91 short sell here on a downgrade by Morgan. It's breaking the daily support. I really, really like that. So let's have a look, especially on a little bit of a pop up here. And Neal just did it. I mean, there's not, oh, I already have it up. Neal just talked about it, so I think we have the same opinions. Here comes Apple back down, so that's good. On the daily, this is what it looks like. I mean, it's this 90 level right here. We were there not too long ago. We're trying to break it again on that downgrade. It's been pretty negative. It kind of looks like, Amazon and Tesla just been getting hit to the downside. So this is a little bit more dramatic. Well, maybe not. It's about 30% in a month. Wow, Airbnb down 30% in a month, and trying to break lower. So I want to be short this name. We're going to be able to hold this. It's only 178,000 shares, so it's not a lot right now, but that's pretty decent for Airbnb. And again, watch out for the liquidity rate here. I want to be short if we rally back into this area, 91, 92, something like that. So for me, that's what we're looking for on Airbnb, a nice little drift back up if we can, if this market holds some of these highs, and then we'll look to short. So my offer right now is at 90.50 and 91. So if the market pops up, we got to watch out for Airbnb. We're going to be, I mean, we'll have Amazon short. We'll have a bunch of stuff happening if this market does pop up. So we are getting very, very short. We're getting ready to get short here, even on Amazon. So I don't know, man. Hopefully this isn't too early, but we do have a couple orders ready to go here. So what do you want to do, Fahad?
Oh, for the love of
What? I mean, right. When do you want to do it? Oh, that's not a filter. Come on. All right. So there we go. Yeah. I mean, look. I'm glad Fahad is actually doing something over there.
That's what you're spending your time on?
But I thought he found a filter, like something that would not just a random picture. Oh, Fahad. Anyways, all right, thanks, Rod. That was okay. I thought it was going to be a little different, but that was pretty good there. Yeah, the chat likes it, so that's good. Yeah, he gets paid for that. I know.
Apparently
he does. We'll have to double check to see if those funds are still filtering through, though. But all right, thanks for that, Fahad. That was pretty good. That was funny. All right, let's go over to Brendan as Apple is pulling back a little bit here.
Oh, Carvana too. I want to make sure we get to Carvana. Let's talk about Apple. Here is the note this morning from Morgan Stanley on the watch list this morning, guys. iPhone shipment cuts for this quarter, 3 million less, 75.5 million now expected from Morgan Stanley on Apple downside, as we saw.
Yeah, I'm actually missing some data from yesterday, so it's not going to end up mattering that much. But I look at a couple of prices here in Apple. 140 obviously stands out like a sore thumb. You can see that for support down there. Look, where there's smoke, there's fire. I know the weird thing about this is when you get the positive news or like relieving restrictions, at least a little bit in China, you start to think like maybe you can find some bottoms on these names. But 140 breaks in Apple, and it's going to be difficult for this market to hold up. That's 100% true. Then I look back to the Powell breakout. I don't know what we've been calling it. I'll call it the Powell breakout because like that was one of the most powerful moves I've seen in a while in terms of buy volume. 142.50 was that break. And I look at previous breaks, and if we get back there and I'm looking for some weakness, I just think that's where the fade is going to be. So I've been waiting for it to get there at the open. If it breaks 142.50, that's where floodgates opened up last time. I think there'd be a chance that if it opened up again, you could see 45s if it ends up being a long day. So 142.50 has been kind of like my line in the sand where I'd want to get involved in Apple. To the south side, 140 on a breakdown, it does set up pretty well. We're too far away from it to be concerned about that at 930. You'd have to drop $1.70. And just like a word of advice, or at least the way I look at it, on a big name like Apple, I'd never want, if we're $2 away from a big breakout price or breakdown price, I wouldn't want to get triggered into that big of a move and then short the bottom, right? Like it would need to be consolidating off that level. I just feel like it would have to travel too far to get there, be a little bit overextended, and then you get whipped around at the open. So I'm not going to have a 140 breakdown on Apple set to go because we're too far away from it now. I'll be looking at that 142.5 first. And then if we start gravitating down toward it and consolidate, then I'll work that 142 to the bottom. Thank you very much there, Justin. I do have water.
All right. You do have a water? Okay, good. Now you got two waters. Now you got two waters.
I'm hydrating well. Trust me, I'm doing everything I can.
Yeah. Hydration's very, very key. We had there's honey there as well for the tea and the honey and all that. I know that from when we were sick ourselves. Okay, Apple is pulling back in now, man. I mean, we can get something out here at 69er if it's going to print us. That is right here at our 200 period. So Apple with that short, I still think it comes in a little bit today. As you can see, it's worse than the market, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this market's going to fall down or anything like that. We're just going to have to wait to see what happens at the open. The reason why I talked about that 143, let's see. So yesterday yesterday. We bounced back up to 143 and stopped. So maybe it looks better on the minute chart here. That's as our levels are trying to load. So here it is right here. That's the close, 143. We came all the way from 142. I said there was a little bit of a rally at the end of the day. So there it is right there. Literally just in the last half hour, we bumped right back up. There's 143. Let's see if it takes it. I want to be short until that happens. So that's what I'm going to do right now. 143 and I'm out. And again, this could be a bad, this is why I'm here. I'm here to trade. So whether or not this works out or not, I'm hoping it does. But that's sort of the level that I'm looking at there. I'm going to hold it all the way back up to the upside. I'm surprised, to be honest with you, I'm surprised the market's doing this move right here, especially with the Chinese ADRs and Meta. We actually even looked at Meta yet. It's not even on our board. I didn't even look at Meta today. Meta was a disaster yesterday. We had the 119 short.
Nasty.
We had that short, by the way. So we were looking at the 120 long. We had the 119 short. Yes, here it is right here. So here's the short yesterday, 119. There's the cover at 116. So that was a huge move to the downside. And then we reshorted that 117 pop before getting that out at 115. So, we took like $10 or something in total, legit yesterday off Meta. So let's see what happens today. And then we got in and out there at the end of the day. That was a short. Anyways, it was fine. No, sorry, that was a long that we lost on. Yeah, that's right. We lost about 30 cents at the end when the balance came out. Look at that huge, huge print at the end of the day. So maybe that 112, maybe it is a bottom here if this market wants to rally. So let's wait to see. Let's just continue to watch Meta. Pretty bad yesterday. We're going to fade this name on some pops if they do come through. But there it is, another win right there. Apple, we just got that 7 or 69, I think, bid right there for Apple. So now that's starting to come back in. And man, is it feast time right now on Carvana. Carvana all the way down to 420 right here. Let's put some bids out now for CVNA and just capture some profit in case this does pop up in the next 5 minutes. Carvana on a move to the downside again.
Next on the board, in fact, Wedbush, guys, here's the note from Wedbush talking not so rosy about this one. Cuts to $1 / to $1 on their price target. This Bloomberg report came out aftermarket yesterday talking about a bunch of creditors getting together, trying to save this thing, but it doesn't sound good, guys, for CVNA.
They're bleeding cash at this point. I think
sound good at all.
The case for it to go to the upside at any point is probably going to be that I think you could see when it gets this bad, down 33%, and you're breaking through fresh lows, there's no levels because down here, go to the daily chart, there's not really any levels around here. The last one would have been that $5 because it's psychological. It's the short interest, and the short interest is astronomical. I see anywhere from 43 to 66%. I'll take the 43 because 66 sounds a lot. But that's what's going to give it any kind of chance to bounce here today. And I'm just going to look now. It was $5 when I sat down. It's now going to be $4.20. And I'm just going to go back to the old adage for myself that if it doesn't take out the bottom at 9:30, then there's a chance that you could have a squeeze up. The good news about it squeezing up is now you have multiple levels to short to the upside. You've got $5 and you have $5.50 if it does want to come back in. But I got a $4.20 bottom here that if it tries to take this on the open and bounces off that, cannot break that bottom, then I think you have a decent chance of a relief rally. Call it a squeeze, whatever you want. Call it some shorts paying themselves off. Either way, it kind of works out the same here that they've clearly won the shorts. There's no question about that. And that the best chance would be some kind of a bit of a relief because there might not be that much on the offer, quite frankly, on the way back into the upside because there's been so much selling going on.
But don't call it a comeback. All right, Carvana, yeah, downside. I just put a bid there at 430. Hopefully we get that. We're already short at $5. I sat down and literally was just like short. Like I did the sticky note, I sent the sticky note out. I was already short Carvana. I put it on there when we were at $5. It actually went against me. It went out at 520 there, so that was kind of a surprise. Should have shorted that again, but yeah, Carvana. Just play the pops and just keep shorting them, I would say. We did have to, so I should say this, we did have to pay for shorts as well, so that was pretty interesting there. Watch out for that. I don't know, they weren't very expensive for us, but all right, so look at the spread on Apple. The Apple spread right now was just 50 cents. We just took some pieces out, we just got another piece out at 50 down there, so we're doing fine. It's just right now it's dancing. We only have 2 minutes to go here, and the futures are trying to figure out what it wants to do, so we're gonna be here. This is not great price action, but I mean, our shorts have paid off. So like that last one was 90. We took a piece out at 70, then another piece out at 50. So hopefully this can continue to the downside, but hey, we're here for the short. So it has to go through 43 in order to get me out. And if it does, it does. And that's fine. Like that's why we've gotten some pieces out here. So we're not like completely, married to this trade. I'm married to it until 143, but we can get out of that one. And unlike marriage, it won't be that expensive for me to get out of that one. So let's wait to see here. 142.40. Hopefully it continues to fly down here to the downside as we only have a minute left. Quick check on the imbalance locator, which we haven't really done today. Neal and XPEV, of course, the two Chinese names to the downside. Carvana also, that MMAT, that's a sell the news for sure today. Maybe not today, but in the next couple of days. Every time a stock, we have that MMTLP. We'll talk about that with Jeff Mendl from the Pink Sheets moving up. But I mean, those have been. Check out MindMed the day it moved up. It's down about 99% literally from that day. So watch out for that. Palantir's a buy as we go as well. So what's up? Oh, Katrine ringing the bell? No. What's happening there? Okay, Katrina's in the building right now, so that should be a good time for the bell with only 30 seconds to go now. So here we go. Palantir back above 7. That's a good one. And Apple's starting to go up to the upside. I don't have any other shorts. I mean, I just got a piece right now. It's not a big one. I don't have anything until near 143, 142.80. So let's see if we can get that. Here we go. We have Neal back in business today. So that's really great. Glad to have him back as the NASDAQ bouncing off 11,500 with only 5 seconds to go. There's Katrine. 3, 2, 1. And we off to the races right now.
I've somehow managed not to talk about Intel. I apologize for that. 28.20. That's a breakdown for me on Intel. This one is looking like incredibly weak. It's already pumped to the downside. So if it breaks this low and holds beneath it, I just need to look for some shorts in Intel. I kind of always look for this name for a bit of a short. And Meta making a move to the upside. Super strong is Meta. Actually bouncing in off 114. Yeah, I'm going to like this one. If it can hold this 112, this feels like it's just got a lot of room to the upside, and that 112 level was also the Powell break. So let's go long in front of 112 on Meta.
Wow, wow, wow. This is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Apple's getting really spicy to the upside right now. So, I mean, I didn't think this was exactly going to happen, but we were talking about how this name was going to start to go here. So there goes Apple. Huge upside move right now up to that 143 area. We're short at 142.40. If it takes out 143, we're gone. Huge move up for the futures right now. Let's see if it can hold it. That Carvana, though, hit the sirens, man. That's down to 420 right now, like Neal was mentioning that level. There it is right now to the downside as we still have the short. This one's printing, man. This one we're nicely in the money. But there goes Apple. Oh, we have a little too many shares to the upside. It just punched us out there at that 143. Like Arun said, though, man, yesterday we didn't give it enough room. So let's go back into the short one more time here, see if we can capture that. But the move right now is to the upside, big time in this market, blasting upside. And of course, now it comes back down a little bit. Let's take advantage of that move down. But we did get stopped out of that first trade there on Apple. That really sucks. I guess we didn't give it enough room. Like, give it enough room. I gave it to 10s. We got blasted out there at 13. What's the high on this thing? Probably right where we took it out. So that sucks for Apple. We'd have a much bigger winner, but that's okay. No crying over spilled milk. Let's continue to trade.
No, can't do that for sure. Look, I got stopped out of a tight stop on Apple there when it broke that 112.50 level. It was actually 55. I put my stop. But I still like some shorts, and Intel's starting to come back in. It didn't make that fresh bottom, but if it can now work off of some of these pre-market level, I'll definitely go over to that. I want to get to PDD and Mongo as well, guys. So PDD breaking out in a big way. If it gets to 89, well, not in a big way, it's up $1. If it gets to 89, that's definitely going to be a short trade for me, but this is looking pretty strong. I thought Neal was going to make this move, but it looks like Pinduoduo is the one that's showing that strength. Neal now breaking down beneath that 1240. I don't know why stop didn't trigger. Going to have to get out of this one manually. XPeng has also broken. This one's going to get me into the short, as that's now beneath that 1045, 1085 level. So XPeng I like to the short. Neal going to have to get out of that long. These ones now cratering to the downside, while PDD still looks strong. And a name like Alibaba, by the way, still looks weak. So you got downside action on Alibaba, Neal, and XPeng when Pinduoduo was the one that's holding some strength, guys.
And honestly, Apple can go directly to hell and don't even pass go or anything.
Oh, we have no shorts on XPeng.
Honestly, it's okay. We're making it back, but like we could have been just doing those well, trying to do cartwheels and stuff there today because that short just was really huge. It's just we literally got stopped out. I'm the high out there. Like that's for sure me. Like there it is. I ticked out the very top of Apple. So I mean, you know, stops get run, and the rest, as they say, is apparently history. So now let's see if we get run back up to the upside. We're going to give this one to 143.25 or so again, just in case that does happen. But we did get some pieces out here. We got a great out there at 37 on the downside. So I'm glad we sort of went back over to that one. But we are back into a new position. Shout out to Henry as well. Palantir is in the building right now, and an Amazon short. Okay, I have way too much to worry about here than to talk about these. But you can see the positions on the bottom. We're in 4 positions, and they're all movers. Carvana is the biggest, 80 cents in the money.
Yeah, I just realized I actually have to pay for locates on Xpeng. I don't know why they're not free, but they definitely are not free. Alibaba's just broken the low here. I could have taken that one, but it is Xpeng that I want to get into. Neal stopped out, but I like 1090, next level to the downside. Meta's already gone, so it looks like I'm on the dip at 113 here. When I'm just looking up my chart, I think that one's going to get away from us as the market's breaking out, and I want to make sure I get part of this party. So 114 on a dip, maybe give that to 113.75. Super, super strong move here on Meta, and I want to make sure I get a piece of it.
Yeah, I love that Meta move too. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. We tried to catch a couple longs on Meta yesterday. So it looks like this Amazon short, we're short here at 84. I mean, we do want to be short in this name, but the market is saying the short is not right. So, you know, this is why we talk about possibly waiting for a little bit longer before you make your big positions. So that's kind of what we're doing here. I'm into too many trades, a little too early today. I definitely understand that. This has not been my MO lately, but let's just wait to see if something does hold out for us. Again, Apple, we are into that short. We've sort of talked about that. We're into the Palantir long, and we are, Carvana just halted downside right now. So I don't have any stop orders, but there it is, Carvana. Nice move back up to the upside. Volatility halt right now on CVNA, guys. So that just blasted. Halt. Yeah, right back up. Yeah, because I think it whipped up 40 cents. It touched $4, then went up 10%. So that's the Carvana halt rate there. All right, Amazon just went up to 89 and took that out, but I want to get short there. What's up, Brandon?
Another wild one so far. ASO, which is Academy Sports Outdoor, up on their report. It was down initially after it came out, but that's $50 right there. It took that out right at the open, straight through to 53. Very thin, but a decent report for ASO.
So I'm going to have to be a little more patient with Meta, because obviously it's not breaking 115, this stupid thing. So it's just absolutely gone. And I got really lucky here on Xpeng. Like, look, Xpeng, I talked about these Chinese names and some of the ones I liked. And I like Xpeng at 1085, wrote it, tweeted it, all that nonsense, and then didn't have the locates. But it just came back, touched 1085. I'll try to get some out in the 70s as it works back into the downside. But that Mongo is definitely going to be one of these names that I don't want to be ignoring it all day long here. Still on the bit of Meta. Now it's breaking 115. I don't know if I'm going to get into this thing. It's like ridiculous how strong it is. MongoDB here, now pulling, hit enter twice. Oh, goodness gracious. Hit enter 3 times. I was sitting 175. It just bounced off 176 and is heading back into the upside. So this looks like it's trying to gap fill this downside. I missed my chance at the dip. I'm $1 away from it. It bounces away from me. There's no point having a bid at 75. If it breaks this low, it's likely to go even further than that. So I'll go back to maybe a 70 or something like that. 187 for a breakout. Seems crazy, but this stock, 187, is a monster level on the daily chart. So I'll be there when Mongo gets there.
All right. Yeah, so Apple's been going back and forth a little bit. We do have a nice little winner here on Palantir. As you can see, that name starting to go back up to the upside. We've lost a little bit too much money there on Apple, but we're back into that name. See if we can get it. There we go. We are, wrong gateway there at 31. We should be on something that we can actually get filled on there. Am I on Palantir for you? Yes, I am. So there it is. Nice little upside mover happening for Palantir. So let's see. We've got to get a fill, though, in order to capture any profits. So I'm just going to punch in some 20. Now we got some 29 mids there. So let's see if we get some more out here on Palantir. Hopefully that'll print out for us a little bit. There it is. We've got some 30s there. Take a little bit out here on Apple as we punch back into that short again. We've just been trying the short. We got stopped out a couple times, but it's okay. We're going to hold on to this short just in case it does come back in for us. But yeah, so far not the greatest trading here today for me, as some of these shorts really haven't paid off yet. So I'm still in for it. Let's see if it continues to go. Carvana still halted here on the upside. So no apparent moves yet for Carvana. We're waiting on that one.
It is open in 2 minutes, though. So like I have some ideas what I want to do with Carvana at the open. Like I love halt plays, to be sure. I was expecting that we could be working off a down halt in this stock. So I was looking for longs off a down halt, believe it or not, is kind of like a false bottom. But if you get a halt to the upside and then it doesn't break out the next consolidation level, so let's say it can't get through 450 here, that would set up like a halt to short price with a 450 stop. If it breaks out, then I'm looking for that $5 level, to be sure. That $4 is going to stand out as support now that you've already bounced off of it. Berendo's got something for us.
Yeah, tapping flat, essentially, for CVNA. Here's another earnings name, SFIX. Weaker Q2 revenue forecast, bigger Q1 net loss. But, yeah, absolutely straight to the upside, almost 10% here for Stitch Fix.
All right, Stitch Fix. I'm still waiting for Carvana to open back up, but Amazon's been short, and out, and we'll reshort this right now and see if it can come back in. I don't know. Amazon right now a lot stronger than I even thought it would be today, but it did go all the way. Let's take a piece out here.
Tesla's close to 180.
Tesla's close to 180 again? Okay, yeah. So some of these names are starting to rally up a little bit. Let's take some more out here as we have some Apple short, of course, as that starts to fall. I say of course, but we got stopped out of it a couple times. So let's take advantage of that move. Now back in as Apple. There it is. Nice move. Finally, Apple. It sucks, man, that we got stopped out on this name a couple times, but that is trading for you. So we'll just take advantage of it when it comes back down into VWAP again. Boom, boom, boom. We just whatever, 143, it just got hit too much. Like, it's not like it stopped and then dropped. It just kept on going, right? So it went pretty high up there. Now back into the 30s, man. I mean, the amount of shares that I have on, I need to take some out. Amazon's starting to fall back in as well. I'm on the bid of Amazon at 52. That's bouncing off 55 for some strange reason. We'll put a 56 out there and get a fill. But yeah, so far so good on these retracements, back in a little bit. Trying to hold on for a little bit more than normal here, but hey, this is a wild market today, needless to say. So Amazon upside today. The market just turned green. I mean, when I sat down, we were down 1%, and I was thinking that it was a negative day. So that's not working out for me today either. But right now, Apple downside, that's what we're holding on to, and we're holding on to this. And then Palantir, shout out to our boy Henry out there, who's been saying he's been loading up on the downside. Hopefully you got some sevens again. Nice move up. Oh, sorry, Carvana is now open. We're still short 5, though.
Yeah, I just got some intel to the short side off the pre-market highs there, but Carvana obviously just opened. I just took some profit on Intel, but who cares? Carvana is going to be the big story. As it opens back up, it's trying to take out that 450 level, which is kind of set up how I wanted it, but it's showing a little bit of strength. It gets above the halt price. So, it doesn't really set up for that short that I was looking at unless it can claim that whole price into the downside. Maybe you have to wait for that $5 level, or at least for it to show some clarity here. I haven't taken any XPeng out. I got one fill on Intel for some profit. Going to get some out here on XPeng, about 15 pennies in the money. I don't know why I'm sitting at 70. Just take 71s, Neal. That's ridiculous. So I just took some 71s out there, ring the register, and then we'll try to get 1050 to said downside if it wants to go there. MongoDB. It's like, I'll say that if I say this name enough, maybe I'll actually get to make a trade on it. That 187 break, well, that was a pretty interesting level. It went to 186.75 and just pulled back $2.50. So I guess we got the level right. It doesn't seem like it wants to break out yet. All I see is a wick bottom through the low of the day and then volume up trying to break out. So the previous pre-market low here, 181, I'm going to like that for support off 181. I just want to be involved in this name. I like the 187 break, but if it pulls all the way back into pre-market lows, I'll try to catch a 181 long on Mongo.
MongoDB.
I just hate saying Mongo.
Yeah, just keep saying it. It's working. All right. Well, I mean, like you said, you got to get into the position. But okay, Amazon to the downside. That's working so far, so good as well. Let's just wait to see where we go with it, though, here. Also, Apple, nice downside move. Bouncing 142. That's good enough for me. Let's put a 142 teen trade in there. See if we can grab that. Palantir, huge. Again, nice trade on that one. To the upside, Carvana, still 50 cents in the money. That's kind of bouncing around from where it was at. So that's a pretty key level there for Carvana. Needless to say, $5. So you can have a quick look at that to see if there's anything spicy happening over in Carvana land. But there goes Apple. Nice move to the downside here for AAPL. It just sucks that Neal and I do this every day. We talk about how honesty is really what's the most important. And you can see right here, man, we did get some stop outs on Apple for sure. So let's take advantage as it's coming back down now on AAPL. So good little move in. Now $1 in the money, $1.20 in the money. We don't have as many shares as we did the first time because we did get stopped out, but there it comes right back in for us here now on Apple. So a decent trade right here to start on this name.
Yeah, I'm going to do this one. We'll slap the fail on that MMAT. It took out that pre-market low. I was long right in front of it. I had like a 217 to 218 average price. It broke that 10s. We'll lose the 10 pennies on it. Maybe you can find a consolidation off of $2, but I was looking for it to hold that pre-market low. I just took another leg out on Intel. By the way, I just got Meta for the first time. But I took another leg out on Intel. If it takes out this bottom at 28.20, I'm going to see that as an opportunity to add. Like if the market gets weak enough for it to take out this low, this is a stock that is probably taking out a monster level to the downside that I just have to be involved with. So I'm going to be adding to this on any break of the low instead of getting out. And Airbnb, I want to get to that. I just got Meta to the long side, but Airbnb just got up top right into that $90 level. And we said we're going to short some pops here. So waited very patiently. I missed it at the open, waiting very patiently for it to get up here. And now I'm going to start getting into this one. Give it to that. I mean, the pre-market high actually sits at about 90.25. The 91 levels where the resistance was in the afternoon yesterday. So I think the 91 level is a little bit more valid.
All right, up we go, guys. Down we go over the market, but we are watching this Amazon trade, guys. Nice trade to the upside here today, but it did fade. So far, so good here on the fade, but again, we're waiting for a little bit more movement here on Amazon. We just took some out at 89 there. Apple as well has been obviously a nice trade. We've talked a little bit about that today as well, and then Carvana is still dancing around, so we need some more action. Palantir just hovering around 30 here, so I am going to continue just to take pieces out here of PLTR, and hopefully it's the right call. Let's see if we can get to 50. That's been a pretty decent level for Palantir. We have the VWAP at 8 on the daily, the 50 period at $8 on the daily chart. So more to come there, but what's up, Brendan?
We were talking a little bit about in the pre-market relative volume, guys. This one just popping up at 5.5 times what it normally trades. State Street Corporation, STT, on a share buyback top up, much higher than expected. Everyone was talking about 7%. For STT, straight to the upside, 5.5 times relative volume.
Yeah, I'd say that's a lot. 5.5 times is good relative volume there. As I've just started to get a few more positions, I'll take a second before I get into that, take a look at State Street. But Meta, pretty simple bounce level. I don't think this is rocket science. At 114, that's where we closed yesterday, 114.12 anyways. I don't say we, I wasn't here, I get it. But bouncing off VWAP as well. Into the 114.5, I'm going to take some out there. If it can hold this breakout, then I want to be involved in this one to the long side as long as I can. But I just added to the short positions. Airbnb scalped the first 50 cents. I want to add to this on a short if it gets back up toward the high. If it breaks 89 and starts trending down, I can add to it in that regard as well. But it's all short with the exception of Meta because it looked incredibly strong. And Tesla got so close, man. Like you had this wick top at 179. If I was willing to short 179 instead of waiting for 180, I'd probably already be in this. Thankfully, at least I got Airbnb because now Tesla's gone. It's already down to 175. That was your shot. I mean, that was, 179.40 I think you could have had in there off of that 180 level. But we got a few shorts on. They're working out. Just kind of pissed off upset with myself is the best way to put it, that I missed out on Tesla.
I like that. Yeah, upset with ourselves. Yeah, that's look.
Pissed off, man.
Yeah. Pissed off is a good word too, man. Look, and that's what we're doing here, man. But I'm not pissed off at all, other than the fact that we did get out of these trades a little bit, and by a little bit I mean way too early. So definitely missed some trades here today on Apple. We got out way too early. We got punked out here on that top side a couple times. But hey, we believed in the trade, so we just got right back in. It was pretty simple for me to do that. That's what we've been doing lately. We don't don't have the best positions on. We got to wait a little bit. That went up to 143. And for sure, we put on the sticky note that we wanted 142. So it did get a little bit more excited than we thought, but we still do have the trade back on. It's a $2 winner right now, so let's go. We haven't done this in a while. We'll spin the money thing. As we wait, man, we wait for more animations. I'm going to talk to Justin about that to see where those are at.
Eventually,
yeah. But
I mean, really.
It's been 6 months. Okay, Apple to the downside right now as well as that's continuing to go. So just be careful with all of these Apple trades. I mean, if you're short, it's been a good one for sure. But here we go. We are bouncing off a little bit now. So Apple's still trying to make that money rain down. But be careful with it, like we say over and over again. These are dangerous names. I'm only in to 20% left of both Apple and Amazon. Amazon right now as well, starting to make a move back in. So maybe we start to clear out some of these trades now.
Oh, speaking of which, XPeng just hit 1050, so I got some more shares out of that one. Look, it's not crazy. With the reversal that we just had in the market, it wouldn't be crazy to see 10 on XPeng here, and you look at it, it's sort of an obvious level. But the breakout price on the Fed breakout, whatever the heck you want to call it, I got no name for it, 1030 here is the next obvious level. So if it bounces off 1030, I'll probably take this trade out. Look for places to re-enter it 100%. I think that's going to be par for the course. As we get down toward the low on Intel, I'll probably get one more leg out. If we get back down to that 2820, I'll get another leg out here, then look for places to add to it. I want to make sure I can add to this one on that breakout of the downside. So once you're in the short, you want to be managing these positions. I reloaded on Meta just now at 113.80. I'm giving this one back in here to about 113.70. I think I have like a 70 stop in there. Off by a couple of cents there either way. And then we're just going to work this back to 115. It's the only thing I really like to the long side at this moment. You might see me in VVNT. That's a buyout. I'm hoping it doesn't actually move. It's like a $12 cash buyout. So if you see me in that position, there's nothing to see. I don't think there's much of a trade there. If you're looking for Tesla to bounce off 175, it hasn't. Looks like it's headed down toward the actual low of 174. If Tesla were to get to 166 today, I'd probably go long because that's that former 500 price. But, until it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be very, very patient with all of these plays, guys. Amazon, though, is breaking lower now. So this is a good trade for us back down to $88. I think that's going to be a decent level here. But I'm going to just take a piece out right now as it's well cooked, man. Well down into the downside right now. So there it is. We'll take another piece out for Amazon. That's $1.30 now in the money for that name. Look at Apple. Apple also trying to, and by trying to, I mean it is cratering a little bit here into that move. So let's wait to see what happens now with Apple / Amazon, both heading to the downside. So, some nice moves happening here. Let's just make sure that we capture them, like we keep saying over and over again, and we are doing that. Palantir upside. Look at Carvana. Carvana's down to 5. Well, we're short at 5, so Carvana's still here, but I don't know what it's trying to do, to be honest with you. Bouncing off 4. It really hasn't done anything since that halt move, right? So, Carvana there on the halt move, just kind of chilling out, waiting for something to happen. So, $4, I think that's going to be a decent bid. I'm pretty much out of Carvana now. This has been a good short. We talked about it at 5. It was a really good reopen short there as well. So, if you did want to look at that as a trade, there could be something there. But there's some decent size here on Carvana. It's a good thing that we got out of our trade on Amazon because that's a little weaker right now as well. What's up, Brandon?
Just a note on crypto in general, but Coinbase as well. SEC boss Gary Gensler going to be on Yahoo Finance talking about crypto coming up here at 10:30. So heads up on Coin just tagged day lows there anyways, but down 2% today.
Oh, do not forget if Coin gets
past go.
Yeah, if Coin gets to $40, all-time low. Well, it's not really 40. It's 40.5. Coin gets to 40.5. That's the all-time low. That level breaks. I go short pretty much anything that breaks an all-time low there in this market. Coinbase will be included. $1 away from it right now, but I don't want to ignore it if it does get there. We're about $1 on Airbnb right now. And I'm still looking for places to actually add to this. You just have to be cautious, right? Like what you have is you have a break at the bottom, a wick bottom, and now a higher low. So if it does make that higher low, it's still a bit of a bullish looking chart in the lower time frame. So you could still break out from this 90.50. So I need to be shorting this only at the high. So I need to get back to the high, then I can reload this. If you start chasing it too far, you're ignoring the fact that it's put a bit of a wick top in there. Intel did get to the bottom. Thankfully, this name just continues to be, quite frankly, crap. So back to the low of the day. I'll short this. I don't need to see the high of the day to short this thing again. I'm now looking at VWAP like 28.35, 28.40, wherever it happens to bounce to and consolidate. I'll just short Intel as it's now breaking the lows. And if it takes out the low, well, I'll just short the low of the day as well.
Yeah, and that's, I feel thankful that I'm just can sit here and wait for these trades to come through, man. I mean, Apple's at the lows right now, 140. Hit the like button, guys. I mean, we're doing the best we can here for you every single day. Arun yesterday crushing it. Neal, man, put on the, whatever, I was going to say, like, thanks for coming in. Like, put on your worker hat there, man. Neal coming in today and not feeling well, coming in for you guys. So thanks again to Neal for that one as well. But yeah, good moments today. It's too bad, again, that we got stopped out of this trade. But there it is, another out right now as we're trying to have some kind of diamond hands as Apple approaching that 140. Amazon, big time movement to the downside as well here today. So all is well as we continue to watch these. And then look at Carvana, man. We're trying to get to that level one more time here. Back on the downside of 4. So watch out for there. There's that 420 level as well that we had mentioned a couple times on this on the show. So good little levels coming through here for us. But again, be very, very patient. I'm looking at a 4 break for Carvana, but that might be too low. I know the price target is 0. I don't think that 0 is going to come into play, but nice little downside move anyways for Carvana here today.
I mean, it's obviously not good. Well, 0...
I mean, 0 could come into play.
Getting delisted, I think, is what you're looking for.
Yeah, yeah. And if it does get delisted, then we wait over for pink sheets. We could check out that MMTLP name as well. That was one that we had talked about there. And we're going to talk about that with Jeff Mendl, who's coming on, I believe, near and or around 10:30 or so, maybe 10:45. If you want to hear everything about OTC markets and you also want to hey, maybe there's some trading opportunities over there that you want to talk about, or individual names, up lists, delists, all of that. He's getting ready to rock and roll for us today. So he's going to be in the building all the way from lovely New Jersey. So we'll see if he's going to come through or not. But 10:45 is the expected moment for Jeff Mendl.
Oh, just a couple other names. I know we haven't really, I'm in Intel, but we haven't talked too much about the other chip names.
No, I haven't looked at AMD at all.
Have we talked a little bit about AMD? Big level, $70 just got broken. It broke out at 70, and then it kind of reclaimed 70 to the downside. Daily chart, this is 70 on the daily, kind of right here, previous support level. If it holds, great. I think you got some opportunity for a relief rally long on AMD. But if we start hanging out below 70 even, it just sort of adds this one to the short list here because then you get a false break and then you're hanging right beneath that key price level on AMD. Marvell, I said this is one I wanted short here today. I've been look, I was on the offer in front of 41.50, just never happened. So I'm in Intel, I'm not in Marvell. I'm not going to get that. It's now breaking 40 even, rightfully pointed out here by
somebody.
Zarin Zamani. If I got your name wrong, I apologize. I just kind of read it quickly there, so I apologize in advance for that. But yeah, $40 now breaking, but it's back above that 40. For breakdowns on a stock that's not liquid, I never want to jump in immediately on a break of the level because, quite frankly, it runs stops, you get a bit of a gap, and then just sort of hangs out and goes sideways. So I'll short the pop in this, but I'm not waiting for 41.50 again. I'll probably short this anywhere close to 40.30, 40.40, and if it takes out the low again, now I will take a low break. If this takes out 39.85, then that's enough weakness that I'll jump into that breakdown. But I don't like shorting a 40 level on a stock. It hasn't even done 1 million shares, right? It's not that liquid.
Yeah, no, and thanks for all the talk on there, guys. We do have a little bit of diamond hands on these plays, but I'm still not happy because we got stopped out of Amazon's a little bit better. I'm just not happy about Apple because we had so many shots up there. We just kept getting stopped out, and it just really kind of sucked for that trade. So, but glad we have it on, and we only have 10% left of all of these trades. So not much happening except for Palantir, which has started to fade a little bit. There it is. Okay, I'll get a 27. We just got a 28 on Palantir. You could see this was, and again, I sort of talked about this out of nowhere here this morning. Remember we were talking about Palantir in the morning. We saw that MongoDB move to the upside. So I was like, yeah, why not look at Palantir for that kind of same move as well. So that's what we did, and it was well traded to the bottom side of $7 right now. We can look at some more names, man. Let's check out that Netflix. We did get a super chat on Netflix earlier, if you remember.
302, I thought.
Okay.
303, never.
Yeah, so good call, man. But look, this is what I was saying. Remember sort of how violent it can be? Well, up to 309, and then it faded right back into 303 again, like Neal just mentioned. So you're already looking at it, I guess. 302 bottom right there. Shopify off 40. So I would still take that 300 break. Just the market's already made the move up and then faded all the way back down right now. So that's something to look out for. But I like it. I like that 300 break there. Palantir, you know, getting in and out of that. Is there anything else you guys want? Tesla as well, they're looking
RXDX.
at. Are you in that RXDX?
I'm not in it right now, but I was looking for a test of 110. It just tested 110. So it broke, got to 112, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it got to 112, and now starting to come back in here. So big volume spike on RXDX. It was like a phase 2, yada, 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 phase 2. It's a single drug sort of pipeline deal. 200% to the upside. It's going to have a monster spread, by the way, like a dollar spread at times. So I'm got to be careful trading it. Any kind of a test back up to that 112 level, I'm looking for a short in that 110 range, giving it to the high of the day. Just understand, on this stock, like you're literally risking $2 to $3 and then trying to make it back in here to 95, maybe take some out at 100. So understand the risk to reward. Like getting into position is 50 cents to $1 in terms of where you're instantly out of the money. So, you know, this is, you have to give a little bit different risk on this. You got to understand that this is not like your regular, oh, I'm going to have a really tight stop and I'll risk 30 to 40 cents. It's almost impossible to do with RXDX. So it's not for everybody to trade.
No, and what else isn't for everybody? I mean, I'm trading the names for everybody here. I think Apple, Amazon, Carvana. Neal looking at some of those other ones there, which is good. Oh, yeah, you know what we could do? Lucid. Lucid's been a name that's been pretty wild for a while. Ever since breaking that $10 to the downside there. We talked about this last Friday where it was at $10, and now Lucid just continues to make moves down. Now another 3%. This name is just every day down, down, down. So, I mean, we got to watch out for this Lucid trade. 850, 855 there to the top side. Where are we in the futures on the ES right now? A lot better than the NASDAQ, though. So that's a nice little downside move in the ES this morning. I'm thinking now it's about time to get out of some of these trades. Amazon just double ticked all the way down to its Apple and Amazon, both names just went right down into the pre-market lows that they had. So, you know, we're going to watch out for that, but very, very cautious of the fact that we have retraced a lot on some of these names. So I'm going to get out another piece of Palantir. Why not? We're out of 2/3 of Palantir already. Most of them up here where we got it, but now we're seeing that it's just hitting back down to VWAP. So if we take this 23, we'll probably punch out of another piece. I'm sitting at 24, hoping to get something as well. But all right, so far so good here today. It's been a pretty violent one, especially early with that move up. You got to be patient. Patience pays and kills in this game. There it is. Downside moves happening right now in the market. As I hear some wows, $3 now in the money, Apple and Amazon. Let's go back and see what's going on. 10 o'clock is the number. Is there a number there, Brendo?
Canada.
Bank of Canada interest rate decision there, guys. 50 basis points as expected. So as expected from the Bank of Canada on the interest rate hike happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversal, and so much more. Right now, they have a 40% off deal happening. Check it out. The link on screen there. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here is a look at a bit of a mixed board so far today. 0.44 to the downside for the S&P, a quarter point for the Dow. The Russell here, a little bit relative strength coming through. For small caps, 1% almost for the NASDAQ composite and the 100 leading the way. If you joined us early on, we were talking about Apple, more production concerns. GameStop, downside, I'll show you in a sec here. They report after the close tonight for GME. Airbnb as well on that downgrade from Morgan to underweight. Here's GME, 3%, just taking out day lows right now. Tesla tried to get going there, but failed miserably. Right back to lows as well for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, Tesla breaking lows of the day. I just got 40 short. Like, you just took out 40 again on Marvell, so I jumped into that short as well. But everything looking incredibly weak. I don't think the market cares. Well, usually you don't care too much about Canadian interest rates, but 50 basis points. There's always talk of it being lighter. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. I didn't get any more Airbnb because, you know, I'm going to sit there being patient, saying, okay, I want to get it at the high of the day. Well, obviously, that's not going to be the case. Lows down here at 87. The thing about this 87 level on Airbnb, This is 86.70 or so. That's the 52-week bottom. If it hits a 52-week low, I am out of Airbnb. That was the target all along, so I'm just going to throw my bid down there in case we can actually get that one. Incredible weakness here. I keep seeing you guys talk about Moderna, which was not on my radar this morning, but I don't mind looking at it. I always like trading Moderna if it'll hit enter twice, then now all of a sudden it'll load up there. So it's pretty flat on the day, which is somewhat strong. Yeah, you know what? Moderna is strong.
Is it? We haven't looked at. You're right. We haven't looked at it in a while.
I'm not sure the reason why this one's holding strength right now, but okay, a trend is a trend. I know the 180 level was a big level the other day, so I suppose that's the first place I'd look for any kind of a fade. But I got to do some work on this. I'm not really sure why it's so strong. Nice upward trend, which usually means I want to get involved with said trend, or just look for an obvious level to fade. 180 and 183 do stand out.
Yeah, I mean, has anyone seen Carvana lately? It's at $4, but it just broke. It just broke $4. So here we go, big time win for us on CVNA today. As you guys can see, it is a nice move to the downside here and it's continuing. So nice move for Carvana downside right now. A lot of pressure, obviously, on this name. We hit this on the sticky note at $5, and we hit it real early, man. So there it is, nice, huge move today for Carvana. If you're only gonna have one trade, why not have that one today? CVNA looks like it's making dreams come true very fast today. That's a big move to the downside. I was talking about this with another trader of ours, or a trader that's here in the, actually we were just in the getting a coffee there, and it was like, yo, what are you trading today? And I was like, I'm already short Carvana. He's like, yeah, I'm looking at that name as well. So there it goes. You know, there are traders that will do that, look at specific names and only maybe trade one or two of them. You want to trade the names that have the big volume, right? We talk about that all the time here on the show. So make sure that you look at that trade, but a big one here for me on Carvana today, down multiple dollars on the day, but down 41% now, man. We're in the money 20% on this trade alone. So Carvana continuing to print some cash here today.
Yeah, and printing cash for short, it has been Tesla, but it's looking to make a bit of a bounce here off the actual low of the day. And it's, look, LOD, sometimes it matters, other times it doesn't. For now, this 173 is catching a bit of a bid. And just for a scalp type of idea, I kind of look at that wick bottom it just put in. 173.34 is your low of the day, or 33. It does give you an opportunity for a bit of a long bounce. I also have to watch out for this XPeng. You know, I have one last level that I was looking for an out, and that was going to be if it got to that 1030, just bounced off 1030, putting a lower high. I think $10 is a bit of a support level, so I'm going to get on the bid here and just see if we can't take this one out here. Look, it's a 1085 short. It's worked out. Don't want to look that gift horse to mouth, so we'll try to ring the register off that low of the day. I'll hold on to Airbnb a little bit longer and maybe be in Intel almost the entire day. But Tesla, I just look at that wick bottom that got put in, and I like wick bottoms. You show me a wick bottom, I'm usually going to look for a long trade. So just grab the 74 off that 173.30. So risking about 60 to 70 cents. If it gets up to 175, that's 1-to-1, and I'll take some out.
Shit, man. Okay, yeah, not great here because Amazon just got me out. So Amazon, we wait for 88.20 level. It went back to the 200 period. We said this yesterday, man. We're going to try to let the trades take us out. So let the stocks take us out of the trades. So yeah, that was another sort of a bad one there for us on Amazon. So not a bad, great trade, but maybe a bad out there. As I said, we let the market try to take us out. So yeah, not a great one there for Amazon. But we're going to sort of let this one go a little bit and see now with Apple. But Carvana is still a nice little downside move. Palantir's held up okay. We only have a small piece left on that name, though, because I did sort of throw in the towel up there. A good retracement play on Palantir. It's only 10:05, so the market's just getting going, to be honest with you here today, although it seems like it's been a pretty wild day so far. Brendan, what you got?
There's a note there from JP Morgan on Carvana, guys. Possible imminent Chapter 11. From JPM on CVNA.
I saw you just get caught. I got caught a whole bunch of times yesterday. Okay, yeah, so, sorry, Neal and I were just talking about that. Was that Moderna there? Yeah, Moderna shares now down 2.6% after Pfizer and BioNTech counter sue, okay, over COVID. So Moderna
Why is it holding strength?
I don't know, Moderna and Pfizer, two names to look at here, guys.
Yeah, I just thought holding strength. Anyways, I got that 1-to-1 on Tesla, so we'll sort of power that one up. But remember, this is a weak stock into a weak market. If it gets back down into that bottom, you got to be really careful like where you want to reload this. It's a pure scalp play on that wick bottom. And so anytime I see that kind of a wick bottom, I'm going to take the trade. But I'm not expecting it goes gangbusters. If I see 176, I got no issues taking it all out there in front of VWAP. That'll be good enough for me if it gets down to that price. I want to get back over to some of these chip names because here we come, Marvell. Marvell, I like this one short. I'm trying to add to it here at that 40-50 area. I just want to stay net short. Look, if it breaks $40 again, I don't know where the bottom is going to be because Marvell, you're beneath the 50 period. Your gap is to 36.50. So I think there's a ton of room to the downside on Marvell. So I want to give it some room. If it goes back and retests that 50 period moving average on the daily, that's 41.70. So I'm not risking 20 or 30 cents on Marvell when I think there's that much room into the downside. I want to be kind of digging in here. And if the market does break lows and holds negative, this is a stock that I think should absolutely crater.
Oh man, some of these chip names today for sure. Looking back at that Amazon, good. Looks like now, I take that back. Looks like maybe a good out there on Amazon. So yeah, let's just see if it can continue to hold that level right now. Palantir, good one as well. Carvana is still making downside moves. Let's find something else. Okay, what else? Is anything at support or resistance or anything like that? You know, one name that we didn't look at yet today that we looked at yesterday that was pretty good. We had one good trade. I think, was it only one good trade? I think on Google yesterday. Before it did fall back down a little bit. So let's just have a quick look to see if it's still in play right now. So Google breaking out through the 200 period right now. Nice trade. 3-minute chart. I don't know why my charts aren't loading from yesterday, so I'll have to do a little bit of and of course the daily chart won't really load too well on Google. But we did break up. That's 96. Maybe the 96 long here on Google is something to look at. But we are still below some of these levels. We really should have shorted that Amazon there. Now that I see that at 88.50. So let me just put this up over here, Amazon, and look at this 88.50 AMZN right now. I like that as a, yeah, all right, let's try it. Let's put on a small piece here around 30. If it gets us that short, fine. And then we do have it right there. 88.50 is VWAP. So we'll try to play that level there on Amazon. So we'll try it at 88.50. We'll take another piece if it gets to 40 or so, and then that'll be it. So 88.50 is going to be the stop spot. But a new reload here in Amazon. We got 88.29s. If it does fall back to like 88 or so, we'll take a piece out. But here it comes down, already 10 cents in the money on this trade, but we're obviously looking for a little bit more. Carvana cratering at the day's low now as well, Carvana.
Yeah, that stock is in absolute, just absolutely free fall at this point. So Intel just came back up to that 28.50. I did reload this one, much like Marvell. I think there's a lot of room for these to go if they can maintain that downward break. It tried to take out the low of that 28.20. Tried one time getting in a few shares there, but as long as we're beneath this 28.65 here, I want to keep reloading this and stay net short. I just want to be net short these. If there's one of them that might be along, you're trying to reclaim 70 here, not you, but like AMD's trying to claim this 70 level. And I think if this can hold 70, this is the one chip name that I might look for a long trade. So you're holding the pre-market lows, you're forming a couple of higher lows as well, and AMD is now setting up above 70 for a bit of a long, or even just off those lows.
I could take another one.
Tesla, I'm really not going to do much with this. I actually don't even want to reload Tesla. Either it holds the bottom and gives me VWAP, or it breaks the bottom and continues a downward trend, and I have no need to be, I think, stubborn about this for that long trade. So I'm not going to reload Tesla. I got one bounce. I got the buck.
Holy shit.
If it can't hold now, I don't want to be fighting any longs here.
Holy crap, guys. Like, let's go. Like, what kind of, I don't know. Like, look what's happening right now to Amazon. Amazon, we just grabbed it short at 88.30. It's at 87.70 right now. As we just put a bid there at 67. I don't know why this move just happened there, but nice little move down there for Amazon. Russia considers nuclear weapons. Okay, so that's not a good. That's definitely not a good sign right here. Yeah, okay. So watch out here. Market's starting to fall down. Brendan can obviously confirm some of that, but I mean, the move is to the downside. I just saw it right here come in. So I don't know, and that's not good. So what's up, Brend?
He's saying the threat is on the rise, not saying anything imminent, guys. He's just saying the threat is on the rise. So let's make sure we're saying things in check here. So that was from Putin, and he's saying only in response to a direct attack on their infrastructure or Russia itself.
Yeah, so that's going to, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, that's going to
that's not necessarily
definitely,
good.
yeah, that's going to, I mean, you see the market reaction to that play. So hopefully it does come to the downside, but we will take advantage of that. And we did exactly that on Amazon. And sometimes it's like lucky to be good and good to be lucky type of stuff. So right there, that was pretty lucky to be sitting there for sure on Amazon. I mean, that just, we had the short, we put it on, but we put it on against VWAP. So I'm, you know, and we like the short. So sometimes when you pick the right poison there, it does come out. So good name there for me. Amazon continues to be, you know, a great little trade there. And then good thing we didn't get out of Apple because as Brendan just reported there, it is sending the market to the downside. So let's see if there is some more reaction to this or not. But so far there is, and it's a downside move.
Yeah, look, I was just looking at AMD off that 70 level thing. Okay, it was showing some strength. Maybe it's going to bounce off that. But that little spike actually gave an opportunity off of the pre-market low, well, not the pre-market low, but the opening range bottom here is 69.25. So, look, a lot of times I don't think long-term that shouldn't necessarily affect what was relatively strong here. So if AMD is going to go up from here, I kind of think it will regardless. I don't want to chase too far, but now I want to work this off of this 69.20, and if I can catch that AMD off 69.20, kind of like what I did with Tesla, I'm just looking for that scalp trade, right? Like if it can get off these lows, get back into VWAP, trends up, fine, hold on to a piece, but give it some room to work here. Airbnb is close enough to the target that I'm thinking about where I want to trail it, but it has yet to really break this bottom. So I'm going to give it a chance to break the low of the day. Actually cancel my bid here. Give it a chance to break the low of the day and just slap a trailing stop on after it breaks that low. And if it bounces off the low, I do want to make sure I'm getting that profit and getting out of it at some point. Marvell, Intel, I want to hold on. Just got some Intel out at VWAP there, but I want to hold on onto it a little bit longer. And if you're watching NVIDIA instead of AMD, A, I don't blame you, but B, it's a very similar chart, only maybe a little more bullish. I don't know, I didn't realize this was at 156 in the pre-market and now trading close to this 160 level. So it looks like NVIDIA has a bigger spread between the low of the day here and these bottoms. So I think it's a little bit stronger than AMD. That said, the AMD's along, that's the one I'm in. I'm gonna work off this 160 for a breakout. Doesn't look all that bad over on NVIDIA, but I'm gonna focus on AMD because that's where I happen to look first. I'm going to get some out here in front of VWAP, catching that little bounce here on the advanced micro devices.
Yeah, we did the same thing there. We got reshorted right now. We'll go like this because a little bit of an alarm. As we do reshort here into Amazon. Sorry, there it is. I've got to call up the chart. We did put we don't have the wrong price. We have a good price up here for Amazon, but we are going to wait to see what's going to happen now to the upside. Hopefully it's not too dramatic, but we are short at 88.30 right now. We just covered something there at 88.20. Still hoping for some more downside here, obviously in the name. As there it is, we just put a 15 bid in there, so that's a bang right now. Good trade today for me on all these names. So, we just keep on, look at Amazon, nice. As this one just keeps on going to the downside. Did I have a 7 bid there? No, I did not. So let's put one at 10 maybe and see if we can grab that. Thanks, Rob, for that so much. Classy, sassy, and smart-assy. It says, I've never seen, is this a new mug? I haven't seen this one. Good one. I have a feeling that Rob's going to give me that one all the time.
What happened to the old Trader TV mugs?
Yeah, we have, he got you an old Trader TV.
You got that one. Wake up and be awesome.
Yes, there you go. So that nice one. So thanks for that. Rob, wake up and be awesome and just continue it here with Trader TV Live as we're putting on some pretty awesome moves here today. There goes Amazon back down. So just keep on shorting that against that 88.50 and see if there is a little bit of a darker move to the downside here on that Russian news. But again, it's just like Brendan said, it's that's why I was saying it's not like this is not an attack or anything like that. It's just whenever you use words like nuclear,
that's strong
then
language. The
market could go nuclear to the downside. And that's the one risk, of course, about everything that we've been talking about here with Russia. So, all right, Carvana still sub 4. I'm not getting out of this thing until we break $4 back up to the upside. So we're going to hold on to Carvana.
Yeah, everything will be fine as long as you have like Denzel in the right sub with Gene Hackman. I don't know, have you ever seen Crimson Tide? Like that is
Red October or
well, Hunt for Red October is good too, but I like Crimson Tide with look, obviously they averted a nuclear attack. Spoiler alert, but anyways.
They did?
Spoiler alert, things ended up okay in that movie because
thank God.
They tend to always do. But a big bounce in the market just now. So look, I'm going to take some more out. I'm going to take all out, as a matter of fact, if we get VWAP on Tesla, if we get VWAP on AMD as well. Well, actually, we got to VWAP, but I already get some out. If AMD can hold this, maybe I want to hold AMD. I'm actually looking at this a little bit better. Like if we break out, I've already taken some out here. If we break out 70-20, I think I want to hold for a bit of a bigger move. So I'm going to back away from the notion of getting it all out of AMD. I got to go back over to Airbnb because this does not break the low right here, right now. Then I don't think it's going to. The market is showing some signs of strength. I do not need this bouncing off the low of the day and then suddenly, I missed my opportunity to get out. So now that it's breaking bottoms, I'm going to trail it. My trail is going to be 87, 75-ish. And then we'll see how far it can go to the downside. But yeah, instead of it broke low of the day, I put a trailing stop on this. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, we just did that. We just did the same thing that we said we didn't want to do, man, and that was get out way too early on Amazon. But it did, again, it runs our, damn you, Amazon. Like, it runs our level, and then it absolutely tanks. Like, oh, man, that sucks. We got run at 88.50 there, but that's happened to us a couple times today, so I did get back in. But still, man, we're only back in at 28. I didn't even realize that it started to tank back again. That was a pretty big move up. I'm looking at Apple right now as well. This could be another reload short, but I want to slow down right now because I don't want to give back trades that we've already sort of done really well on. There's no point in like rewinding the clock here and not putting on trades that we really like. So let's just make sure. There it is. We just took 12 cents there. We did get a 16 fill. Let's try to hold in case that was another blowout top. It looks like we made the top again there on Amazon. So we just sort of want to slow down a little bit here and try to regroup. So Apple did tick all the way up to 142 there. That was a nice move to the upside. Could have been a reload short, but we've had a couple blowout tops there today. So I feel like right now patience is going to be what's key into this market. So maybe I have to find some more names. Shop is still strong. What else is still tanking? Wow, Carvana to zero. You're right about that one. Snowflake, yeah, we can look at that. That's been a good trade for us in the past as well. So yeah, so far so good here today. But definitely I feel like need to slow down a little bit before we put on some more trades. So I'm going to do that, look at some of these trades, relook at Amazon, see if we still like the short, although we're still back into it. Is it worth loading back in is the question.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. Like if someone just said they're still in or they're reloading on Marvell, I don't really see any reason to adjust anything I haven't really taken anything out. It has to get to the low of the day for me to get anything out on the bid. And then it's beneath that $40 level. And then, like I said, the bottom 36 could happen, but you need the market to trend into the downside. I just said I was pretty bullish on AMD and didn't want to take it out or any more out. It's now back at that 70 level. So what I need to see here is break 70.20. Once it does that, I'll look for the high of the day, which is also yesterday's resistance in the afternoon, oddly enough, 71.50. That seems like an obvious target for AMD. Tesla's bouncing again. I elected not to reload Tesla. Maybe I'm just too short biased. Obviously it would have worked, but I'm not doing it. So it gets up to 176. I'm going to get out of Tesla. Just take the profit and run if it can get up there. XPeng is still holding to the downside, but I want to get to Pinduoduo. I wanted 89 and 89 alone. I thought I could get there. It got to 87. Now it's starting to look a little bit weaker on PDD. If this takes out 84, floodgates could really open to the downside here. If it takes out 84, I think you're down to that 82 at some point here. That was one of the dip buys that I liked on Pinduoduo. So
all right.
As long as it consolidates lower here, there's going to be some opportunities to get some more shorts in. Ooh, I'm just going to reload some Intel here. Forgot about that one.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just looking there at Amazon. We did get another reload. I mean, look at these trades on Amazon. They're all just, let me zoom in a little bit here. We got stopped at once right there. So yeah, definitely a profit. Look at Amazon. Look at Amazon right now. 50 cents in the money off that reload. But there it is. It's bounced off these 90 levels before right down here. And those are the best outs that we had. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go downside right now in the market. Let's print, keep printing that cash, man. Carvana already have the out at $4 if that comes through. Palantir, honestly, I have such a small piece left, under 10% left on that one. I apologize if I'm just trying to focus on one or two names. You guys can see, like even when Arun was here, it's like, if you have the right trade on board, that's sometimes all that you really need. So today, again, like here's just some more destruction being done on some of these names. Like I'm now out of 70% of Amazon, especially because it went back down to this $88 level. So again, out of that one. Now I'm gonna cancel in case we do rip back up to the upside because I don't wanna have any part, not cancel, but lower my default here. Going to hold the rest and see if we can still continue to make downside moves here on the day. So, all right, man, it's been a good one. I hope you have enjoyed yourself so far here. As I wait for updates to see how much this orthodontic, it's already $3,000, I already know that. So $3,000 for the first stage. She's got to get like the beginner braces. There's a spacer going in there, so that's going to be nasty. And then more after that. Guys, let me know if you've had kids recently go through, you know, or an orthodontist. Let me know what that's going to cost me.
You just made me think of Smile Direct
there in the chat. Yeah, maybe I should have just said forget about like real fixes and let's just go with Smile Direct.
No, but I don't think you can. That's not for kids though.
I think it just lines it up. I don't know enough about it. I shouldn't say too much about it until I actually.
I think it's only for adults.
Someone yesterday, 6,800. Yeah, so US. So if that's US.
6,800 US.
That's right. It's going to cost more than $10,000 is what they've told me.
Word?
All said and done. And that's just for generic basic braces and stuff like that, which is ridiculous.
That's not cheap.
But damn it, she's just so cute. I have no choice. Okay, guys, let's go over to Brendan as he's waiting for, I'm going to say, small cap recap.
That's good.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by MasterWorks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 exits from MasterWorks have delivered over 20% returns. Go to masterworks.art/TraderTV.live to find out more. A bit of a quiet day once again. We're going to talk about this one coming up here with Mr. Jeff Mendl from OTC Markets. But MMAT, we did not have locates. No shares available. Unfortunately for us, that 240 was support in the pre-market, broke early on, even gave you a nice retest right after the open, gave you a nice fade anyways, down to 210, 211. But we're starting to hold these levels from late in the day yesterday, trying to bounce back up for Meta Materials. There was this one as well that went very, very early on, all the way up to 10, ESPR, came all the way back. You could have maybe, I was kind of contemplating this 825, but got away from it and missed that as well, down to 7. I mean, that's a $1 move straight to the downside for that one as well. Just a heads up, there was, if I slide this over, you can see as well, on is SMMT, I don't see it anymore. There was a 2 million share offer just sitting at 225 there for a while on SMMT, one from earlier in the week, guys.
Yeah, that's too bad that we didn't have short offers on that. And that's the thing. We can pay for shorts here. So it's like what I told you guys about Carvana. We did pay for... I mean, let's zoom this over here. We did pay for the shorts in Carvana. It's a good thing we did because as soon as we did, we just was like, oh, okay, we know what we want to do. Boom, we want that short, and that's what we took there on CVNA all the way downside. Now printing 360s, alert, alert, alert. And again, I haven't done this that much today. If you can please hit the like button and the subscribe button. I mean, we do this. Neal and I do this every single day. Even when Neal's not feeling well, this guy is in. So, you know, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and, you know, be with us for a while, man, because we're not going anywhere. We're here, like I just said, every single day. If you're looking for these opportunities, it's the Watchlist on TraderTV.live. I can't say enough good things about that, as you guys know. And then the other resource that I talk about, because I put some time and effort into this as well. And I want to thank you for all the likes and everything that happens on this. We only have 61 likes today, but 18 retweets, which was pretty awesome. This is where we have some of that talk on board, right? There's Carvana, $5 to $1 on the downgrade. Let's see, we're already short. So there's the Carvana talk there. Airbnb short, I know that didn't come in. Apple short 142, unfortunately, that you had to hold that up to 143. We didn't do a good job of that. We talked about that. And then everything else, Amazon short as well, has been cash 89. We're shorting ahead of that right now. So find me at TraderTV Shawn. Find Neal and Brendan at the same handles, but with their names for more stuff. Neal tweets out some ideas in the morning. I noticed that as well. And then Brendan, of course, with breaking news and whatnot. So we're here for you guys. There's Palantir. It's a good thing we got out of this one. We're going to wait to see what happens now on Palantir on the downside, right? So if this continues to make moves down, we're going to be here on Palantir. So let's watch out for that one. Down to $7 is a reload spot for me on PLTR.
Yeah, I just got some more view up here on, I got out in front of you opposite at 41s, a little bit out of 41s, and then some more on Intel at 37s. I want to litter this one sort of all the way down to that 28-20 level once again. Airbnb is going to be interesting because I've now got my trailing stop in, but it's got a wick bottom through the low. And this is this 86.80, this is right in front of where the bottom is on the daily chart, and that's going to be like 86.75 or so. There's a chance you have a bit of a bullish setup. I hate saying that because I like the short on the stock, but if you get a wick bottom through the low of the day, bouncing off last support on the daily chart, if the market were to go, this is something I could get back into the upside. But I'm still going to hold the short. I have my trailing stop. If it takes out that low on the daily, could get absolutely nasty. I did not reload Tesla. I think, like I said, it would have worked had I done so, but I just got out when it took out the bottom. It was a nice scalp trade. It gave you the buck, but if you're going counter trend, get out of Dodge because otherwise you're going to get yourself absolutely burned. It's the same story here with AMD. I'm not reloading it just yet, but it has a chance to still hold not just the pre-market low, but the opening range bottom at 69.20. If it can bounce off that, I'll reload AMD, give it a chance to show at least some signs of strength here, which not a heck of a lot has been doing, quite frankly, unless you're Moderna, which, by the way, Moderna didn't get to 180. Got close, got to 178. If he got to 180, I'd probably be short the thing, but still trending to the upside. I'll wait patiently for my 180 price on Moderna. Not much is strong in this market, so I'll let this one come to me.
I see what you just mentioned to Fahad there in the chat, and I said I saw the same thing in the background there.
Where the heck did it come from, first of all?
Was
that here yesterday?
No. Greg brought it today. I believe it was Greg, and I said that. Why don't we start a tradition? And what I was saying is maybe at the 1st of the month or something like this, maybe the 7th, because today's the 7th of December. Anyways, I don't know if we even said what we're talking about there, but there's
there's a tree.
There's a Christmas tree.
They can see it on the
shop.
shop.
There it is right there. So there's the Christmas tree.
You can see it in my shop.
Okay, they can see it. Okay,
well, the buddy shop.
What I had suggested was, why doesn't every trader bring in an ornament?
I know exactly.
So I said to Greg, I'm going to bring one in tomorrow, which means I'll probably forget. But I think that's a pretty cool tradition we could do on the floor. I'm surprised we haven't thought about that. When Halloween is here, everyone sort of brings their excess candy. There's obvious reasons for that. And I think that would be really cool if we did that here on Christmas, just as a tradition, right? Everybody brings over their either we have ornaments in I can't bring over like the ornaments. We have a lot of special ones, but I'll find a good one, a nice special one to bring for trading. I wonder if I have a NASDAQ. No, I don't think I have a NASDAQ one. I feel like someone sent an ornament once.
I feel like we should have a Trader TV
I feel like we should have a Trader TV Live ornament with all of our faces. No. Just with at least Trader TV Live on it. I think that's a great idea. And that would be really cool. Apparently San Diego was super close to signing Judge before he went. So Aaron Judge, you're not very smart. Yo, what's up? Oh, New York is in the house right now. We're just talking about New York.
There he is.
I just want to say this, Aaron Judge. All right. Obviously, I wish I was him. That's obvious. But the main point in all of this is you chose New York and $370 million over San Diego and $370 million. Maybe this man hasn't stepped outside too much, but apparently San Diego is the place to be living.
Isn't he a West Coast guy?
Where is Aaron Judge from?
Isn't Aaron Judge from the West Coast?
You know what? I'm not sure where he's from, but honestly, look, 99 problems.
Actually,
ain't one.
You got to think about it from this standpoint.
Yeah,
there's a good chance.
There's loyalty.
That, if you play for him playing in New York, like the endorsement opportunities, the legacy, like his ability to earn after his career is done. I'm going to imagine that's a heck of a lot better if he plays for his entire career with the Yankees. Because then he gets in like Monument Hall and all that nonsense when he goes to the Hall of Fame. And he's just like a Yankee. He's already a Yankee legend, but it's a lot bigger there.
Yeah.
So it's like he's going to make. I don't want to throw a number out there.
If the Yankees throw, I'm just going to throw this out here. My agent can deal with it, but I'm thinking a little north of 100. I would sign with the Yankees or so, maybe a commentator. I know they have some great sportscasters there and everything like that. But Yankees, if you're throwing around some money, don't forget about your friends over here at Trader TV Live. We'll get some talks about living in New York when Jeff comes through in just a couple minutes. But yeah, congratulations to all the Yankee fans out there. You got your guy today. So there it is.
Good for them.
Market rally time right now. And it's a good thing that we got out of Amazon. Look at that tick that we have down there. We have a 75 print on Amazon as we hold back 20% of that. Let's cancel. Actually, I've already canceled our script order. This is a winning trade no matter what happens now. But Apple is only $1 in the money and giving some back right now. So watch out for this Apple up to 142 again. I'm going to hold on. We only have a small piece left on all of these, but Apple definitely moving in the wrong direction as the market's starting to bump back up. Carvana is still a nice one. What's up, Brendo?
Weekly crude inventories there, guys, much larger than expected. build there, specifically on gasoline inventories, 5.3 million versus 2.5. Crude downside ever so slightly on a tiny draw, but much bigger than expected build on gasoline inventories. Crude not doing much today, pretty flat.
Yes, sir. And I'm gonna add to AMD at some point. Whether we can get this 69.50 one more time is gonna make a lot of sense. I'm gonna get on the bid now. I was looking for it to get down toward the actual low on the last dip in the market, but now we're starting to break out. Like, this is the other context here. I'll go to the futures here so you guys can see. Like, now you're really starting to make a significant bottom. You got a wick bottom through that Powell day low, whatever you want to call it, and you're trying to take out some of this resistance that you had in the pre-market. So there's a chance the market can go. I only have one long because I got out of that Tesla, wasn't able to hold on to that one. The other long that could come in for me here is going to be, it'll be Meta. I got wicked out of Meta, made an absolute sort of, it was the right decision to get out. I would have just been holding on to it and then getting stopped out a little bit later if I held on, so it doesn't really matter. But I think I got out a little bit early on that Meta trade. We'll work back into this one off of 113. I still like that 113 level on Meta. It hasn't really changed. Just wanted things to settle down a little bit now that seems like they have. So I'll probably start at 113.5, give it to the even.
Yeah, I was looking again. We did not reload. I mean, I know we're talking about the same names here, but I did not reload Amazon there, but that was a good reload again. So just be careful because the market's now above the 50 period. So that's something that I'm, always looking at whenever we get names like that. The one thing that Neal mentioned there that we didn't really talk too much about today was AMD or many of the chip names. I know Neal's on Intel a little bit there, but I was on Amazon. Sorry, not on Amazon. I was on Amazon and Apple, but definitely forgot about some of these other guys here. So AMD today below 70. That's not a good name to have that low. So we're going to watch out for Amazon or for AMD. It's doing the same thing, bouncing off VWAP right there, 70.05. So if we really don't believe in this market and we think it is going to come back to the downside, I mean, this is with the market, so it's kind of like trading it. But you can always watch Intel, NVIDIA as well on tap for that. So a couple looks there, not going great today for some of these names in the NASDAQ. You can see the NASDAQ though, at one point, it was trying to get back to positive today, the NQs. So something to watch out for that. As the ES is positive, we'll wait to see if the NASDAQ can get there as well. Watch out for AMD. I almost like this break of 70.20, especially if the NASDAQ can take out this 11.525. So far so good here, but more work to be done on AMD. Just needs to break above 70.20, and then we're going long. Right there, 70.20, long take on AMD. So if this market goes fine. Amazon, though, what a great pullback. It just pulled back again. I'm going to bid there. I just took a 94 out there on Amazon on the pullback in. So we missed out on getting long again, or getting short up there. It only went to 88.30, so I don't know if we would have been short, but there's another good take, man, on the downside for AMZN.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned it. I did get trailed out of Airbnb, so all good things do come to an end. I feel like this is always going to be the case when it happens. I don't want to slap a fail on it, but you have to ring the register at some point. And it did that thing where it's a wick bottom, and then it just gave me that indication. Wick bottom off of the low from June. So you got your 52-week low that it just bounced off of. That's me getting out of the short every single time. If it makes a fresh 52-week low break, I'll probably take that trade. And I'll just have these be like two separate trade ideas there. Marvell's starting to go. I'm looking for another place to add here because I actually still want more shares of the short in Marvell. And I don't really know why am I on that bid down there. That's not where I want that bid. Now that I see it, I'm like, that's not the right price. I was sitting there at like 87 instead of in front of 39.75 or so. But I want to be adding to this position in this consolidation. I've given it some time. I just want to be net short this stock. And maybe it'll turn into an Intel where beneath the 50 period, if the market trends down, I'm just short this every single day till it gets to 36. But that's what it's setting up like, and as long as it is beneath that 50 period, I want more to the short side. So I have not been adding to it. I'm going to try and do that now. Coinbase is another name I've completely ignored. I feel like it's been just sitting here inside of a range.
Oh, Silvergate was moving.
But look at this nonsense. Wick top through the high, wick bottom through the low. Like, I don't know what you do with that. I'm glad you mentioned Silvergate because...
You weren't here yesterday. It was moving around. That's why I mentioned it.
Oh, my God, that's a good short.
It broke that 24 bottom.
You know what, though? I would have lost money on Silvergate yesterday.
Okay.
Like, looking at this, there's almost 100% chance on the way back up, I would have tried shorting this one off 22. and I would have got stopped out like through 23, because I'm only really looking short this stock lately. So, I don't think I would have been patient enough to wait for 24, if I'm being honest with myself. And until this thing breaks these lows or breaks 20 even, I think you have to be a little bit cautious with it, because it's down so much, right? That yes, I still believe net short is the right thing for this stock, but it's got all these little wick bottoms in here that you get one of these jailbreak longs out there and just get yourself into some trouble. So I'll stick with what I have. I really just like AMD and Meta for some longs on these little dips here, and then we'll hang on to the shorts that we got.
Yeah, so Silvergate, it's funny you mentioned that, because yesterday both Arun and I were in this. Oh, here it is. I was going to say, so we actually had some good shorts there, but we did get, so this is where I thought you were going to say you would have lost.
I would have lost, for sure.
We were short early, and then when it bumped up there, it took us both, or didn't take, actually, no, Arun, I think he wound up getting out of, I don't think it's Silvergate. I mean, I don't know if he's watching now, but yeah, I don't think he held it, but we tried to hold it. We reloaded it as well. We talked about getting confident there when we broke 24 to the upside. So there it is right now, coming back in. So we'll wait to see what happens here with SI again today. But that was a good trade yesterday for us. Today, very, very choppy. Like, look at the difference, right? Yesterday, you could see the sort of nice moves early, and then it sort of faded all the way. Today, you don't get much in there, right? So that's something to always look at when we consider like where these trades are coming from. So that would be Silvergate again making that move there today. So good trade so far today. It's been a good one. Hopefully you guys are making some winning trades with us. And Apple, look at Apple's just continuing its move down as the market's retracing as well. We have Carvana with the downside, and there goes Amazon as well. Nice downside move. So whether or not we have these diamond hands or not, it seems like we're doing a little bit damage here on this market so far here today. So yeah, good on us for holding some of these, but definitely these early wick outs here, like that out there on Amazon hurt, and then the out on Apple as well came in and hurt there to that top side as we had that top side wick. But we did get back in, and we are able to hold. So far so good, but definitely could have been a little bit better on that side of things as far as Apple is concerned. Just so you guys know, Carvana is almost out. If it breaks back above $4, then we're out. It did make a huge move down to 360. I had no idea where we were going once we broke 4. It looks like it just wants to go back. So right now we'll wait for that. I'm not waiting for 420 or anything fancy. Let's just see what happens here at $4. If it breaks it, we're gone. But still, $1 on Carvana, not too bad there. 20% on a downside move for CVNA.
So I just got the dip on Meta. I just got the dip on AMD. So these two last ditch efforts at longs, obviously, look, the shorts are in the money, so that kind of is what it is. But looking at these stocks that are trying to hold out here, Meta has been holding this 113.30 to be a little bit more precise here. It does have a wick down into 113. I don't know if that's actually real or just some dark pool printing. Bulk of the volume down here at 113.25 or so. Not a lot is going to hold up on strength. Intel back toward the low. Going to get on the bid here. I don't want to flip away from Meta, because I always worry about what's out of the money than what is in the money. So I don't want to flip away from that. Flip away from Meta here as I get some orders out there on Intel. So Meta, AMD's the other one, right? Like AMD just came back in toward that low. I'm not giving it past that opening range bottom. Relatively tight stop here because I'm counter trend. The market has been weak. I'm acknowledging that. There's been some decent long bounces. Probably a bit greedy to ask for anything better than VWAP here on this latest reload on AMD. And same thing with Meta.
Guys, 7,500 watching as we speak right now. Not bad, not bad. We'll take it, but only 1.7K likes. Let's see if we can get that going a little bit. Now, if we can get up to $2,000. Neal's back in the building, so thanks to Neal for that one. Hit the like button if you guys can. Let us know that you're supporting the show. And again, the reason why we asked for that, we charged, here goes Carvana, we charge absolutely nothing, obviously, for the stream, and we're doing it so that we could get as many viewers as possible to watch it. That's why we have a free watch list. That's why we do this for free. That's why we're putting out videos every single weekend for you as well. So make sure, and daily trades, man, trades of the day, everything given to you by TraderTV Live. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button for us. That would be greatly appreciated, just to get this out there for more people. So there it is, right up to 2K. Thank you so much for that. We also hit our alarm. All right, Carvana. Okay, just to let you know, I think it's 406 is my trigger. So it does break through $4. We never get out right at 4, right? So there it is. It did dip back down into 398, but Carvana has been absolutely destroyed today. $5 short. We've only taken it once. Now it's a downside move. And here it goes. We are out now of Carvana. No, we're not. It didn't print 06 there. That's hilarious. So here we go. It has to, there it is. Now it's out right there. So we'll go, oh, Canada, for a nice little, hopefully the Blue Jays don't have any problem signing their two guys, but I don't know if we can sign both them, Vladdy and Bichette. I believe it's next summer, right? So
well, the Jays' actual problem is it's going to take some out on AMD, by the way, as it goes halfway to VWAP.
Nice.
The Jays' problem is that all they do is lose out on free agents. So like two of the guys that got signed pitchers yesterday,
right?
They're well, in Bellinger as well. They're all people that the Jays were quote unquote in on and had bids on and then lost out.
You're talking about T1 Walker or whatever?
Apparently, it was a guy Gibson who went to Baltimore. Apparently, we had a matching offer that was just as good. He chose somebody else. He chose Baltimore. Apparently, Andrew Haney, who went to Texas, the Jays offered a little bit more guaranteed. He decided to go to Texas with some incentives pushing it higher. The problem with the Jays is you have to buck up and just understand you might have to overpay to get some of these free agents.
Right.
Otherwise, you're always
You just said we had a higher bid than Texas or Baltimore, whatever that story was you just gave there. So I don't know. I mean, you guys tell us in the chat. Is there like there must be a negative bias? I mean, I don't blame people because if you were American and maybe you don't want to live in Canada and raise your family in Canada and all that. I mean, I'm not going to talk political because
we're very nice and polite.
I mean, if you're talking about raising a family, I don't know. A better place. I mean, we're raising our families here, so that's why we're biased. So, okay, let's keep on talking about the market as it just continues to go downside. But if you think about it, it's been really choppy here today, and I wish that I could tell you, like, hey, man, I see a huge futures trader. I see something monstrous happening. But look, this is the first move early. I cannot believe that we wind up losing on that Apple trade early because of this. But we did, and then it just fell right back down. And now, look, we've hit the top one time, two times, three tops there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bottoms. So we're still here, and look where we are, right in the middle of the range as well. So yeah, man, not a great market in the last little while. That's why I stay very specific. Today I've only traded 5 names, right? Palantir, 4 names, Carvana, Amazon, and Apple coming in. But I do like that break. Yeah, it didn't happen. 70-20 there. Oh, Red Sox land Kenley Jansen.
Oh, that's huge for me in my fantasy league.
So that's a closer over there. $32 million over 2 years.
That's probably not going
Here I'm just like, so Brendan's breaking like the relevant news, you know, in the markets and stuff like that. And I'm just going to, remember I'm trying to get that sportscaster gig. So right there, Kenley Jansen signing with the already missaid, with the Boston Red Sox. So yeah, I don't think I'll be getting anything signed up there, but congratulations, man. Everybody making moves in the AL East. You've already mentioned Baltimore, New York, Red Sox. We wait for Tampa.
Hello, Toronto.
And then
what are we going to do?
Toronto.
They're doing a huge renovation to the stadium. Can we get somebody, please? You can sign me if you want, man. I can't play anymore, but this is getting ridiculous. I want the Jays to make a move. I feel really, really left out here.
They'll do something.
We'll see what happens. I don't know. So like I'm liking what I'm seeing with AMD, at least in terms of the trend holding this level. I know where the right level is going to be. It's definitely the 69.50. Unfortunately, it's just weak going into it. And then I look over at like a Meta, which. So I was able to get some out there on AMD. Meta, wick bottom. I got in maybe a bit early. This is not even bouncing to VWAP yet. So if I can get anything into 114, I definitely got to be taking some profit out on that, man. Like this stock, like it was a big breakout. I know I tried to get into this one. I got one scalp trade, then lost. Trying the same thing again, but it's into a weak market. I have to acknowledge that fact. There's been decent bounces. They're just not, like they're not overwhelmingly strong. And I want to go to one last name here, Pinduo Duo. It looks like it could break out. So the market's trying to go PDD 80. It's like 84.80 if you're looking at this thing on a potential breakout. So it's like it's held some signs of strength here. I like 82 for a dip buy previously. I'll respect the fact that it's consolidating and setting up for a big break on PDD. Ultimately, remember, with the Chinese ADRs, they did loosen COVID restrictions. They all gapped down, but it was good news. So it makes some sense that it could be going here. And of course, I've just talked about it and not actually put my
Just hold
order
on
out
before
there
you
for
go
the
to
break.
Jeff.
But it looks like it's about to break out here. I'll try and get some at 85 on the break of Pinduoduo.
All right, before we go to Jeff, because we are ready to talk a little bit of OTC, there's been some huge names moving around in the OTC market, as we've talked about on the show a couple times, that MMTLP. Okay, I just want to talk quickly here about Apple, and then we'll go. If Apple breaks this high side, we're going to be out. So watch out for a 141.40 break on Apple, and your boy is out of that trade. So, all right, without any further ado, let's go over to the big desk with the big guy and a man from, I don't know, I'm not sure if he's from the state of New York. He's going to confirm that coming out, but congratulations on Aaron Judge, and congratulations on the success of the OTC market. It's Brendan with our guest of the day.
How excited are you about Aaron Judge?
Honestly, I don't care. But I am from I am from upstate New York. Yeah, I guess go Aaron Judge.
Breaking news, Jeff Mendl is not a baseball fan.
Yes, exactly.
Back with us one more time, Jeff Mendl from OTC Markets, to give us an overview here of not only what's happening. Yes, we're going to talk about metamaterials for everyone wondering, but let's start just broad. It's December, it's the end of the month. Typically a very busy month going into the holidays, typically a positive month for stocks. How have things looked so far, first week of December here?
I think it's mixed, right? Looking at today, it's pretty slow, but then you look at Monday, and everything was going crazy, right? Listed, over the counter, you name it, right? I think a lot of that, as far as stocks that typically trade in our space, right, is going to depend on maybe like the overall crypto market, right? Yeah. So your grayscale products are going through a lot right now. Yeah. There's a lot of press out there. Obviously some of it negative. Yeah. A lot of it's negative right now. These things are moving around like crazy, and with this discount there, upwards of like 43% on GBTC. We're going to see action throughout December. It may not be every day, but it's going to be there, and you guys will trade it, and that's GBTC, ETHE. There's a couple other names out there, but those are the two big ones where we're going to see them bouncing around a lot. Yeah,
we've seen just incredible volatility, obviously continuing in the crypto markets in general. Just as an opportunity, guys, from a volume-based standpoint, headlines aside, you can deal with that on your own, but if you're looking for things that are moving and you want to have access to exposure in the crypto market, it's a great product and a great way to do so. I'm talking about the grayscale products, obviously listed on OTC. Anything else? We were looking at DD Global there a little bit, one that has also been among the top in the most active list from OTC over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, DD, it's up 5%, almost 5% today, right? Another great name to look at. We're going to see, it's the DDs, the DIDIY, the Luckin Coffee, what is that, LKCNY, right? We're going to see these names moving around a decent amount in December. It's not Apple like Shawn brought up, right before this, but there's opportunity, and if you're looking for something to trade and there's not much going on in the listed space, pop over and give it a shot, and pick a side of the market or scalp, or whatever your trading style is. There's names kind of for everyone, because look at DD, it trades at $3.24. Yeah. That's a scalping stock. Yeah. Right. But that moves though too, which is great.
Right. Right. And all kinds of liquidity as well, and all kinds of opportunity as a result. That leads us to, I checked the market cap on metamaterials. I was actually surprised. It's 700 million as of the close yesterday, I guess. So let's talk about this headline from, I guess this was aftermarket yesterday when this came out. So a FINRA decision comes through, which is going to see the OTC listed Series A preferred shares of metamaterials be transferred into this NextBridge Hydrocarbons. From the OTC standpoint, if someone is a holder of this stock, what does that mean?
Okay, so basically, per FINRA's corporate action, right, that came out. Basically, what that means is MMTLP is being deleted as a ticker after the trading day on the 12th. So it's deleted on the 13th, right? And so that means that you no longer are reporting a trade in MMTLP after that date. And so I think it's spinning up into NextBridge hydrocarbons, something like that.
Along those lines.
Something along those lines. As far as where that trades and how that trades, I'm not 100% sure right now. But what I can say, though, is MMTLP, as of the end of trading on the 12th, will no longer be on the OTC markets.
And that's the most important point to come across here. If you are holding these shares on the OTC markets, guys, again, end of trading on the 12th. It's coming off of the OTC. There's also a deadline that I saw in this press release of the 12th as well. So any shareholders on record as of the 12th will be involved in this NextBridge hydrocarbons transaction. So the 12th, obviously, the most important date that we need to recognize, which I just checked is a Monday of all things.
Yes, and so let's take a step back here. So this has been kind of coming in, for the past month or two, right? In and out of trading very heavily as well, too. It's a very active name, huge swings, violent swings in the name. This has been, this is not something that typically happens. Right, and also just as far as from a corporate action standpoint, usually when FINRA announces a corporate action, it's like the night before, the day before, for something that's going to be deleted, and so what is it? It's a week out, or not quite a week out, but a week out is out of the ordinary, and so we'll see how it trades for the next few days, but maybe something to keep an eye on.
No, and that's a great point. 100%. It's going to probably do way more volume than it normally does until Monday. Again, end of trading on Monday, so you will have access up until Monday. Anything else we need to know from the OTC going into the holidays?
Like I said, we kind of went over everything, but I do want to bring this to football right now. And Neal, the Cowboys are looking pretty good right now. Just saying. So. I don't know. I don't know if the Bills are going to be able to meet them in the Super Bowl this year.
First of all, well, you gotta let me retort that for a second. First of all, I'm not sure the Cowboys can beat like San Fran. We'll
but no Garoppolo now.
Yeah, that's fine. But realistically, you got Philly in there. San Fran, I still think, can have a chance because that rookie looked way better than I anticipated. That Brock Purdy kid.
Yeah, who the heck is that guy?
The Bills are fine. The reality is Josh Allen is a warrior. He's playing hurt. Everybody knows he's playing hurt. The Cowboys don't hold a candle to the Bills and Josh Allen. And you already know this. If they meet in the Super Bowl, we're going to have we'll have one heck of an epic bet between the two of us because I know you're a good sport. I'll acknowledge the fact the Cowboys have been doing absolutely fantastic, but I'm Bills Mafia for life. I will never like the Dallas Cowboys after the way they destroyed us in the Super Bowl 2 times. So I'm going to hate them probably to the day that I die. Yep. It's all about the Bills Mafia. And Josh Allen, look, if you'd rather have Dak Prescott than Josh Allen, then all the best to you. Because that's a ridiculous, there's no comparison between quarterbacks. None. There's no comparison.
I would just say the running game in Dallas. But other than that, man, Stephon Diggs versus CeeDee Lamb's pretty equal.
You know what, I'll tell you this right now. If you've been watching the Bills the last couple of weeks.
The Packers will beat both of them.
Cook is taking over that. Shawn, now you're just being ridiculous. James Cook is taking over that backfield. He's as good as Tony Pollard almost right now. I said it.
All right.
Let me just say this before we go. Neal and I have been struggling for decades now as dedicated fans to both the Bills and the Cowboys. So more power to us, Neal.
It's a shame our main midday host, or one of them anyway, Sharif, is not in the building. He is also a fellow Cowboys fan, huge Cowboys fan, but he is under the weather as well. So shout out to Sharif. If we probably won't see you again or talk to you again maybe until right before the holidays. If we don't, all the best. Happy holidays. To you and yours. We appreciate your time as always.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I can say the same thing about you. You're always great hosts. Appreciate it.
Jeff Mendl, VP, OTC. Always good to have you.
Thanks, Brendan.
Get a room.
Yeah, I know. I'm a hate on them Cowboys.
Yeah. So, okay, guys. Yeah, 10:55. Thanks, Jeff. And look, that's the thing about having a guy like Jeff come on the show. It's talking about that the date of the 12th there, explaining some things with that TLP, what's going to happen there. If you're a shareholder, you just got. There's nowhere you're not going to get a better explanation of what's going to happen than that. So right now, just because we are still supposed to be trading and things like that, you could see here, well, I'm not supposed to do anything, but it is a trading show. So I am now out of 40% of this Amazon trade and basically just want to hold this the rest of the day. If the market's not going to the market's breaking, but the NASDAQ's almost back to Greensville here, and we talked about that. But this was the level that I really wanted on Amazon, was 89. So the fact that we've come all the way back up here means it's a hold for me until we break 89. So we just took out 50%. We got some good outs, man. Some went back into the 60s there. 70, sorry, as our fills. So good fills so far here on Amazon. Let's just see if it can hold out. We're going to be short this name until 89 breaks. Wow, big size on Amazon right now, just showing up there. And as fast as it came through, it just got destroyed to the downside. So I don't know, but let's see if Amazon, I'm short at 89. Needs to go more than this, man. I'm gonna put a bid at 50, see if we can get it there, and then we'll try to hold the rest. We're out of 40% of this trade. I'm gonna put a bid back down near 50, see if we can grab that, and then we'll move on from it. But Amazon, I like the short there. And by the way, this is why I wanted to talk about my out on Apple, because we got out on Apple there at the 200 period, and then it just ripped up a buck. So that was a really good out there for Apple when we talked about that before we threw to Jeff. So hopefully you guys had that. And if you did, then that was a pretty awesome out. Only 3 minutes left. So I think you handled it pretty good so far today.
So far, so good. AMD, by the way, I'll get to AMD, Meta, and Pinduoduo, the three longs out there. AMD, power up. It wasn't just buying the dip in front of that opening range. To find something strong, like markets breaking lows, what's holding lows? AMD was. But it also broke 70-20. So when it broke out at VWAP, added to the position at that 70-20, took some out 70-50, took some out at 71. Now I'm just going to hold on to it. Because if the market keeps going, AMD should be able to break the highs. Meta, very similar move, bounced off 113.5, took some out maybe too early. It needs to challenge 115. So if it breaks 115, I'll get out in front of the high of the day. Want to give this one room to run as well. And then Pinduoduo was the other one breaking out. Maybe not as big of a move, but maybe not as strong of a stock. So it broke out 85. I took a scalp trade out for about 25 pennies, and now I'm just looking for like 86s here on PDD. So 3 longs that worked. I did get stopped out of Marvell as well. And I did want to come back to a previously strong stock, which is Moderna. Maybe it gets there. The market trying to bounce higher. I should say gets there again, but wick top through 180 on mRNA.
Yeah.
So, look, I know the market's pretty strong here, but that was the level I liked. If I can zoom out further on my 3-minute, yeah, this will show you. This is a level that I liked. You go back into, I wasn't obviously here on Monday, but when this cratered, you had 180 as a lower high. And now you got a wick top through that same 180 price. This is setting up for a short for me, where I want to short this consolidation and give it to the top. So despite the long starting to work, Moderna is still setting up for that short.
All right, so market crash dummies. What's up, man? Yeah, look, you guys, I mean, write it in the chat if you remember what trade I said I'd take on AMD. I remember it was a 70-20 long. I mean, it took that level, and then it was like, that's it. It just ripped up 90 cents to 71.10, and now is pulling back. So again, the name that I feel like I should just run this study. I don't know why I don't do this. Maybe I will do it actually, so I can talk more appropriately. But like, what is the name that we've made the most money on? It might be Amazon, but I feel like Amazon definitely recently, as we just got taken out on the top of Amazon, as it did take 89 when you were talking there. But Amazon, I mean, maybe that 89 top was the top. Let's try one more time. 89.16 we'll get out. I'll talk about that in a minute as we reshorted that. We might have got taken out at the top. Screw you, Amazon. All right, let's just go back over to Amazon quickly. We just got taken out at 89. I reshorted it, and then it went back down to 88.890. So we have the same amount of shares on. We're going to give this a little bit more room, 20 cents worth of a hit, or 15 cents worth of a hit, and we'll get out of Amazon in case we just ticked higher. That's already happened to us a couple of times today. But there it is, back into Amazon. I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Carvana halted?
Carvana got halted again?
Why?
Yeah, it's another.
Why is CVNA halted? You know what?
I don't know.
The answer to that question is to go to the stupid halt page, Neal. That's what you're supposed to do. Sometimes your
Yeah,
brain
but how
doesn't
long
work.
ago did it halt?
No, I haven't halted.
Come over to our screen here, Fahad, if you can.
If you go to Sean's screen for there you go. I'll see what
Yeah, we have. So we have it. Neal's going to look up the halt reason.
it says volatility. But
Yeah, so in order to halt volatility, it should have had to go, unless there's a print in here somewhere that we don't see that triggered this, but it should not have just halted there because it went from 420, it needs to go 42 cents. So I don't see that as happened, but maybe it did. So I don't see it. Carvana halted there. Could be. It says volatility. You can go to Neal's screen now if you can, Fahad, because he has.
It's right here.
Just to show everybody.
Yeah, just to show you guys. You go right to NASDAQtrader.com, right? And he's got the reason code here, so I can hover over that. You guys can see volatility halt. That's clearly the reason. I mean, it didn't look like it had moved just enough in that last little bit to cause it. But if you're watching, that should mean that it's opened up in about 3 minutes or so. So keep an eye on this one. Obviously, it's going to continue.
I didn't realize it's 11
here.
o'clock.
It's already 11 o'clock. Thank you guys so much. It's indicating a flat open, by the way. But thank you guys so much for the support. We're sending you off to, it's Trader Luca and Ian. So you're getting a treat, getting the two of them for the midday show. We're back at 2. See you then. Go get them, boys.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Welcome to the midday show, round 2 of the Luca and Ian special. Yesterday was a good experiment. I think the experiment worked. Me and Luca, here's the thing. We talk all the time. Obviously, we're friends. Obviously, we trade together all the time. So it's nice to finally sit here on the big desk beside the Italian stallion, the Italian trader himself, Luca.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day here, enjoying the day, staying profitable, making some money here, and starting off, I'll share a couple trades. Couple fills on ATVI, nothing too crazy over there. Traded quite a few things today. AMD tried to kind of short in front of that 71, and then initially stopped out, and then kind of took the short again and rode it back down. That was really nice. And my sort of bias this morning was just scalp like crazy. So it was basically AMD moving, we had the gap down, right? And then everything kind of running to the upside. So same theme, kind of shorting into that up move. This was kind of, I think Shawn said it, he's like, Apple can go to where. And I was like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, 100%, I agree with that one. And, kind of missed that one. And then, a little bit of a scalp over here. This nice flush coming through, kind of breaking low of day. That was perfect cover. I actually had some size there, so pretty proud of that one. With the Bank of Canada hiking interest rates, I guess that's why we flushed right at 10 there. So yeah, it was kind of interesting. And no Bass Pro hat today. I got the casino hat on today. So yeah, should be some action, should be fun. Couple trades on Amazon as well. Basically up on all these names, just a couple scalps. I think I should have held this a little bit longer, but it was just cover moving average, cover VWAP, and then kind of reevaluate, see what happens there. Tried a little bit of longs right down here at the bottom, thinking maybe we're going to make that push. We didn't really get that kind of V-shaped recovery, and then obviously getting the kind of news out of Russia, whatever that was, giving that flush down there. So that was a nice one. Hopefully you guys had that. I think Shawn was on the right side of that one, so absolute banger there. And a few other trades. I'm currently watching SMMT. This one from yesterday, guys. Who was it? Rory. I don't know if you're in the chat right now. You called it out. I punched long. I stopped out. I lost 1 cent. I was like, I'm done with this one. I come in today and I see, wait a second, this is 220. What was it at yesterday? And this thing just absolutely insane here. So I'll drag over, everyone. I'm sure everybody's aware of this one. But yeah, yesterday, just going into the close, an absolute crazy move to the upside. So, I was long 50s, stopped out 50s, and then we have the move later in the day. So kind of crazy, and then go figure, triggering SSR today is what it is. But yeah, that 220 area, kind of interesting. I thought we were going to break. A lot of people wanted the short in front of the size there. Hopefully you guys saw that. I let it go thinking, okay, let me flip to long here because there's really good potential if we break to the upside, trigger the stops. Offer looked really thin. But, here we are back down, and I'm thinking, maybe I just should have held the short, and but that's probably the right size there. So, see if we get a couple trades going here and get some action. I think this one I'm going to put on ice for now, unless we get back to close to that 225, 229. Then, feel free to let us know here because I'm watching a lot of things today.
Yeah, it's been exciting for sure. I think for me, my day today has been pretty up and down. It started down on Tesla here. I had a few trades. I knew I wanted to take the long down here at 174, and I tried. I really tried to get it here. It was bouncing back here. Eventually, just got stopped out, like wicked out basically. I tried taking a 175 break. Breakouts in this kind of market environment haven't been great at all. So that didn't work as well. And then now it's wondering, okay, now I'm like starting to flip back and forth, probably over trading. I talked about this yesterday, and then here I am committing the same mistake. So, shorting here at 174 was the right idea, but again, maybe just trying to like over leverage, use too much size, and use too much of as tight a stop, and I got stopped out on that one. This one, man, this one was weird because I wanted to take the 173 breakdown. It executed me before it actually broke. And then, obviously, got stopped out on that one. Tesla's been obviously back and forth. Let me consolidate the chart, and you can see it's basically just chopping around now, down to lows, 175, 173, around there. That's been the only momentum name I've traded. You'll see me in ATVI as well right now. ATVI has been kind of up and down for me. I had a couple executions on it earlier this morning. I'm in a good trade now, though, off of the 76 level, so I'm liking that one. Been taking profits on that one. I'm in Amazon short as well right here. Again, just like basically just trying to trade the range. That one's like 10 cents in the money, short off 89. Got to give it a little bit of space, though. I'm willing to, this is a small position for me, so I'm willing to kind of, manage this one and let it ride a little bit, right? So, waiting for it to basically get back down to this consolidation area around 88, and then, that's going to be my target for that one. You talked about SMMT, yeah, that size on there, that was pretty interesting. Tesla catching a bid, yeah, we just talked about Tesla, how it is kind of, bouncing around that 173 area, right? So, that one's going to be on watch for the rest of the day. Although for me, I'm probably not going to trade it. I can't overtrade Tesla on that one there. Moderna, let's check out that one before we send it back to Luca. That one's all the way up at 180 now, having a decent day, grinding up, right? So, it's tough to find a trade in that one unless you were long in the morning. Moderna hasn't really been on my radar recently. Doing 1.1 volume on the day, not too exciting, obviously. What are you saying there? Moderna up 180 volume, 943K. I guess that's the average volume. So yeah, maybe a little bit R vol. Yeah, no news. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, so slowly grinding up here. Maybe maybe some big money repositioning there on Moderna, but yeah, no trades for me on it today.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Carvana right now. Just took a short, so kind of interesting here. So we had the up halt, it gapped up. I don't think it actually went for the test of the halt level there. It doesn't look like I'm seeing that. I don't know if there's something different there, but kind of my thesis on this is, it's bad. It's just kind of bad. It had the down move, now it has the up move. I don't necessarily believe that we're going to run through 5 and then like explode to the upside. I just don't know how high we go. So, I'm going to try the short over here. And it is paid for shorts today. What I'm thinking is if we come back down and test this kind of 446 pre-halt area, maybe we bounce and then go back up, and then I probably will readjust my stop just because if we bounce from here and then go back up, I'll just take a break-even loss. But kind of putting the odds in my favor here, if we come back down, break this level, I think we actually have a chance to just flush back down to VWAP, which is good R to R for my current setup right now. So going to risk a little bit on this one, see what happens next. Maybe we flush there, maybe we don't. Yeah, I'll keep you posted on that one. But right now, just initiated that position. So pretty much break even there. And yeah, guys, hopefully you guys are doing well. And thank you to whoever reminded me saying, Luca, no glasses. I was like, no, not today. Ran back to grab them very quickly. SMMT is actually flushing here. I got it here on the left side. Yeah, man, I'm kind of, now that I see it at 2, like that's where I wanted to cover this thing. And I'm silly for readjusting that one. And yeah, here goes Carvana back to the upside. So let's see if that 470 area holds. So essentially we had the wick through 470 and now kind of sideways chop. If we get back through 470, I'm not gonna, give this room all the way to 5. So I'll just get myself out and then kind of reevaluate that one. But yeah, I'm going to stick to the plan. If I get stopped out, is what it is. A couple other trades that I had here was RXDX, which I don't know if you guys were watching this one, but absolutely crazy. This thing, and this is not going to load because I don't have the, I didn't go back far enough, but I just want everybody to see this. Hopefully, look. Yeah, there we go. So biotech company, some type of positive news. This thing went from 40 to 130 in like what is this, like 20 minutes? Like that's an insane move to the upside. I'm not really sure, you know, what the news is there. I'm not really too sure. I didn't kind of digest it myself, but you know, anytime you get a kind of move like this, you know, it gets really exciting. So I took a short on this. Where is it here? It was iceberging and reserving that 100 level. It just kind of was holding for the time being, looking like, okay, if we break down, maybe we flush. And so, you know, small size, because the spread on this is kind of deceiving. It looks like, oh, maybe the spread's only 10 cents, but this thing can jump around and chop around like easily $1, $3. That's kind of my kind of take on this one. So tried the short through 100. We didn't really flush. We came back up, you know, stopped myself out. And I think for the time being, I'm going to also put this one on ice just because this price action looks pretty muted. You know, we had the move to the upside, I think, from 100 to 110. And kind of giving the feel that, yeah, oh yeah, this has legs, this could potentially go. Ended up not going, coming back down, and now just kind of sideways action. You know, maybe there's some type of buyer or seller at 100 just wants to print that level for the time being. So yeah, we'll get back to this one and see what happens. But yeah, man, not every day do you have crazy moves. 40 to 130, like up 200%. That's kind of crazy there. And I'm just glancing back here. I think I'm stopped out of Carvana. Yeah, I think I'm stopped out over here, but didn't really break to the upside, so maybe try another short here.
Guys, I'm just watching the market kind of come down here off of that 39.60. I was looking at the SPY. It looks like it's kind of, you know, pulling back quite a bit. I did take some profits there on the Amazon short. Like I said, my bigger target, the piece I'm going to be holding for, is going to be closer to this 88 area, but 30 cents in the money. I got to take some risk off there. So, you know, quick scalp out there on that one. Would you hit the wow there or the bang? Okay, yeah. So, you know, same sort of thesis here. I'm just looking at the market. It's like, you know, basically we're going to chop around. That's why I was kind of looking at the SPY, right? So I was taking a look at this. You know, the market, obviously, a little bit of an uptrend today, right? Off of these bottoms. I guess on the ES, you know, those bottoms of 39.20, that was kind of like the overnight low, right? But here we are, kind of, I don't want to say it's like, you know, for sure this is the top at 39.60 or, you know, 395.50 here on the SPY. But we are pulling back pretty heavily, you know, leading up to European close maybe. But, you know, maybe we just kind of chop around and slowly back grind down. Let me actually just toss this on here, do some quick charting. Do this little trend line. So, you know, maybe if this trend line breaks down, what do we think here, guys?
That is so unfortunate here. I'm just looking at Carvana. It finally actually breaks down to the, is this halting down now? I think it's halting down here for anybody watching it. Yeah, I'm going to just hold the shorts here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. No, I was just drawing that trend line there. Maybe if this trend line breaks down on the ES, you know, then we start to really start to pull back and test back these lows around 39.20 here. You know, basically flat on the day. So that's why I'm thinking it's going to be more of like an inside day. SPY volume, you know, we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. 23 mil volume on the SPY today. So that's obviously way below, you know, the regular R vol, so to speak, right? Today is kind of exciting. Yeah, you know, like I said, there's always going to be moves. To be had off of that morning, right? And you know, you got to take advantage of them. One thing I wanted to take a look at, actually, and potentially get into a trade was Lucid here, because Lucid is actually kind of making a bottom here, guys. You know my little take on Lucid here. Well, Amazon 50 cents in the money now, so you know gonna have to spin that one, but. Yeah, no, Lucid here kind of making a little bit of a bottom around 8.30. There was actually a size on the bid yesterday at 8.50 late day, and it kind of ran away from there. Obviously, you know, today that has kind of gone and past there, no longer there. You know, broke down all the way down to 8.28 is the low on the day for Lucid. But kind of catching a bid, so maybe if it comes back down here, 8.45, 8.40 area, I might start bidding on that name. Let me actually just kind of do that now, just in case, you know, in case it comes down there, let me start, you know, getting some shares. So there you're going to see me start to bid on this name. I think that's fine there. So, okay, so yeah, let's start loading up on that one if it comes back down and I want to take that long.
Yeah, guys, so sorry about that. So basically, yeah, Carvana had the short, stopped out of it. But, you know, I wanted to get back short 65s. I wasn't really kind of paying attention as to what's going on here. Ended up punching short, I think, where am I? I'm short 453, goes into a down haul. I'm kind of surprised because it's not, I mean, what's the haul, like 10%? So I guess it doesn't feel like that's 10%. Like 10% would be 40 cents. It just doesn't feel or maybe it is. I guess it is 40 cents from here to here. Maybe it just didn't do an upprint because it's SSR. Not really too sure what happens there, but yeah, no, it's so here we are. We're in the down halt. It's showing 442 open. So closed at 442, now showing 442 open. Unfortunately, you know, this is Prad's setup. So this is Prad's keyboard. So I don't have a lot of the keys that I want to be set up here. So I'm not going to get out on the open because I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe I could set that up in the next 5 minutes. But you know what? I'm just going to hold this and see where we go. Maybe we open 442 and then don't really flush back to the upside. I think I have a decent average, like 10 cents in the money that, you know, if I do get rinsed, I'll break even, like if it just quickly flushes up. So yeah, we'll go with that one. Hopefully I don't get kind of destroyed on this. And, you know, maybe we just flush back down. My target is, I mean, 442, I initially said VWAP, but we could easily see 4 again today, like easily, I think. And so I'm going to kind of be discretionary at VWAP level. After this opens, I think it's going to be a 5-minute halt. So halted at 11:12:57, I want to say, 56. And so that would be like what, maybe like 17, 18, like 5-minute hold. So yeah, we'll see what happens when this opens. Maybe it flushes down, breaks VWAP, goes to 4. So I'm going to try to get a cover at 4. That'll be awesome. But if for whatever reason it just rips back to the upside, then I'm just going to cover it. I'm not going to really let it go against me. I'm not really too sure. That was like a slow halt. That was very, very surprising. And that's why I didn't mean to cut Ian off. I'm just like, what is going on over here? Like, I don't even know. So yeah, you know, all is well here. Get the order ready for when this thing opens, and for sure I'll let you guys know as soon as it opens.
Guys, we got to spin the money. I know Shawn is short Amazon as well. This one's working very nicely. Yeah, $1 in the money now off of that short 89. I covered there, hit my target, so you know it is what it is. And then also too, this cheeky little trend line I drew is kind of, you know, looking to make some potential bounces off that. I'm looking to, like, you know, just basically trade the range today. So you know, if it's going to come back down here 87 below 88, 87.60 area, I might start to get back you know, long on this one and try to play that range. I was looking at Meta as well. Meta is looking like it wants to trade a range as well today. Basically this 113.50 to 150 area, right? So I'm probably going to start bidding a little bit lower here, down in closer to that 113.50 area, just so I have you know, a good R&R in this trade, and you know, my target's obviously going to be you know, to the top side of this 115 area. So that's what I'm looking at currently. Obviously still in ATVI. I'm just going to try and hold that one all day. I think that might be the bottom on that one there. Do not forget, futures roll has started. Directional price moves can mean less capturing moves between different contracts. Yeah, no, that's some good insight there. Obviously, you know, you have some futures experience. Yeah, the contracts do change over. It's always kind of a thing. Like, so has it changed over now? Let me check here because I was still on the Z contract. I think it might still be there. I'm not too sure. I'll have to check that later. You're on Z, yeah. I think it's still. I think it might still be the Z contract, but maybe if someone knows in the chat, they can kind of pull it up. Plug looks like a good time to buy. Let's take a look at Plug, actually. Plug, man, I remember Plug when, you know, it was, I remember trading Plug a while ago back in 2021 there. A lot of like the EV names and stuff were kind of popping off. Let's see here, down, well, it's making new lows today. Is that a new 52-week low for Plug? It seems like it is. Yeah, basically, like what was this? Okay, maybe not actually. So this dropped down to 1260 back in May. So, you know, we're right back down here. So yeah, I totally get. It's still Z? Okay, cool. Yeah, I totally get what you're trying to say there, whoever that was, talking about Plug, potential load-up spot. You're basically, you know, this is like the perfect R&R for that load-up spot, but, you know, keep in mind, this has been super weak, and Plug is one of those things that kind of needs, like, news all the time, so, you know, and just kind of keep that in mind, but, yeah, I don't hate that trade at all. Obviously, you know, for investment or long-term swing trade, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, guys, so CVNA opened up, got stopped out on it, so yeah, only made like 4 cents there. It's kind of weird. It opened, and then instead of, you know, doing a lot of volume and giving you that action, it's just kind of slow and muted. But I think the short is good, but it is SSR, so it's tough to punch in. I get bad prices when I do this, so it's probably, like, my bet is we're going to 4. I just think it's going to go to 4 without me, unfortunately. But whatever, take shots where shots are warranted, I guess. I expect some chop around. I would use this level as a kind of like a reference level, 447 to 455. This is where we halted to the upside, and then it kind of held. So This is like, banger short area just above 455. I think if we get back above that 455, we probably get back to 447. But obviously, negative catalyst. I'm favoring the downside on this. It is SSRs, just to kind of say that one more time. So obviously manage your expectations when you're executing trades on something like this. That's kind of why I'm, not really holding on to that one. Just didn't really know. I thought like, if we break 451, then maybe we like fly. So I want to be ahead of the curve on that. But yeah, maybe should have just put the stop 61s instead of 51s. All good there, but yeah, no, we'll see if we get other stuff going here. I'm just kind of glancing back at my position or my watch list. SMMT, $2, nothing too crazy. AMD flushing back down. You mentioned Amazon. Let's have a look here at Amazon. I wonder where we are in Amazon. We had that 90 level from yesterday. That was really nice, and it kind of giving the feel that the pre-market bottom area is holding for the time being. So, this market is an absolute, I want to say, chop fest right now. But yeah, Arun's levels coming into play, that 39.60 going into 39.75 resistance area. ES kind of breaking the high, like making that high, coming back down, sort of testing it, breaking the high, then giving you the flush back to the downside. Today is definitely a day that I think we could go back and test those lows, so 39.25, 39.30 area. And so I'm trying to figure out, what's my plan on these large caps. I don't really want to short low of day on something like an Amazon. I almost want to play a bounce if we can get closer to that area. So my level for bounce play is 80. I'm going to call it 87.50. If we can get to 87.50 there, I'm going to try for a bounce play. Maybe get 50 cents out of that, probably 20. But we'll see if that wants to fill there, and then kind of go from there.
I just got long Amazon there actually, and it's gonna look weird because I was short up at 89 there, and then I guess I should have held that short, but here I am now. I guess this would have been my last cover, quote unquote. So now long here on Amazon, down near that 87, like Luca was saying, near these pre-market lows, basically risking off of that 87.40 area. I am long Meta as well, and I'm seeing that one kind of go against me here, basically risking down to this 113 area. The market is pulling back quite hard here, guys. So keep that in mind. Be careful. I'm tossing in small positions here, so I'm not too worried here. I'm basically risking down to, like I said, 113. Look to maybe add if it starts to bounce around that area as well. I might be interested in doing that. So watching those two things now. Long those ones. Again, guys, basically going to be trying to play this range. Looks like a little bit of a consolidation here in the morning before the market opened on the ES here around this 39.35 area, where it kind of and this is the 5-minute, guys, and I told you guys yesterday how I've been trying to use this chart a little bit to kind of generate a little bit of trade ideas, and then if there's level 2 size on the book and whatnot, then you kind of take a trade. But look at these kind of explosion candles here on the 5-minute here after the open, and then obviously bouncing around this area too. So obviously it's got to be a range. Arun will say that all the time. You can't just use a singular price on the ES and expect it to kind of bounce right off of there, so to speak. So it's going to be a range. So got to give it a little bit of breathing room. But now we're long trying to play the bounce on some of these things, kind of like what Luca was saying.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should just step up and get long the way your kind of ideology on Amazon, but I really want to wait for that quick move down and quick move back up. I think that's the play here. So I'm sitting in front of the 50s area, see if we get the fill there. Yeah, CVNA not really doing too much. Let's see if we get this fill here. I'm just kind of locked in. Maybe we get a quick flush. It really does. I mean, look at this move, right? This is a very, very, relative to the day, we've just kind of moved from the top of the range all the way to the bottom of the range. So when you get these kind of very quick moves, time of day is also important, but something to keep in mind is all the way up, all the way down very, very quickly, right? And it's kind of showing you that it has the capability of doing that on perhaps a day like today. So yeah, I'm going to try to get that fill there and then look for the move back up on Amazon and then kind of see where we go from there. Just kind of glancing back at a few other names as well. I'm not sure where Apple is. I want to watch Apple for that 140 level. Maybe there's something to be had there. I think Neal makes a very good point, though. We started the day above 141, and we actually ran to 142, 142.50, I think, was the high. And so, if we do get to that 140, it's got to really show you. It's got to really show you that this is a bottom that's been consolidating and then breaking to the downside. If we go from 140.80 right now and the overall market runs to the lows and then just breaks the lows and then Apple is at 140.20 or 140.10, and we're approaching 140, you know, I don't really love the short through 140. Reason being, I mean, maybe I'll try it for a scalp, but reason being is because, you know, range is in, right? 143 was the high, 140 being the bottom. Does this really have the gas right now at this particular time to break 140 and then flush another 80 cents, right? So these are the things I'm asking myself. So I'd be kind of cautious of that. And if we actually do flush there very, very quickly, I might even just try a bounce play, right? So I'm going to try this on Amazon. But again, the longer that we consolidate at this level, and here's the Amazon chart for everybody to see, the longer that we go sideways, then if we actually get a pop to this moving average, do a little bit of rejection, consolidation, and then come back down, I'm removing my bid. I don't want it. It's not the same play. So it kind of has the potential that that's what's actually going to play out. And yeah, here we go. We're popping to the upside. So yeah, my bid's gone. I'm going to reevaluate that. I'll be more discretionary if we get there, just because a lot of the times you get a big downtrend. It either fills you and pops, and that's the bounce play, or, you know, it goes back up and then kind of shows you what it's going to do, rejects, goes back down, bounce play off the table, right? So, you know, kind of a bizarre bounce play, I would say, just because I'm going off just low of day. So it's, you know, not really like a strong level. So obviously size accordingly. If you're thinking the same thing, like this is not like a super A+ setup for myself, more of just like I think we'd be good if we bounce. But yeah, now here we are, 87.93 is back to the upside. So yeah, probably your long is looking good and my long is just not filled. So but patience pays, and I'm in a good mood, so things are good. Things are good.
Yeah, you know, positive vibes all around. Obviously, that's important, guys. You know, you got to have the right mindset, got to have the right attitude, got to be positive if you're going to trade. If not, you know, you might as well just go take a walk and stay away from the desk. You might get too tilted. I am long Amazon. My price isn't the greatest. Obviously, you know, it's 87.83. It's basically flat right now. So gotta, you know, basically hold that, you know, for a little bit longer. I did add to the meta position there in front of 113. So my average is a lot better now. So basically flat on that trade, and, you know, looking for more of that bounce move to see if that 113.50 area can get reclaimed. And I think I should be good on that one, and maybe a push back up to VWAP. That would be pretty handy there on meta. So, you know, long a couple names now. It seems like the market is trying to bounce a little bit here, so, you know, I'm going to keep that in mind. I was looking at Tesla too, just because Tesla is at the bottom of this range as well. I'm not going to trade Tesla anymore. I don't want to take any more losses on it today. I think I've had enough on there. That's what I've been trying to do, is I've been trying to really, I guess, mark down how much of a percentage of my shutdown I wanted to risk on a particular trade or on a particular name, and I've exceeded that here on Tesla today. So, you know, going to show some discipline and not trade Tesla for the rest of the day. But Tesla is kind of bouncing as well. That's a good potential reload area right down at the support. So, you know, if we're talking about trying to play these ranges, that's obviously going to be at the bottom of the range. Let's take a look at the biggest and the baddest, Apple, to see if this is going to be doing something similar as well. Man, look at this range on Apple too. Similar action here. Apple had that tight consolidation yesterday. We were kind of talking about that on the show. So, you know, similar price action here. AMD holding 72. Maybe that's another potential trade idea. I think we were trading this one yesterday, guys, if you guys recall, around this 70 area as well. Wow, did it hold the same bottoms as yesterday? That's going to be interesting. Let's actually rewind here and take a look. Okay, no, so it actually went down to 69.40. Okay, so that's where we were kind of trading it. Oh, we were trading it all the way up there yesterday. Okay, interesting. So we're actually $1 down. So yeah, my mistake there. But it does look like it is kind of holding above this, you know, same sort of thing, man. Like all these names kind of making the same sort of price action on that one, as Amazon kind of pulls back to my price. But again, guys, you know, I'm watching that one on my side screen. Not too you know, worried about it. It hasn't really broken these like pre-market lows like Luca was saying. So, you know, basically risking off of that until it starts to really test lower to that area. Then, you know, I'm going to be a little bit more concerned. But for now, just land it chill.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's all about chilling. And to be honest, as a day trader, I love that, right? I love chilling, and I'm sure a lot of you guys too, right? Do as well. So yeah, just be very patient. Wait for your trades to set up, and then when they do set up, smash them. I tried to Tesla long there. You know, Ian was talking about it. I was like, I like that. And then somebody in the chat was like, Tesla probably long. And then it kind of gave that feel that we're going up. But for some reason, somebody just had to smash 15,000 shares at like the 40s, 30s. And I just kind of saw it and I went, oh man, this is going to ruin everything. So yeah, here I am stopped out on Tesla. No big deal. For me, this was a very small size for the intraday swing back to VWAP. I think there's some potential there, kind of playing off the all this goes back to the market ideology of we're going to test the lows probably, and then maybe we get that bounce, right? So I'm kind of looking at a few of these names and thinking, okay, where do I want to position myself? Meta, absolutely not. But actually, I didn't even look at Meta, but I just know that they are, or maybe actually, this kind of, everything is kind of range bound. So you know what? Maybe it's, I'm going to go along a few things here and just kind of spread out everything. So I'm going to go along Meta right now. I'm going to go long Apple right here as well. I think a lot of selling is coming in, but if this selling for whatever reason exhausts, then I think we get that quick, sharp bounce back to the upside. Tesla is one that I do want to go long, but it's a little harder to manage the risk, and the moves are sharper, and Prad's keyboard is not doing me well right now. So I'm going to stay away from that one, and then let's look back here at Amazon, because now we actually broke the lows in 87.60, whereas initially where I wanted to try it, but let's see if it actually holds. I think we could probably get to 87.50 and then reevaluate on that one. So yeah, long Meta, long Apple, and trying to get long Amazon as well. And then yeah, see what else we have here. Somebody was mentioning AMD as well. It's a little further away from the lows, and yeah, AMD actually had quite a bit of selling. But I think a lot of, obviously, not when in doubt zoom out, but I think daily is super important on AMD right now. Was doing that sideways consolidation for so long. This is the daily. Then we broke to the upside. Now sideways consolidation again, giving those kind of wick off tops on the daily, showing you that the over 78 short is the money playing off the 80 level. And then now here we go back down to the downside. I think we broke the range. Yeah, kind of. And now, today we had the quick up move followed by the quick down move. So maybe range day, maybe flat day. AMD kind of far away from the lows, so I'm not going to go long there. But AMD is a name that I want to short. And going back to the intraday perspective on it, I'm kind of sad that I missed the setup here, the double top. This is pretty textbook, right? It's like it showed you that this was the high. We couldn't even get there, and then it gave you the double top. Even if you sometimes the pattern doesn't work intraday where it's like, oh, double top short the break of the neckline. But you can mark the level, gauge the tape, feel it, and then it shows you a double top. And you got to imagine that longs aren't too thrilled about this, and then maybe the shorts come in and the short is good. So yeah, if I saw that earlier, maybe I would have taken the shot there. But yeah, I'm gonna have to let that one go, and I'm gonna go back quickly just here to Amazon to see where we are. I'm gonna throw a bit out now. Yeah, maybe we get that quick flush down, get the fill, and then bounce back.
I just added to the Amazon there. Although I was seeing a lot like buying and a lot of action here in the 60s. I'm trying to read the tape, but it does seem like there are active buyers down here. The market does seem like it wants to try to make an attempt at a bounce. So that's what we're kind of playing off. But I was just thinking in my head there, as Luca was saying, looking at my longs. So now Meta is basically back to flat for me there. But I was looking at my longs and I was thinking like, okay, this is kind of like the make it or break it area for the long side. I feel for the market. I was basically looking at this 39, like I said, 39.20. 39.25 area for the potential bounce here in the market. It does look like it is a key area of interest. So it does look like potential for the bounce here, but that's why you got to kind of size down unless you really love a trade. Then obviously start to attack it like Luca was saying there. But on this side now. I did add to that Amazon long. So are you now long Amazon? Are you starting to bid there, Luca? Because basically this is where I basically add. I think I added. I got 69s on my. I just crossed and added.
Yeah. So I don't. I'm actually. This is a me thing, but I feel like I'm looking back at the longs. Meta's 20 cents in the money, Apple's 20 cents in the money. So these things are getting started to the upside. So I actually like that. And, there's days where I would normally scalp this out right now. But I really do think that Apple and all these names actually have the potential to really rip back to the upside. So I do want to actually try and hold these. And then you have the defined out. I'm not necessarily going to put a stop at the low of day. But for me, it's like, that 140 level on Apple, that's like kind of far away from it. That's not where I'm going to hold this long to. But that 140 level, I don't think we're actually going to go down right now. I think we actually have a better chance of going up. So obviously that's why I'm long. Didn't get the fill on Amazon, but I was kind of thinking like, and this is what I want to see. I'll kind of explain it to everybody. I want to see this candle flush down to the 50s, and then kind of reclaim it, right? So if I can see that, I'm gonna take the long because I think I could get the better price. Like why is this holding here? I could go long here and scale into it. but I already have 2 longs on board. Those ones are already working for me, so I'm sort of being a little more patient with the Amazon long. And then hopefully we flush down, get the fill there, we bounce back up. Good price on that. Then I'm locked and loaded Apple, Meta, Amazon to the long side, and then kind of, just see where that one goes. And yeah, really happy that I didn't reload Tesla just yet. Maybe Tesla wants to give that same kind of setup as Amazon, where it wants to flush down, stop everybody out, then reclaim and go back up. Keep in mind, we are in sort of approaching algo hour, so, the algorithms are going to do their thing, and not to say that I know what I'm doing or I think that I'm on the right side. Anything can happen. There's no certainties in this game, but my kind of feel to this is a perfect setup for algos to, trigger the stops. Like, it wants to go up, but they would rather trigger the stops to the downside, those low of day stops, and then flush it back up. Then you're going to get the sharp move to the upside. So with something like Apple, I just kind of got long because I'm a little more confident. With something like Meta, I just kind of looked at it very quickly, and I was like, oh yeah, that kind of below, see this flush down and quick move back up. It's like, look at the consolidation. You think, oh, bid here, triggers the stops, quickly rips back and goes. And so I want to say that, like, and this isn't kind of science, but 113.60 to 113 for me is that general buy zone. That's kind of what I quickly saw, and I want to get long there. So now, if we actually break back through the 113.60, we probably, with everything else, maybe just trend back to the upside, get that VWAP test. So yeah, I'm going to reconsider the VWAP covers on this. Oh man, Amazon, yeah, no, it didn't give that. It's we're back to the upside, but it's okay, right? So at least I'm long Amazon or Apple, at least I'm long Meta, and Amazon, it didn't. It is what it is. But sometimes you don't get all 4 or 5 names that you want. Sometimes you only get 2, and you're just like, it is what it is. 2 is good. And I think the counter's at 3 now.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, what we're trying to do is we're playing market moves, right? We're playing market moves.
Oh yeah.
We talked about this yesterday, man. Like, Luca and I are seeing the same levels here, so it's not rocket science or anything sort of speak like that. But yeah, now it seems like the longs are starting to work a bit. Luca has a much better price on Meta than me, but I'm now like 20-25 cents in the money on that Meta long. I want to try and hold that closer to that 114 area. To see if I get those. Actually, let me start kind of layering my offers on that name. I was just looking at Tesla there because I wanted to talk about something there. But yeah, layering now some offers on that name on Meta closer to that 114 area. So, that one's rocking to the upside for me on that one. I was going to say, well, that's TLSA. No, TSLA. There we go. I was going to say, as Luca mentioned, we're kind of entering that algo hour, quote unquote, so to speak, area, right? So, look at this 173. And granted, this was before I saw these two, kind of a little bit of buying momentum come here, off of that 173. But when I looked at this, this looked like pure death to me, just because it was just chopping around that 173 area. And just like Luca said, the algos are just trying to run some stops here, collect some liquidity for maybe a little bit push up, a move up here. And that's exactly what happened. Now Amazon is starting to, click for me there. So let me take out a piece there, 20 cents in the money on Amazon. But yeah, so, same sort of thing here on Tesla. But yeah, I wasn't looking to get involved here on Tesla. Tesla is very, I feel like it's very algo driven. And when I look at a book like this and I see a bunch of ones on the book, guys, like, come on, there's more than 100 shares being traded here on Tesla. Obviously, we're seeing the time of sales go off, but a quick like kind of like, I guess, a strategy that I use is I use this filter, right? So on my side screen, I'm using this filter all the time, but I'm basically filtering for size that I actually, is significant to me, and I want to, take a part in, or maybe, take some, trades off of that. So, when I look at this, when I filter for size on Tesla, look at the book, guys, it's empty, right? So, when I see that, I'm not going to be that interested in trading it. But yeah, obviously don't want to get run over by the algos. That's why you see me now. Amazon, we got to spin some profits for this one. Guys, I wasn't averaging into this one and adding to it. I looked at my chart briefly there, and it looked kind of weird because I was like, green arrow, green arrow, green arrow, green arrow. It's like I'm just averaging into like this loser. No, okay, so guys, if you guys are just tuning in now, I was short up at 89. I believe Shawn had a similar position there. And then I covered that position, and I'm flipped long now near the bottoms, around 87.60, right? Starting to take profits into the 90s. I took one piece out there, right? So going to try and hold this one for the top of the range. Obviously, it was there earlier. If we're going to trade like a range day today, we can get there again, right? So that's the kind of the thesis on that one. Let's send it to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, just wrapping up the day here for European markets. As we saw in the pre-market, it was a bit of a mixed session to start. Ends that way as well. Here's a look at some of the major indexes here, just coming through with the final prints. 0.5%, 0.2 there for Britain's FTSE 100, the main index there. You can see 0.17 for the overall UK market there. Downside, 0.37 for Germany, France as well, red. Italy, the only one to get back to positive territory, but all of these following North American markets back to the downside, guys.
Thank you, Brendan. Luca and I were just talking about some volume that just came in there to the sell side on Meta. I talked about it maybe reclaiming this 113.50 area. Luca mentioned 113.60 area, and it was starting to really push up to the area. I was like, me and Luca are kind of looking at each other. I was like, okay, maybe this is starting to look really, really good now, right? So, but then there was like this random flush to the sell side, and we were trying to see like where it kind of execute on what gateway, if it was a lit gateway or something. It might have been a dark pool gateway there, but decent volume. You see on the bottom here in my chart, that's the volume indicator there, and a big spike on that downside. So we're kind of really struggling with this 113.50 area, basically around my price. Like my price is 113.37, not too great on that one. I did have to average into that one closer to 113.20. But that one's kind of just trickling around 10 cents in the money for me on that one. I think Luca's probably like 20, 30 cents in the money on that one. So, maybe a good time to, consider taking some profits on that one. But me, I feel like I got to hold this one a little bit longer. I think it's still good. Luca. Despite that big sell volume that came in on that one, it still seems to be holding up. I think Luca is onto something though.
So SMMT is actually ripping up, guys. Look at this move, right? It's at 205, not moving. All of a sudden, boom, all the way to 220. Currently, I have no position on it. There was size at 220, 221. Not too much size. Again, $2 stock, 5,000 lots. That's not. I don't classify that as size, but it's notable relative to the other size that we're seeing on the book. There's size at 224, 5,500 lots. I think that guy actually moved up. And then the size that was 229, the 1.5 million shares that everybody was talking about, that's gone. I don't see it on the book. Maybe it shows up a little bit later, but I'm pretty sure it would show up right now for myself. So yeah, maybe that guy's gone and he split his order, or he got filled, or a dark pooled. Who knows what happens there? But yeah, if we actually get back to that 230 area, 225 break to the upside, I feel like just because I know that everybody is short in front of the size, like that's how everybody thinks, and then we actually flushed, people cover along the way, right? But the people that didn't cover, that's why you get these very sharp moves to the upside. So now let's see if this wants to continue or if it just dies. Like if this is just like, oh, shorts covering, and then we just stop and do nothing, we probably just go sideways again, right? So it's like we move down, we really do nothing. We move down, and then look at this. We just kind of lackluster action. We don't really do anything. We move up, and then my expectations is, we just do nothing. But if we keep going to the upside, if the tape is just kind of green, and we're like breaking levels, then, everyone's going to get squeezed. And I kind of want to say the halt band to the upside on this, and don't quote me, do the math, but it's probably 270 area. And so keep that in mind. Like maybe we break 230, and because everybody's stop is there, if it's there, and if everyone is playing off the size and the size isn't there, and then people get squeezed, maybe we actually rip to the upside. So these are things that I'm looking at and kind of telling myself. So it's going to be a reactionary trade as we get closer to 225, 230 area, and then we'll see what happens. I did pay for shorts on this name, but it is SSR. I don't really want to short it right here because it kind of feels like we could easily just go up, and most likely I'll just get stopped out. Going to revisit some of my positions here. So the Meta trade, I don't hate this, but I do like Meta a little bit less than I like Apple. So these are actually working very nice, 40 cents in the money for myself, and I was like, I should probably cover here. Tried to get out at like 140, 130 area on Apple, just kind of in front of the VWAP. Didn't get it there, but again, this is now a little bit less volume. I still think my thesis is valid. I do have the bottom on this. And, if this is just kind of like down and then back up, then, I'm not really going to be out of the money. So, yeah, I'm going to hold on to that one, and then we'll just kind of revisit it. So these will be positions that I'll just be kind of, I'll just glance back over at them. I'm not going to let Meta go against me too much. I'll punch out if that's going to be a loser. And then Apple, same kind of thesis there as well. So, as I kind of glance at those, I'm going to just keep a tight watch on SMMT. And yeah, maybe we get some action and blow to the upside. I mean, what would be nicer than this just kind of breaking to the upside, getting the fill, going right into a halting, and then just kind of printing higher, and then that'll be my exit. If that's the case, then for sure I got to set up my exit orders there. But yeah, we'll just kind of let it chill for the time being and see what happens next. MMAT as well. I'll pull it up on the other level 2 that I have here. MMAT. MMAT. I'm not sure. So this one, is like I found this on like Reddit a few days ago, and people were talking about they got to go private, or like they're spinning off something going private. There's a huge short interest, and the shorts have to cover, and kind of that was the thesis, or that's kind of briefly what I was reading. As soon as I saw that, I pull up the float, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I don't have I was just kind of quickly looking at it. I think float's like 300 million, and short float was like 10 million shares. So I was like, in what world does this is this like a short squeeze? But obviously, maybe I have the wrong data, so I'm going to assume that I'm wrong on it, and maybe it can go up. But yeah, today kind of failed. But look at this move, right? It just kind of really doing nothing, just kind of slowly grinding its way up, and then finally picking up steam to the upside, moving from that 170 to 2, and then kind of topping out at 250 area. I'm not going to go long this name, but if we actually get back to 250, kind of 265 area, that's kind of an interesting area for a potential short. I did pay for shorts on that one. I just don't know if we get there. It's kind of slow, and again, if the float is that large, it's going to be more of a grinder, kind of up, down, not really doing like crazy moves the way that a low float would per se.
One thing I'm looking at here is PayPal, man. I don't know what got into this name. I don't know if there's any sort of catalyst, but man, oh wow, it's actually going now to the upside. So it broke up very, very, like basically hugely to the upside there. 72.80 was the top, broke out. And then I saw a lot of sell volume come in and kind of retrace most of the move. But then I just saw it push back up to the highs again, right? So, clearly something going on with PayPal here. I didn't, we didn't hear anything in the back or anything like that. I don't know. I don't think Brendan, saw anything on PayPal here, but now pushing to the highs once more and breaking out once again, right? So eyes on this name. This name is real.
Wow.
Whoa, what is happening here? What is happening with PayPal?
I should have gone long. I was like, oh, punch long, punch long, punch long. I didn't. Oh my.
Something has got to happen, or something's got to come. Has had to have come out here on PayPal, because that's not really normal there. It pushed all the way to 75 on that on huge volume there. That was an insane move that we just saw there. I was down at like 72.50, and it was starting to kind of maybe bounce and show like it didn't want to do anything, and then all the way up to 75. Wow, what a move. PayPal has no sellers. Yeah, I mean, PayPal is obviously a great company. A lot of internet like websites use PayPal. Obviously it's a proven payment system, right? I use PayPal all the time. Right, so it's there to stay, so to speak. But man, what an exciting move here. 1.2 million shares on the 3-minute. Yeah, you're totally right. So it's done 7.7 million shares, guys, on the day, and then 1.2 million shares right there in the past 2, 3, 5 minutes there, right? So huge momentum here to the upside for PayPal. Maybe that 75 break might be interesting, but man, I don't know. The spread is opening up quite a bit, and I'm seeing the bid and the offer, show one thing and then show like 30 cents down the next, right? So something I'm not going to be. I'm going to be very, very cautious with if I am going to take a trade on this one. Partly because, guys, I don't know if there's any sort of news, so I don't have any sort of backing or basis to kind of back up this trade. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, right? So I'm watching this one for sure, but probably going to be hands off until I hear something about it.
I don't know if I'm going to be hands off. I think I'm actually going to get long here and try to see if we get that 75 break. I don't necessarily. Okay, no, it's going without me. That's unfortunate. Yeah, no, I'm not going to take the 75 break. That's a recipe to get destroyed for myself. But it could be good. It's going to happen right now. Here we go. Let's just see it in real time. No, it did not break. And yeah, I think we're going to pass it to Brendan real quick for some update.
I was just going to mention, guys, there's an investor event that's going on. The CFO is presenting right now, and they're talking about increased guidance. So that kicked off that buying there for PayPal.
So
interesting. Okay.
No. So obviously, increasing guidance, that's going to be a positive catalyst. So that's why you saw that big momentum to the buy side come in. I think PayPal. I think Luca's trying to get long on PayPal. So let's swing it over to him.
Yeah, so I'm long here, but I'm not gonna lie, keep a tight stop on this one because we are flushing around like 60 cents. I'm long here for the 75 break. I think if we get through that 75 area, I'll readjust the stop. And well in the money on this one. Oh, I gotta take this here. 1 sec. No.
Wow, did you see that flush off of that beautiful 75? So did you get out on that before it flushed there, Luca?
So guys, and everybody has their own setup. That was wild. I got out because my scalp play is, let me see 75, let me readjust my stop, hit the wrong key, and I'm like, no, get me out, because I'm not letting this thing kind of break 75 and flush back down. This is like where is it here? Let me just pull it up, PayPal on this side. And as you guys can see, I'm really struggling with this setup on this side, but it's all good here. I kind of want to say that that's obviously really good news, guiding higher, that's definitely going to move stocks. My kind of feel is that this is 72 to 75 is a large move. And not to say that 75 is a level on the daily, but it is kind of that, quarter psychological level. As soon as this guy stops speaking, whenever that is, I think we flush back down. So just be cautious of that. Yeah, now we're back at 74.15. This thing is wild right here. So let me just make sure I have this. So this is a dangerous trade, and I understand the trade that I got myself into, but it's very take advantage of liquidity vacuums that are happening, and we're probably going to test the 75, and then if we flush back down, you just don't want to be in the long, right? So get the long, get out right at 75. Really good, happy that I wasn't caught in that candle, and I thought of flipping short, but it's just too fast right now. I'm just not able to react to it. But yeah, hopefully you guys are watching that. That's like a really fast move, and now we're all the way back down. The short is probably, this is 100% of the move, so 72 to 75. So if you're short 75 because you think it's a level, just keep in mind that a 50% retracement is a good target in general. That's like a good kind of risk to return. That would be my approach. I'm going to glance back at my other positions as well. Meta is slowly working. For a moment, Meta looked better than Apple, and I was wondering why that's the case. Okay, we got a nice up move candle on Apple here, and then quickly reject back down. I think I'm good here, so I'm going to hold on to these and keep the targets 141. 40 area, like discretionary, just kind of in front of VWAP. Same thing with Meta, 114 area. If we get there, we probably go higher, but I'm going to get out at VWAP because that was my initial plan. Just take the scalp, take the win, is what it is. I'm going to glance back at SMMT as well. This top 225 is not breaking. So 224 is where the size is. And then, it doesn't really, I don't see size above, but a lot of the times it'll just be dark pooled. So, for now, just kind of chilling. Which one? I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat. If you guys have any questions for us, let us know. Feel free to kind of, say our names and ask us questions. I know people were asking questions from before, and I'm just kind of, managing all these at once. So I'm like, trying to get back to them. Somebody, Lambo, Luca, what's good? Oh, a Ferrari guy personally. But I'm doing well, man. All is well. Hopefully you are too. And we got Luca, change your level I for YS. I don't know what that means. Tough PayPal, 200 to go back to 205 years. Because
Guys.
I'm a day. I don't know how you feel about these kind of, you have your thesis. We're day traders, right? So when I look and I go, so for example, the PayPal move to the upside, it's like when I see something like this, and where is it? I think I have it over here. When I see something like this, I go, oh yeah, PayPal is probably going to go from 74.50 to 75. Like it's probably going to do that. But if you say it's going to go back to 200, oh man, there's so many things to consider. You got to consider fundamentals. You got to consider, are they going to kind of, shift their business model? Okay, they're guiding higher now, but what's going to happen next quarter? Are things going to flip back? So there's a lot of different things that you ask yourself on that one. So for myself, it's kind of challenging. I'm not really, I'm not really, a long-term investor. I'm not a portfolio manager. I don't do any of that work. So, it'll just be me saying like random prices here. It's easier for me to kind of look and be like, 30-cent move here. That's kind of my specialty. And then when you get these kind of swing trade setups, I didn't trade any XOM today, and I keep bringing this up, but You know, when you see a kind of consolidation pattern, and let me pull up the daily for anybody that hasn't watched yesterday, you know, you see the oil trade is strong. You're getting the consolidation. 115 is an all-time high on XOM. It could not break that. Then we finally, you know, go lower. The Saudis come out saying, oh yeah, we're going to cut production to keep prices high. That's how you know they're desperate. That's how you know the short is probably really good. So you continue to, you know, scale into that one. Now we're going for 100, right? So if you have the short closer to 115, risking off 115 for like a swing trade, and you're like, well, what's my targets? Maybe 105, maybe 100. And, you know, if I want to be really greedy, maybe like a 90 area kind of, you know, we keep going into next year, the oil short. I really like that idea. It doesn't mean that I'm going to short oil here. You know, I'm shorting oil, or not oil, but XOM, you know, the short is at 115. Now it's just trade management. So it's not really an investment. It's more of like a swing trade idea. But yeah, going back to like, you know, in 5 years, tough call, man, tough call. Definitely not my forte, so I'm just going to stay away from that. And glancing back at Meta, it actually, oh my God, don't tell me the high is 113.92. Where am I sitting? Oh, I'm at 94s. Get out of here.
Guys,
Wow.
a couple things here. You know, I had that offer out in the 80s. On Meta,
my God.
I got out
Now
in
it's
the
gonna go
80s
back
there. You know, some of my position there on Meta for that little pop above the 200 EMA. So you know that one worked. And then I was also in this PayPal short, guys, which was that was scary. That was pretty scary because I got short in the 80s. I think I was short like 74.85. Just basically stopping out, risking a high day 75.20. It went up to 75.15 on the offer, and I was like, okay, this is a bad trade. I'm gonna get stopped out here. You know, chalk it up as another loss, and then quick 40-cent flush. You know, so quick. You know, take advantage of that one. It actually, when I got in short, it actually flushed 40 cents right away, and I was like, okay. And I didn't take it, and I was like, okay, that was kind of bad. I should have taken that one. And then it filled me on the way up. So, now, oh, wow, we tested their 75.20. I don't know if you're still watching PayPal, Luca, but
Yeah.
it tested their back the highs once again and didn't break it. So, you know, maybe the short is the play here on PayPal. That's kind of interesting now, actually. Okay, so let me get back short here on PayPal. Let me make sure that I get my stop in on that name. So
Yeah.
we're back short here on PayPal. You want to go? Yeah, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, I'll let you kind of manage that one. Guys, I wanted to short it there. I just got long. So, yeah, no, that was not supposed to be a long. And this is what I'm scared of, man. I feel like one wrong move on this keyboard, I'm going to lose everything. So, yeah, kind of playing with fire here. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Please pray for me. And, yeah, that 75 level is sort of interesting. Now we're breaking
It's
up
gone.
back to the highs. This is like obviously it's a positive catalyst, right? So for myself, what that means is if I am going to short, I'm playing with fire, and therefore I can't hold on to the short. Whereas if I'm buying a dip on like kind of like a long play, maybe I can hold it. But at the same time, just understand that this thing flashes around. It could easily move 30 cents against you, so manage your expectations. Yeah, I like the short for the kind of over-under high a day. I don't know, maybe we can get a little bit higher there. So I'm going to continue to glance back at it, but it's giving me the feel that there's dark pools and icebergs. And even somebody in the chat was saying big call buyer on PayPal. So that'll do it, man. You know, like this name obviously going back to the daily level, this name sold off, right? So sold off. Now we're getting that first kind of bounce day with a little bit of volume that's coming in. Not to say that this thing could be at 77, but, you know, 77 is moving average, right? So we could easily get to 77. Maybe not today, maybe not right now. You know, it's not really my bet. I'm not going to go long for like a 77 test, but that's kind of, you know, the most extreme case scenario that I would say for like a right now, like in the next, you know, 20 minutes, hour, like I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to 77. So yeah, with that in mind, just got to be very careful. I'm going to look back at Apple and Meta again quickly as Ian, maybe, I don't know if you have new positions.
No, I don't have a new position, but yeah, no, I was just looking at this PayPal thing, and I kind of wish I didn't take that second trade. I think my eyes lit up a little bit with dollar signs there as I saw it moving, you know, and Luca, you know, will attest to this as well. When you finally see the market or something actually moving very quickly and providing opportunities. With the way the market has been so, so slow recently, you kind of just get attracted to it and kind of want to just, try to make money on it. I'm still up on PayPal here, but I gave back, a decent chunk of it there on that second short. So, just going to be hands off, like Luca was saying. If you guys are saying, there are obviously big buyers here, then maybe, there's a huge flush move there. Off of those highs at 75.20, right? So huge flush there. So clearly they must have said something in that conference.
Maybe he's done talking.
Maybe he's done talking now.
Oh,
wow,
man.
what a flush!
Yeah, guys. Hopefully somebody recognized that one. So there was an iceberg buyer. It was pretty large at 75.10, and then as soon as they get the fill, it's kind of guiding it up. Not guiding it up, but it's kind of bouncing off that level. As soon as you get the fill there, you get the liquidity vacuum flush back to the downside. So I wanted that, but man, why am I just not fast? I'm just kind of slow on that. Is what it is. I covered a little bit of Meta over here. I covered a little bit of Apple. It's showing that maybe it wants to range and then spend a little bit more time here. So I'm going to reevaluate. If we can flush lower, I'm going to try to reload the long with the same thesis. If not, my target is the same, but it's just not. I really wanted it here and then kind of pull back and then go. Now that it's sort of showing that it's more of a chop fest, I'm just going to take the money as it kind of pays me there. So is what it is. We're going to go over to Mendl real quick to happening now.
Hey guys, it's the UBS Global TMT Conference, the CFO currently presenting for PayPal. So heads up, we could get some more volatility here in the next few minutes as this continues on. It's supposed to last, I saw, for most of the day. Not necessarily about PayPal, but we'll see how long their presentation lasts. Here's how the market's shaping up right now. Heading into lunch hour here, 0.16 for the S&P, dead flat for the Dow. Choppy day so far for the Russell. What's higher? Still the NASDAQ chopping around as well, trying to find a little bit of footing, but relative weakness coming into play for tech stocks. Speaking of, we were discussing Apple this morning in the pre-market. GME, earnings to come after the market closes tonight, and Airbnb, Morgan Stanley with the downgrade. So here's that move the guys were talking about. But again, just be aware there is a presentation going on right now. I'll get you that. What's it called again? It's the UBS Global TMT Conference. PayPal presenting at right now, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And we're just talking here on PayPal saying, is it done now? Is it like volume dies fairly quickly off these, news events? I guess you could say it's a news event. So I'll drag the volume up for everybody to see because this is kind of, volume profile. You have the move up, you have the move down, you have the move back up. It shows you that 75 is the level. Maybe there's icebergs, a lot of interest. Then they kind of fill and then it stops trading and then volume just goes back down to, where it was, right? So just keep in mind that, guys, as a trader, you want to capitalize on the scalp play, the short play, whatever kind of textbook setup that you guys have. And then, as volume dies, don't think that you have the same setup. It's not going to move the way that you think. Now, a lot of algos come back in, liquidity providing algos, and their job is to just push everybody off. And now if no volume comes through, it's very challenging. The edge goes away very, very quickly. So you either made the money, you either lost the money, you either made it and lost it, you lost it, you made it, but just don't overtrade it. I'm gonna leave it there. Something in the chat that somebody was mentioning is, there you go, some legs on RNZA. And I remember you were mentioning it maybe 10 minutes ago. RNZA or AZ? RNAZ on the NASDAQ most likely. Oh, this is a dollar stock here. 69 million shares traded. This one is, okay. This is definitely not free shorts here. Let me just quickly see. Yeah, no, not free shorts. I don't think I'm going to get them in time. If I had shorts right here, I'd probably try a short through $1. But this is actually textbook small cap setup. We see at least one of these a day where it's kind of trending up, volume's picking up, it's going to a key level, $1 level, breaks the level to the upside, does a little bit of sideways consolidation, goes down, people think the short is good, quickly runs back up, stops everybody out, high of day clear out, then you get the flush back down. So I think I'm late to the party on this one. Man, I should have looked at that sooner. Congratulations. Whoever mentioned that, great call. My bad. I should have looked at it sooner. I would have made some money on this, paid for shorts. But if I saw this before this kind of setup, I would have looked for that, over under volume spike, flush back down. I would have short probably around like 112 area. And now it's just like trade management. If we go back through $1, which we basically are right now, I really do think that, you know, there's a high chance that this name is done. You know, giving this setup, we probably break trend now, go back down to VWAP. I wouldn't think like a fast flush to 85 cents, but maybe kind of a little bit of sideways move, a little bit of sideways, and then it either goes back up and then shorts get stopped, or it just flushes and then shorts are covering. You're either long from the kind of momentum ride all the way up, or you're not. Don't buy the highs. Do yourself a favor, buy the dips. But when you get a move like this, where it's kind of not parabolic, but very strong, sharp move to the upside, it came from 65 cents, up 140%. Got to understand that there are mean reversion plays that make way more sense than just kind of long buying the highs. There's a time and a place for everything. M-Trade's calling out CVNA again. I saw it breaking back to the upside. Oh, now we're actually at 64s again. Okay, CVNA. I would love for this to get to 5. That would be like some type of action that could take place there. Here's the thing, right? I wanted the short. We held VWAP there. So I think the 20s made sense for the cover. I had the right idea. I just executed on it poorly. And to be honest, this is my problem as a trader. I have really good ideas. I just sometimes execute very poorly on them. And obviously, your calls are not going to make money. You know, I could sit here all day and be like, yeah, Carvana is now going to go to 5 because everyone's going to get squeezed. But I'm not going to get long here because then it maybe goes down. I get scared. I stop myself out, and then it goes to 5 anyways. So, yeah, you know, just try to build on that every single day. But if we can get to 5 right now very quickly, that would be an interesting play there. But, yeah, you know, we'll see what happens there. It's pretty, not a parabolic move, but a pretty nice sharp move to the upside. Like, this was just at 35s, right? So now it's at 74s. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to 5. I wonder if there's going to be any size sitting there, though.
It's one thing to make a call, and then you know, actually execute on the trade. You know, obviously execution, and then obviously the way we trade with a shutdown, with tight stops and whatnot. You know, it's much harder to execute. I saw a couple people, you know, saying some kind words in the chat. Ian, you had it, you know, on the short. Yeah, you know, I had the short on PayPal. It is what it is. Got wicked out high a day. That was a trade thesis, guys. I'm not mad about it. You know, like Luca said, you either make money on it or you lose money or you're flat or whatever. I'm a little bit positive on it, you know, so I'm not gonna complain. It is what it is. The trade was high a day. It stops out high a day and then flushes. You know, we've seen that happen many times before, and that's exactly what happened. Amazon, some people saying check out Amazon. Amazon is flushed right back down to my price here. I'm watching the market kind of reject this 39.40 area. Rejecting VWAP essentially here for the market too, like a little bit, right? So a little bit of a pullback there, causing obviously this pullback in the large caps. I was able to take some profits on Meta in front of that 200 EMA. I saw it just kind of bouncing off of that area. I know Luca was waiting for the 90s there. You know, but obviously after I start taking some of the profits, I was deeper in the money, you know, from my later ad, so to speak. So, you know, being 50 cents in the money on that one, just ended up decided to take some more out in front of the 200 EMA, and that's exactly that was the right call, right? Because right now we're all the way back down to 113.30 now on Meta. So, you know, clearly this pullback causing some selling across the entire market here. I saw some people asking for us to speak about Disney. Let's take a quick look at Disney. I had a couple trades on Disney recently, and I gotta say, like, I got beef to pick with Mickey Mouse, man. You know, Mickey took some money from me recently, so I'm probably gonna stay away from this name as the chart loads. Here we go, man. Come on. Yeah, so Disney basically flat on the day. I'm not too sure why you guys were calling this out. Maybe some news on the name. You know, you talk about something trading the range. There's only 4 mil volume on the day. Not really doing too much. I saw some people saying Disney potential trade of the day, question mark. Guys, I'm not really seeing too much here on Disney. So, you know, if you do, you know, see some news or any sort of reason why you, you know, want to trade this one, call it out. But for us, we're not really seeing this one on Disney here. People are laughing about the Mickey beef. Yeah, you know, if you guys haven't had a chance, man, I think, you know, take a look at Disney World. Like, actually go to Disney World. I went, I want to say like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and I didn't think that I was going to enjoy it that much. You know, I didn't have that many expectations going into it. you know, obviously, you know, I'm a big kid now, right? So, you know, I'm not gonna really enjoy, you know, enjoy the, you know, the little kid aspects about it. But man, you know, Disney is awesome. Yeah, Daryl, you know how it is. Disney is actually awesome, but there's something there for everyone, obviously. So, you know, if you haven't, you know, checked it out, you know, I highly recommend it. Thoughts on Tesla? I told you guys my thoughts on Tesla. I'm probably going to stay away from it, you know, moving forward for the rest of the day, just because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to lose more on it. I want to show some discipline. We're right back down to that 173 though, guys. Take a look at that. So, you know, we bounced off that 173 earlier, all the way to 175, and now right back down to this 173 area. I talked about how this area, this 173 area, is like kind of like this chop zone, chop fest, algo fest, if you will, basically, because it's just kind of diddling right around it, not really making any sort of moves. There's no size on the book, right? So, you know, this leads me to really want to kind of stay away from Tesla here, and you know, call it a day on Tesla. If you guys are going to take a trade on this one, obviously, you know, risk management has got to be top of mind, and you know, risk appropriately, size appropriately. But I don't really see a trade here. You know, if you are going to go long, you know, basically the support play, so to speak, that, you know, Luca and I were playing on, you know, the likes of Apple, Meta, Amazon. You can do that here on Tesla too, but essentially it's just kind of like the hope and prayer. It might go up. Well, you know what? The dips might keep dipping too. So, you know, kind of be careful with that one on Tesla. Tesla buying is super weak. Elon will keep selling shares because he's cash poor. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one, but yeah, you know, clearly Tesla is super weak today. It's been weak basically all trading week. You know, this is the third trading day in a row that Tesla is, you know, to the downside. So, you know, be careful on the long side here for Tesla if you guys are trading that one.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to short Carvana again over here, but this is going to be a little bit less size just because it's giving me, it, you know, popped up, did that little high of day, now sort of going back down. This isn't generally a break of trend. This is just that we ran up. This was the top. I said it before, the 450 to 470 are the money shorts. So I'm going to short it here, and then if we get back down through that 450, my short is money, and then we go back to VWAP. But it's just unfortunate. It has to be less size, because if you guys haven't noticed, I love taking the max size. So if I pay for, like, you know, 5,000 shares, I'm like, I have to take 5,000 shares. If I pay for 2,000, I have to take 2,000. And then if I take, like, you know, like whatever, 10%, 20%, I'm like, yeah, the short doesn't matter. Like, I don't even care. But the reason I say it has to be less size is because here we are going back to 470, right? So because it's less size, I'm kind of more calm on this one, and I'm going to let it, you know, give it a little bit of time. You know, if it breaks 480 and then rips to, like, you know, 485, then I'll probably just get out of that one. It'll be a paper cut. It won't be a big deal. But if we actually go back down, then I'll get that out at VWAP. So yeah, we'll see what happens over there. Somebody's saying URG. I saw that. Let's take a look here. URG on New York, NASDAQ, AM. Oh, is this a gas name? I feel like this might be a natural gas name. Feel free to let me know as I Google it. URG stock. This one is, oh yeah, UR Energy, $250 million company. Oh, but this is kind of slow, like only 385. I don't know if you're talking about the same thing, but no, that's not really moving. I know I try to pull up these names, but again, if this is the action, it's not doing anything. Maybe you have like an angle on it that you're seeing, but it's not like a day trade that I would look at. BNGO acquisition, maybe we're talking about that. Geo margin. You're a G, thank you for that. You're a G as well, thank you for watching. And guys, thanks so much for the likes as well. I'm seeing 2.4K likes. Yeah, guys, if you like the combination, me and Ian, hit the like button. Put it on a show over here. I'm enjoying myself, having a great time. And I want to quickly talk about, as I have these kind of 3 positions on board and just kind of waiting for something else to come through over here. Yeah, guys, the World Cup is interesting, man. So my thoughts on Portugal, I just want to bring this up very quickly. How do they bench Ronaldo and then Portugal wins what, like 6-1? It was like 6-1 or like 5-1 or something last I checked.
Well, I mean, like clearly they were pretty confident in that match. Like they were clearly pretty confident they were going to beat Switzerland. But yeah, that was a stomping.
So, but the thing is like, and guys, I'm gonna, you know, this is me. This is my opinion. So obviously everybody has their own opinions. I think they bench Ronaldo. They win 6-1. Ronaldo, they move on. Portugal moves on. Ronaldo plays. They say, everyone goes, oh, now Ronaldo's in? For sure they're going to get the win. They just won 6-1 without Ronaldo. Everyone smashes Portugal. Portugal loses. Boom. That's how you rig. But no, that's just my thoughts there. I just found it kind of interesting at how that kind of played itself out. And the only reason I bring it up is because kind of interesting some of the calls that are going down there. But again, I'm not a huge gambler. I actually won't be betting on it. I just kind of watch and I go, it's like trading, right? I'm like, oh, well, everyone's going to be stopped out over here. Like, let's look at MMT. Everyone is shorting in front of the size. Guess where their stop is? Their stop is either punching out on the size or stop above the size. So, I was short, and I'm like, yeah, the short could be good if I'm patient enough for it. But you know what could be better? Taking the opposite of everybody else, because they're all going to punch out. It'll fly into an up halt. Way better risk to return on the money. So yeah, that's kind of why I say that there. But I'm like half joking, but not really. But again, I'm not a gambler. I don't have money on the line, so I'm not like, oh, it was rigged and I lost. No, I'm just like, I think it was rigged, but I don't really care too much. I just kind of enjoy the sport. I love soccer. Definitely one of the more interesting sports, one of the bigger, more popular sports in the world for sure. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of you guys play soccer, guys and girls. Yeah, risk taker, speculation. The speculation life is definitely for me. It's a fun life, living on the edge every single day is something else.
I mean, there's a difference, right? There's a difference. It's like, obviously in the markets, we like to think at least that we have an edge, and that's what we practice, and that's like a skill that we really, really work on. Whereas, obviously sports gambling, the casino, say what you want, but obviously there's no edge there, right? The house is always going to win. That's why there's odds, right? We're a day trader. You say you're not a gambler, but here you are as a day trader. But like I'm currently explaining, you have an edge, and you do the back testing, you do the work, you put in the work to kind of gauge the probabilities of things working, and you allocate your risk accordingly, right? So keep that in mind. Yeah, I was just reading through the chat a little bit earlier, and I always like to talk about trading psych and sort of that sort of thing. And someone said I have in my notebook that I shouldn't trade past noon. What should I kind of do, right? So that's the thing. Like until you actually execute on these practices that you say that you're going to do all the time. Write them down. Write them down every single day. Like it's something that I did a lot when I was kind of starting out. Is I would literally write down the same thing almost every day until I didn't commit that mistake, right? So, that's something to work on as well. And I saw Greg point out earlier too in our chat, improve the process, trading prep, that's something to work on as well. So, again, in the morning, for example, if that's something you kind of struggle with, is your trading prep, or sometimes you find yourself missing things in the morning, write down a list, like literally a checklist of things to do in the morning, and until you've basically memorized that checklist and do them every single morning, go through the list and check them off, right? So handwritten journal, not my laptop. I actually like handwritten stuff too. I've kind of moved away from that for like my big journal. I like using like Discord and whatnot, but it's just a little bit easier for me to organize. But every day, my notes, I am handwriting my trading plan and my my whole thesis and everything every single day, right? So good practices to kind of practice every single day and kind of trying to execute on them. I'm watching a couple things here. Are you still long Apple?
Yeah, I'm still long here. Guys, I just want to give a quick heads up to everybody. I'm punching short into CVNA, and I'm crossing down quite a bit. They actually teleported the tape up and didn't fill me. And so the only way they could do this is if the short is about to be a banger. So I'm going to have to keep the size that I have here. I just crossed 61s, 64s, 59s. I'm getting nothing. It's going up. What a rig show. Okay, I'm canceling these orders. It is what it is. That's what these bots do, man. It's absolute, they're savage, right? They're savage. Just want to give the heads up on that. When you see that type of action, they're trying to maybe push it higher. They're not going to fill you. What is that? What is that, right? So yeah, we're probably going lower. My cover's still same thing, going to VWAP there. But yeah, maybe I'll just be discretionary. Maybe it actually wants to break that VWAP level and then go back down there. But yeah, I just found that interesting. Yeah, still long Meta. Actually, Meta's now back up over here. You know what? I'm getting out of Meta. Over here. I'm going to cover Meta and Apple. Let's see where this one is as well. It's just very, very choppy. Just to kind of highlight what I was saying before, because it's one thing to say it in hindsight, it's another thing to this is why Trader TV is awesome, because it's like Shawn, Neal, like we come here on the midday show and we're not like oh look, see, like we were long at the bottom and like now it's all the way up here. No, I was like, hey guys, it's going to the bottom. That's why a lot of the times I'm like, we'll see what happens. It's because I'm making these calls in real time. This is what I see like on the ES here, right? I see like it's heading to the bottom. I go, okay, I feel like the long could be good off here, but it didn't. This nice candle up kind of is like, okay, now we're good. But really what I want to see is I want to see the move back to like 39.40, 39.50. But look at this. It's just very like lackluster. Then we go down. Then we kind of push back up. And now here we are hanging out at VWAP. So changing my decisions in real time is very important. As a day trader, you want to react. And this is what we talk about. It's like take the long, let it flush, take the fill long. Okay, cool. It goes back to the upside. Now let it show you, is this a level or not, right? I'm trying to get out VWAP. I can't. Maybe this is a level, maybe we flush back down. So let me just, cover here on Apple and kind of look back. And then same thing with Meta. It's like I covered the first portion. We went all the way back down. We went all the way back up. And it's like, okay, it's kind of showing that 113.80 maybe is the level. So yeah, I'm going to have to get out over there. So yeah, just kind of saying that in real time. And let's look back. I think, Ian, people were saying, banger short on PayPal. It's unfortunate that I don't know if you had that from the top. But somebody, I can't remember who was in the chat, but they're like, thank you so much for that call on PayPal short. Yeah, man, that was that 75 level. I think, if you had the short through the 75.10 iceberg, it's going up. It's positive.
I think that was the play. Like,
that was the play,
That
man.
was the play.
Yeah.
Like we were trying to I was at least trying to short, I guess, in front of like the high day, and it worked briefly. Like it worked until it didn't, essentially.
Yeah.
But you spotted that iceberg. I actually missed that one. Otherwise, I would have tried taking that one as well. But I mean, I guess you're welcome. For that short trade, you're welcome.
Happy someone's making money.
I made like a little bit of money on it, but yeah, obviously, hopefully you made a lot more on that short. But that's a thing, be careful with that one. Hopefully you had it on the way down, like Luca was saying, after the fact, when the iceberg kind of broke down, and then you had the risk of I guess 75.32. I was risking off of 75.20, and that ended up breaking. But man, it is what it is. Down to 73.80 now. I was actually looking for that flush move the first time, man. I was looking for it to flush like $1 the first time. I thought it could go, but whatever. We'll move on from that one.
I just want to quickly comment here on two things. So speaking in terms of the iceberg, obviously, doing the show, it's very challenging to identify these because it's all about tape reads. But for you guys that are maybe focusing or trying to learn, what does that mean, right? If you recognize that 75.10 is just kind of reserving, it's like there's a lot of selling, but it's not really going through, and there's no size on the book, but it's just kind of dark pools, and it's just kind of there's a big buyer and they're not really showing their hand. A lot of the times, you're going for the mean reversion. You're trying to find a way into that trade. Yes, you can short randomly at the high, but you're really risking a lot on that because it could really fly against you and then come back down. You were right, but you just kind of didn't execute on it. And so kind of speaking towards this is the iceberg, this is kind of how I would structure the trade. If you recognize this is where a big buyer is and there's just a lot of selling coming in on the tape and the move is just kind of too fast, too far, the guy is now done speaking, volume is dying off, where are we going from here? That is the banger short because you take the short through the iceberg. And look at this. You could have had, and this is PayPal, right? So I don't really know how scalable it is, but you could have easily had 1,000 shares easily. That gets the fill. Now you're short over 75. It flushes, it bounces back. It never goes back through 75. So it makes your life easy that you're short the top, you have the size, it never really puts you out of the money, and now you're just kind of nursing the trade the whole way down. So kind of rule of thumb as an example, if you guys are trying to kind of get better and understand how should I structure these trades, where do I go from here? This is just a small example, right? It's don't just randomly be oh yeah, 75 is the level. Let it be the level, let people show you what they're doing, then react, right? Make that decision after it proves to you that it's a level. Oh, it is a level because look at all this volume that traded here and it just can't go above it. And then here's size, here's icebergs, and then you kind of react as a day trader for the ins and outs. So I think, yeah, really good example over there. Hopefully a good learning lesson. I like to repeat myself over and over because it kind of ingrains it in my mind as well. And then there was something else I was going to say, but now I just kind of completely forgot here. CVNA is, this is kind of flat. It's still not really moving too much. I'm still at that 64 area. I really do expect this to not flush down because, again, volume is muted. Where are we? We're at like 12.30 right now. But I think the short is going to be good. So I'm going to hold on to this short. And because it's a little bit of a smaller size, I'm not really too worried. So I'm gonna kind of let it float. If we get higher, I'm gonna try to average into that short and then see where we go from there. And then before I pass it back to Ian, people talking about AMC as well. And let me quickly bring up AMC from before. I know I was looking at this the past couple of days, and now that it's here we are, like below 650. This is kind of This is not me saying I kind of knew this was gonna happen, but I think the trajectory is. We're going to 5. That's what it kind of feels like. After that over/under 8 rejection, kind of run to 9, blow the stops, now we finally go back down. So let me just quickly zoom out for everybody to see kind of what I'm talking about here. 8 was the level, did a bunch of volume, finally breaks down. Now look at this move, right? So it's like you have the kind of squeeze because everyone was short from before, does a bunch of volume. If you're like a swing trader, you're kind of short playing off the high 9 level. And then now we're finally failing to the downside. It doesn't look like there's any buyers in sight. Eventually it will give, a relief bounce. I just don't know how much that bounce will be. But, if I was short at above 8, I'd be covering here because that's like a nice move. And then, you could go for 5, but it's like, why, right? Like, why not just make your life easy, cover here? Like eventually this is going to bounce back. This is a very nice move. I guess don't cover if it keeps working for you. But for myself, it's like you give me even like 2 days. What is this? 2-3 days. This is December. December 5th. We're where? December. This is like 3 days, 4 days, right? So you give me for kind of $2-3, whatever percentage is, in like 3 days. I'm taking that personally. Yeah, you could trail. You're not wrong to say that. Everybody has a kind of different approach to it. The reason I don't trail is because my trails always get hit. So I'm like, why am I trailing when I always make less?
It's tough to say. The time that I find success trailing is when I'm so deep in the money already, where I'm like, it's not gonna come back here.
Yeah.
It's not gonna come back.
Your trail is far too.
Yeah.
In the right spot.
That's what I'm saying. It's far. And it's you really have to be patient. I feel like you really have to be patient. That's obviously a key thing. I wanted to address a couple things here in the chat. A couple questions, a couple conversations going on about limit orders and market orders. What should we use, kind of thing. So you see Luca and I and a lot of the guys on the show and whatnot, they're always bidding and offering and whatnot. It's a little bit different, right? There's a time and a place for everything, really. You'll see us sometimes bidding and offering to, provide liquidity and maybe collect fees. Be patient, be really stubborn about price. Maybe if we're putting a little bit more size on the play, going to be really stubborn about that price and really want that price, right? So we're calculating the risk and whatnot. Sometimes it does pay off to just kind of slam and cross the bid or cross the offer and get in as a market buy, right, or a market sell. But be careful, right, because obviously here I'm looking at Amazon and the spread here, guys, is 2 cents, 1 cent, right? So the spread is very, very tight. So I can cross here to 92, get long, and I'm only out of the money 2 cents immediately, right? So that's not that bad. But if you're going to cross on something, and I'm going to bring up something that I know has and of course, when I bring it up, it has a tight spread. Wow. I brought up GME, and the spread was 1 cent? The spread's 1 cent on GME right now. Are you kidding me? Wow. What has I'll just bring up Tesla. I know Tesla has a larger spread here.
Even Netflix, too.
Yeah, maybe Netflix, actually. That's probably a bit better on that one. Yeah, so here we go, guys. Here's a good example. Netflix spread here is 20 cents, right? So, if you punch long here, you punch the offer, and you got long at 306.94 there, instantly you're out of the money, 20 cents, right? So, be careful which orders to kind of utilize going back and forth, and play around with it, obviously. Things to kind of keep in mind all the time. There was one other thing I wanted to address here in the chat that, do you trade on 5 minutes or 1 minute? So we briefly talked about this one before we got off the air and sent it to closing show yesterday. So let's get it straight, guys. We don't necessarily trade off the chart. We use the chart to find levels per se, right? So, I might be here looking at Netflix, 308 looks like a level just because of the chart here. It's kind of bouncing off of there, there, right? So the chart shows maybe like, well, okay, here's the thing. The chart shows history, right? So obviously this is a lagging indicator. Candlesticks, it's always a lagging indicator, right? So it's going to show the history of what actually happened, and then it's going to give you like a potential of what potentially can happen, right? And that's why we also watch the level 2 as well, and see the potential kind of play out there. The time of sales is what's actually happening, what's actually executing. So that's what we like to execute the most on here, when we're day trading and scalping and whatnot. Obviously, there's different strategies, guys, that you can utilize that do depend more on trading off the chart, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's obviously been people proven to make money doing that, right? So that's the beauty thing about trading, is that there's so many different ways to make money in this market, and it's basically about finding what works the best for you. And just, I'm going to use this word again that I used yesterday that you guys were making fun of. Find what works the best for you, and just spam that all the time. Literally just spam it and keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again until it doesn't work anymore, right? Until you can't make money on it anymore. So that's my kind of 2 cents on that topic.
Yeah, guys, CVNA is now moving to the upside. So I think somebody said I'm long CVNA here, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're on the right side. I'm definitely on the wrong side of this. We're moving higher. But I'm going to see how this kind of 485 area holds here. Maybe it's like high a day, then we go sideways and back down. So I don't necessarily want to rush out of this trade. My average is 66, which is pretty poor. I'm out of the money 15 cents. But it's not something that I'm really, really too worried about. I'm kind of, $5 is like, I will for sure be out if we go above 5, but then it'll just be a whole new trade altogether. So yeah, just going to be patient with it. And SMMT, continuing to watch that 224 area, 5,600 shares, sorry, 5,600 lots on the offer. And yeah, this is, I mean, yesterday it showed that it would break and just like run. So I don't want to favor the short. Normally I would, but this actually feels that if we break through that 224 where the size is, maybe we run. And I wouldn't, I mean, 1 million shares, 1.5 million shares that was on the offer before, that's quite a bit of size, right, relative to, the overall book. And so I don't see it on the offer at 229 anymore. But if for whatever reason this breaks 224 and then like bursts into 229, which then the size appears, the long is not going to look good at all. So let me just bring it over here to show everybody who doesn't have access to level 2s. SMMT, and this is basically what I'm talking about over here. Let me drag this down. There we go, right? So that's the size there, 5633. Again, that's 5,000 lots, which is essentially 500,000 shares, but it's of a $2 stock. So it's like, a million, what is that, like $1 million worth? Not even. So yeah, it's basically not that much notional value worth is basically where I'm going with that one. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Watching CVNA, watching SMMT, still nursing the Apple trade, not really going against me. And yeah, we'll see if we get a couple other trades going here too.
I'm watching Meta come back all the way to my price here. I'm going to be reluctant to add to this one, guys. I basically have my stop in. I have basically the last 10th of my position on this one. I missed the ad on this here, this little dip here. That ran back up to 113.80. I'm glad I took those profits out. I think I saw or I heard Luca say he was covering back when it came up to 113.80 here. I'm not really liking the price action, guys, on Meta, just because the market was like kind of slowly pushing up and testing VWAP here. Oh, sorry, guys, my mic is off. Okay, my bad, guys. Yeah, so I was looking here at Meta, guys, and basically what I'm trying to say here is I'm a little bit more reluctant to add to this position. It is kind of basically flat for me now. I have 10% of the position left here on Meta. But basically, I have my stop in. I'm just going to kind of let it ride. But I don't like this this price action here because it kind of pulled back now off 113.80, basically like 3 times. And I think I heard Luca say he covered his position back when it was at 113.80 as well. I had already covered most of my position there, so I didn't take anything else off. But here we are, right back down to the bottom here, right? So. I'm probably not going to add to this one. Amazon is also in the money for me here. This one, it's kind of just doing nothing now. It's basically just, wow, what a tight range on Amazon, actually. It's like basically 20-cent range. 87.80
I know,
to
it's so
88.
bad, eh?
I saw some people saying like, oh, is 88 going to break out on Amazon? Looks like it's going to break out. I don't mind actually adding on that breakout, but I think you got to add like maybe on 88, like 05 or 88.10 maybe, that break. And maybe if there's volume, right? Because, you know, guys, look at this. It's been testing 88 this entire time. It's been kind of breaking it, you know, by 1 cent, by a few cents, and then flushing back down, right? Not really flushing, but, you know, rejecting back down, right? So, you know, I'm already long here, you know, down near the bottom at 87.60. I'm probably not going to add to this one. I'm kind of just nursing this long and seeing where it can go. My stop is in. And then, you know, let's basically see where this one can go. I like Mendl long to reload in front of 113, but I'd rather buy close into 113, 113.15 range. That's what Darryl is saying. Yeah, exactly. I'm risking off of 113, guys. So, you know, same sort of trade thesis on that one. My mic is back on, I'm assuming, guys. Like, you know, if it's not, you know, please shout it on the chat if you guys can't hear me. A couple of people here saying I'm getting more comfortable with trading. Ever since Monday, I've been in green. I'm going to paper trade for 1 year and then start trading professionally. I saw someone ask how long, you know, we have been trading, Luca and myself. So
Too long.
Too long. Yeah, you know, paper trading to start off, it's a great strategy, guys. Like that's something I would highly recommend. Is to paper trade. Obviously, you're not going to get that same sort of like emotion, a connection to your positions. But the thing is that you shouldn't be having that emotional connection to your positions anyways, right? So, you know, there's that sort of like paradox with it. But, you know, the benefit of day trading or paper trading rather is that you get to, you know, obviously experience the markets and, you know, see how it moves and try to backtest and develop strategies and whatnot before you actually move into real money. Eventually, you obviously got to move into an account with real money if you want to take this seriously. But start small, guys. Don't open up like a, you know, $100,000 account and, you know, blow it all in one day kind of thing. You know, start small and kind of grow from there. To answer that second question, I've been personally trading for I guess 2 full years now, and you know been day trading on the floor here for almost almost 10 months now. I started in March, and then now obviously here we are at the end of the year on the firm. I know Luca's been trading a little bit longer. Maybe he can tell you about his story.
Yeah, you know, I've been, I think, 2 years full time now, and oh man, it's been a ride. It's been a great time. I'm having a blast. Time of my life. It's a lot of ups and downs. No, you know, I'll be completely transparent. Trading is fun, but it's super stressful. You know, you just gotta stick with it, never quit, and you know, continue to kind of build out your plan, work on your process, and it does get easier with time, right? But just understand that you can blow up so fast, right? And there's a saying, it's like Rome wasn't built in a day, but Nagasaki was blown up in one, right? So take that approach to trading. It can really go wrong very, very quickly. This is why, you know, as professional day traders, our job is to just be in the money right away. And you know, if I'm going to lose, I'm just going to cut it right away. I'm going to cut the loser. I'm going to get out. I'm going to look for the next trade. And if I'm in a winner, I might just kind of take it right away. So just kind of that idea for myself of, you know, scalping, taking the wins when they're there. And unless I really love the kind of idea, and then it's gonna really move. But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. You know, a lot of you know, a lot of stress, a lot of fun. Kind of happy that I met everybody along the way here. Really good crew. And yeah, getting back to kind of my positions, Apple is still, I'm in the money on it, but man, I feel like this is going down. I'm not going to short it here, but I might be covering soon. I'm going to put a stop at low of day now at this point. Yeah, if we break low of day, you know, stop me out. No problem with that one. And yeah, we'll see what happens there. It's no big deal. I'm pretty happy that I covered, where are we on Apple? I'm pretty happy that I covered closer to 141 on some of that. So now it's like if I do get stopped out, at least I still made money. And, you know, that's day trading, right? Like take whatever it is, arbitrary number, take 100 shares, it runs, you know, get out of 50, get out of 30, or depending on how much you like it. And then if it goes back to break even, it's no big deal, right? I have a friend that I was talking to, and he was like, oh, I gotta short Apple, it's going down. And I'm like, yeah, I really like that idea too, but let it go to 150 maybe and then kind of go down. And, you know, scaling into the short for that swing trade ideology. And now that it's back down at 140, I'm chatting with him like, look, do whatever you want, but you should probably take some off here because, you know, if it goes back to break even, at least you got paid something for your efforts. And I think the answer to that was high conviction, bro, 128 inbound. And I just started laughing. I was like, oh man, I've been there before, but best of luck. So, you know, that's what I think. And even somebody from before in the chat was like, Luca, what do you think of Apple yesterday? And I said, yeah, we probably get to 140. And you were just thanking me for that. Don't thank me, man. Thank the levels that set themselves up. Hopefully, you know, the goal of trading is to kind of be able to feed yourself, right? So we're just here kind of calling levels. Whether they come to fruition or not is a different story. But a lot of the times, you know, if you're staring at the tape every single day over and over and over again, eventually you're just able to recognize this is the right side of the move, this is the wrong side of the move, and it's just very clear.
You're gonna get better, right? Like
you're gonna get better.
The
100%.
longer you spend doing something, guys, you're gonna get better, and that's why I wanted to address a couple more things. And I hate, like, obviously, well, actually, I love to talk about this because I feel like trading psych and like. You know, these sort of like conversations, trading psych is like a lot of trading. Like trading psych is like probably like 70% of trading, I gotta say. But a couple people here saying, I won't say the names, but here's some advice: if you suck, stop trading. Here's one thing, and I know Luca is gonna, you know, say he's heard this one before. Is guys, never quit. Never ever quit. Day trading. And I saw someone else say there, yeah, I was told that a while ago too, and you know, 20 years later, here I am. As my career, you know, people are always going to say what they want, but guys, if you love this, if you're passionate about it, you know, keep going. And I remember one thing that Greg told me when I first started here on the floor. He was like, even if you don't, let's say, graduate or whatever, or you know, you end up quitting this job or something, I feel like you're probably always going to be trading for the rest of your life, right? Like this is us, this is who we are, this is what we love, right? That's why we're here every single day. Never quit, guys. You know, keep working on your craft and you know, keep building these skills. The best thing you can do is take a break if you're doing bad. Yeah, for sure. You know, there's nothing wrong with taking breaks. You know, taking some time off. You know, regaining, taking some mental health days, you know, regaining that, you know, that mental strength and building that dexterity. But I don't think you should ever quit. Back to the market, guys. Here.
Let me just say one thing on that. I think Greg said this. He said, "Your worst day will be your first day, and you can only get better, even though it might not feel like it." And a lot of the times, I'm like, "This man's a genius." And then I trade a little longer. I go, I don't know. I think I'm second guessing his opinion there because it's like up, down, down, back up, back up. I go, oh yeah, back down. I go, oh no. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, right? So just, I almost want to say, guys, if you think you're just going to come into the market and make money, like
you got another thing.
You got another thing coming. Like you do understand. Like imagine I was like, yo, I'm going to go play the Super Bowl right now with no equipment on, and I'm going to be the running back, I'm going to get through everybody.
But it's a little bit different though, right? Because like at least if you're, okay, let's say you're a football player, you're going to go up in the ranks, you're going to play high school, you're getting really good, you're going to play college, okay, maybe you're really good, you go play the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Here in the stock market, first day on the job, pros.
Exactly.
You're first pros right away.
Yeah, exactly. So first day on the job, here I am, I'm like, all right, I'm going to, and I actually have a really funny story, but I'll streamline it because I don't want to say too much. But I did graduate on Coinbase IPO. I was mentioning that before. It was a lot of fun. And, you know, next day graduation, I go to Greg. I go, okay, Greg, yesterday I was, you know, trading very small size on Coin. But today, now that I'm a graduate, which is the next day, I go, Greg, I'm going to need thousands of shares to short Coinbase. And he goes, whoa, slow down there, cowboy. And I go, no, you know, it's going to be fine. Relax. It'll all be fine. And, you know, anybody who was trading Coin IPO on the first day, this is me, like, I don't know that IPOs get so bad the second day. And, you know, second day, here I am with like, you know, 10 times the size, 20 times the size. And I'm like, all right, I'm ready for this. And I look at a trade. I kind of get myself in a trade. It doesn't look good. Then it gets back in. I just get out and I'm like, okay, you know what? I have so much to learn. I have so much to learn. And, you know, so it's, that's kind of, you know, take it from me. It's not pretty. You want to be, you want to slowly, like going back to Ian's ideology, you start in high school, you college, whatever, football, and then you maybe get drafted, and then you're kind of bench, you get better, build the muscle, get stronger, you know, and then go from there. Don't just jump straight into the Super Bowl with no equipment on. You're going to get killed. You're going to get killed. So some people are like that, like myself. Like I'm like, oh, I love the risk life, but it doesn't end well for a lot of people, right? So you want to build the right habits, scale very slowly. Arun will preach this, you know. You'll get discouraged if you take a fat loss and you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly.
So you wanna kind of, you know, be patient, scale accordingly. unless you're, tough as nails, then I guess go to town. But we all probably will say the same.
Or got deep pockets.
Yeah, or got deep
endless pockets or something like that.
But I think everybody here will say the same thing. That's probably more difficult to do on the mental, right? And it's all about longevity. It's all about survival. That's why I will also preach, stay healthy. Luca at middle line. Yeah, like imagine that. I'm like 5'7", 5'8", like me at linebacker. Like I get destroyed. That's why I love that analogy, because I'm like, yeah, this is not going to end well. Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Carvana over here. There's some icebergs on the bid, so I'm kind of happy that I added. So I'm going to cover some of this over here, but I'm still going to hold for a potential. This is a nice move down, so I'm kind of happy that I held that short. I'm going to hold a little bit more for 435, give or take. And then I'm going to hold the rest for a hopeful $4 flush. If that doesn't come, then it'll be discretionary cover. But I'm just going to quickly send out my order to get somehow closer to VWAP, and then yeah, kind of see what goes on over there. This is like you're hopefully short from the highs, and then as we approach that 450, you're getting the icebergs on the bids, the dark pools that are kind of buying over there. It's just kind of a little bit in front of VWAP. So not to say that it's not going to continue going down. I still do think it is. I didn't cover more than 50% of my position, but this is the thing, right? It's like, look, you have the move down. Okay, I cover because there's an iceberg. Other people catch wind, then we get a little bit of a pop. So I'll take the win here, I'll take the win over there, and then hopefully I'll take the final win at like 410, maybe 4 if lucky. I don't know if we get back down to 360, that would be like a crazy, like I will not expect that. And if it goes without me, so be it, is what it is. Someone's saying Amazon popping off, so let's
I was just going to talk about that one. Back to the markets here. The market is kind of pushing up, testing back, VWAP here, the highs of this kind of channel. And Amazon is breaking out now on a little bit of increased volume of this 88 to 88.10 area that I was speaking about before. Maybe we should have been a little bit more aggressive on this one and added to it, but now it is kind of running into trouble here in front of VWAP. So some good moves here on Amazon. I feel like I'm in a couple good longs, so I'm just going to try and hold these as long as possible, basically, and just trying to nurse them. Basically as long as possible. They're both 50 cents in the money, so that's pretty solid. Meta as well. Maybe Daryl, you were right on that call to kind of add to that one more time. Maybe you got that ad, maybe you didn't. I'm not sure, but now back up to the 113.60s area. So that's back in the money for me now on that one. Guys, I want to welcome a new member to the Trader TV Live family, Baby Freja Food. Thank you for joining the channel, and thank you for being a fan and a viewer of the channel. Obviously we really appreciate all you guys' support. If you guys haven't already, smash this like button. We're at 2.5K likes, guys. Let's get this up to 3K. We didn't get to 3K yesterday. There's a few more people watching the show today, right? So, let's push this up to 3K. If you guys haven't already, hit the subscribe button, so you don't miss out to anything. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on any sort of videos that we post. Obviously, we stream every single day from 8:30 to 4, and then we also obviously post videos after markets, pre-markets, on the weekend. A lot of different, different types of content coming out, right? So, don't be afraid of that one, and keep smashing that like button. But as always, guys, thank you for your support. And then, obviously Bears versus Bulls, they're shouting out a couple things as well. We do have, the newsletter, the daily watch list that you can subscribe to. You can join our Discord, right? So a lot of different things that can, really, help expand this community. Luca's going, wow, over here because Coin, guys. Coin was kind of blasted. Are these wicks real? Like,
I don't know, dude. I think I think it might be, like, this is a volume spike. Someone's like coin, big volume coming in on Coin. Yeah, no, my mic's kind of like, I hope you guys can hear me. Yeah, no, Coin is weird right now. This is like, it doesn't look real, but it maybe is real. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if Brendo's at the desk there, maybe not.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, like, if you guys see any news there, let us know.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. There was a huge volume spike there. It spiked all the way up to 43, and on our charts, like, maybe you guys can confirm this, it went down to 40.60. That can't be right. That's got to be a dark pool. I don't think there's any particular news on it, but yeah, this one's gonna be something to watch for sure. On that one here for coin, right? So Amazon is actually really starting to take off.
Is
Luca. It's now above VWAP. It's up to 88.40,
Yeah,
guys.
what is going on here?
70 cents in the money. The market is really starting to kind of push up here and rally and test, back to the higher end of this range that's created today.
Yeah, I'm over here saying wow, because I'm watching ATVI just completely tank. I'm watching coin go completely up and then back down. And I'm just like, wow, oh my goodness. And it's funny how nothing happens and then everything just happens at once. It just kind of goes crazy there. It's real news. Yeah, guys, if revenue down 50% last year, I think 40 is a level that I've been eyeing on coin for quite a while. I don't know if anything's going to be there, but I'm looking at the daily. So 40 would be a low. It would be an all-time low. Let's look at the daily together. Going back, I'll pull up all this data and then kind of zoom back in again. Is that, wait, did it trade below 40? No, it did not. Yeah, so 40 would be an all-time low for coin. This is IPO day, right? So it was all the way at 420. I'm pretty sure Jim Cramer actually loved this at 420. If 420, now here we are, 90, 10 cents on the dollar, not looking too good there. But anyways, yeah, 420 all the way back down, really flushing down. Now it's like showing you that 40 is the bottom. Had the run up on the BlackRock news because BlackRock potential partnership ran to 120. That was an absolute banger short. If you had that, it never went back through 100. And now coming back down, so now just to zoom back in, this is a level of interest. 40 is an all-time low. So we're kind of far away from it. And I don't know 100% what the news is. Maybe you guys can check it out, or yeah, if you know 100%, let us know. But that 40 level is a level of interest for myself. If we get there, I'm probably going to try shorting it. For now, that's why I said right now, I'm like, I want to short this, but I don't know. I feel like it easily could just stay at VWAP and not really do too much. It's like crazy move up, crazy move down, maybe, I don't know, but now just back at VWAP, not doing anything. So yeah, I'll let that go for now, just kind of chilling. Amazon back up, maybe there's a short to be had here. Yeah, maybe not. This kind of pattern is pretty robotic to me. It's like, we already, look where we came from, and let's do this together and kind of zoom out. We were at 95. We're at 97, that 100 area. It was kind of like, are we going over under 100? What's going to happen here? Then we kind of started to sell off. So not too long ago, this was just above 96, and now we kind of sold off, and here we are, at 88. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because you have the strong move down. Yesterday, big flush down, breaking the 90 level. That's a key level. If we get there, I'm shorting it. We probably don't get there today. But now going back into the intraday look, you have the move up, you have the move down, and it's just kind of holding this low, very robotic. It's not going up, it's not going down, but now that we're actually going back up, maybe if we can get closer to 89, I'm going to try a short on this for a scalp trade. It'll be like run into like 88, 80 area, short it going into 89. If we break this high of like 89.20, I'm going to get out of it. I think that's far away. I honestly don't think I get the fill there, but if for whatever reason, I haven't taken a fill in a while, so yeah, let's give that a try. And I'm going to scale into that one because I'm not really sure how many prices it's going to touch on the way up. So I'm just going to kind of scale my orders here and make sure they're in the right spot. And then, I'm going to play off that 89.20, which is basically the kind of high over here. I might be discretionary for like an over-under. And yeah, if we run back to like 90, I mean, look at this, guys. All the way to 90, didn't break 90, and it goes all the way to 87.50. So 90 is the level of interest. The high of the day was like 89.88. I had the short there at kind of 70s area. And hindsight bias, it's okay. Like I captured some of the move, but it would have been nice to kind of hold for that low of day. But yeah, trading a few different things. Sometimes it always doesn't necessarily happen like that. Let's glance back quickly at CVNA to see how this one's doing. Slowly going back up here, but I'm gonna be patient. Maybe we get back down and get the fill. And then Apple long that I'm still in is it never actually went out of the money. So go figure. I have the absolute bottom on that, and it's just not breaking the lows. So yeah, I'll let it either stop me out or I'll let this kind of move. But kind of funny to see Amazon moving to the upside, the market moving through VWAP, and then Apple not really moving. So not what I want to see when I'm long Apple and not Amazon, but it is what it is, no big deal.
I actually covered my Amazon there, Luca. So, we kind of have the same sort of thinking on that one. Now that it's kind of back to the upper end of this range here on Amazon. I had the short earlier. This is... you know, this doesn't come often, man. Like, you know, playing both ways on a name, this doesn't come that often. So, you know, I think I gotta maybe spin the money.
I don't know if it works.
Does it?
No, you gotta go to Shawn's.
No, it doesn't work. Okay, whatever. We're spending the money anyways on this one. You know, a couple good trades here on Amazon. The reason why I covered basically is because, like I said, guys, it's coming back to the upper end of this range. Basically, I was just waiting for the first hint of sellers to kind of come into here on Amazon. I wish I kind of added on this little bit of a volume spike here, but it is what it is. You know, sometimes you miss trades, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you catch them and you make a lot of money. But you know, I was already long, so you know, covering this one about 80, 90 cents in the money on that one. Very, very solid win. I'm still Mendl long, guys. I don't want to cover that one. I'm still kind of holding that one a little bit longer. We can talk about that trade there, just because I feel like this one has a little bit ways to go. I have 200 EMA is up at 114.40. 115 area is kind of these highs, right? So we're still kind of halfway through this range. If we are going to kind of trade the range here on Meta, you know, we're still a ways away from that. But now I'm kind of wishing that I listened to Daryl there and added to that position on Meta there. Someone's saying SoFi in the chat. I haven't really looked at SoFi a lot recently. It's basically flat on the day today. It is, you know, showing a lot of weakness though. Eventually, I guess, breaking down this 5 level, 480 level, and now it's kind of holding his resistance, right? So, you know, SoFi clearly continues to be weak here and continues to get beat down. What else is new? I'm watching Coin on the side, and I was thinking about getting long here around 42, but like, man, I didn't really see like a specific structured trade there, so I kind of just like, veered away from it. Obviously, it is like kind of just chopping around VWAP, but you know, now it's kind of spiking back up to this 40, 50 area, right? So, you know, if you had that long around 42, I feel like that long or that trade, so to speak, really could have went either way. You know, you could have flushed down below 42, and you know, obviously could have popped like it has now. You know, coin that is, right? So, you know, that one was basically a 50-50 trade for me, and, you know, I didn't really want to, you know, participate in that one. Someone's saying Tesla back at VWAP. Wow, it's right back up to that 175, almost that range, right? So, you know, we've seen Tesla basically trade this range the entire day, man. Like, it's basically traded this range the entire day, you know, 173 to 175. Basically after the morning little, you know, the morning drive there, so to speak, right? So it's right back at VWAP there. I talked about why I didn't want to kind of get into this long down at 173. You guys could have taken it. It could have been a decent long, you know, kind of support play and whatnot. But, man, I didn't want to kind of get run over with the algos. It could have easily kept floating back down to, you know, 172 and whatnot and kept breaking those lows, right? So, you know, I wasn't going to participate in that trade. I took my fair share of L's on Tesla earlier today. So I'm just going to kind of stay away from that one and be a little bit more disciplined. Probably shouldn't have been trading it like I was earlier today. Guys, can you explain how you cover a position? So, you know, it really depends on what kind of strategy you're trying to employ, right? So when I'm trading on the show, I'd like to trade more of like a range, you know, strategy, support resistance strategy. You know, Shawn trades this strategy a lot, right? On the show, you see him trade it. So, you know, where I'm covering, where I'm trying to like enter positions essentially, is around support and resistance, right? It's very, very simple and basic. It's something that I'm continuing to kind of expand on, but I'm struggling to kind of add size to this strategy. Yeah, it's something that I am working on, right? But that's essentially how I based my cover here on Amazon. Now that we're kind of entering the supply zone, if you will, here, or the resistance zone here on Amazon, right? That's why I decided to cover this position, right? So that's how we kind of like determine that. Other strategies, obviously, like, you know, if you're front running, size on the level 2 and whatnot, you could use that size as your out, right? If that size gets taken away, you cover the position, right? Or you cancel the position, right? If you're long or something like that and you see size pop up on the offer at a key level, you might be more inclined to cover that position, right? So, there's many different ways and many different strategies that we employ to base like our covers off of, or base our entries off of. So, find what works best for you and kind of, expand on that and go from there. No money, please. When the market is down, I can't win. P&L is everything to me. The market doesn't give you anywhere to hide. That's safe to put your money. Okay, so first of all, first thing I want to address is, P&L should not be everything to you. P&L is a byproduct, guys. P&L is a byproduct of trading well. P&L is a byproduct of taking good trades and being in good trades and executing your strategy and executing your trade plan, right? At the end of the day, whether you're up or down, if you followed your plan and followed your strategy, I don't think you should be either happy or sad, right? Obviously, you can celebrate big wins and you might be down if you suffer a big loss, but at the end of the day, the P&L doesn't define you as a trader, right? The way you execute your trades really defines you as a trader. So something to keep in mind and something to kind of work on. That's something that I've been really trying to kind of focus on the past few months, and I feel like my trading has gone a lot better, being able to size up and get better with some of the strategies that I've been trying to employ in the market.
Yeah, I think I see somebody in the chat. I just tuned in here, but hate to disagree. P&L does matter to me. The main point is, it's not about how many points that you get in a basketball game. It's about just playing very well, and then the points will come, right? So, don't really say, oh, I want to get 30 points in this game. You say, I want to do everything that I can. I want to be able to hit the shots that I know that I can hit. I want to take good shots. I want to play good defense. And then, oh, look, we won the game. Oh, we put up another one. Oh, I put up another 50-point game. Okay, sick. So, yeah, that's kind of the approach there.
Exactly, guys. Like, do you think like Kobe went in every game and he was like, okay, I got to score 50 points this game, otherwise I'm going to be angry, right? No, Kobe just went and did the best he can absolutely do, right? So
exactly. And yeah, I'm just looking back. Carvana, where are my positions here? Carvana's still in the money. Apple's still in the money. Haven't really taken another fill. I'm kind of waiting on this SMMT. Someone's like, I sit down, I look in the chat. Someone's like, SMMT is going down, and I'm like, no. But it's not going down. It's still actually up here. So, yeah, pretty solid. I saw actually somebody trying to short 223 in front of the 224. And I'm like, why do I feel like this is somebody who's going to short 223 and get out at 224 if it kind of breaks that full size that they want to take? That's kind of the feel I get there. So still kind of potential for the squeeze, but not really 100% sure if it's going to come through or not. I'll just kind of be patient and wait for it. I don't have a stop in right now. I don't have a stop in right now. And the reason being is because, as I kind of step away very quickly, go get a drink of water, the last thing I want is this thing to trigger my stop, go back down. So yeah, that's the main reason there. But yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show, having a great time. Your P&L doesn't care that it matters to you. That's kind of funny. Yeah, much love all around. Let's look back at RNAZ on the NASDAQ. Where are we here? Yeah, RNAZ. Oh, this is back up now. Okay, maybe I'll pay for shorts. Let me check this out over here. Maybe get some shorts going over here. RNAZ on the NASDAQ. Let's see how expensive these ones are. We'll see what comes out there. The only reason I'm kind of looking into it, I mean, it held one. So I know I initially said over, under, flush, maybe we get down to that 85 cents. Obviously, I don't know the future, right? So I'm just kind of guessing, pulling these kind of scenarios out of nowhere. But because now we held the $1 level, now we're going back up. Now it has kind of that interesting potential for, maybe we break the highs, go down again. Maybe we go higher. So I want to have the kind of flexibility to either go long or short on this name if some type of setup comes into play. 82 million shares traded. I think when I pulled it up, it was like 65. So there's been 15 million shares in the afternoon that's been traded. It's really not that much size, to be honest. So I'm not really too kind of excited about it, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I just know that it's, you got to pay for shorts. And Paul saying coin web users may see intermittent connection issues. Oh, Well, that can't be good. You know, the whole situation with crypto is what's the next thing to drop, right? It's don't hold your assets on exchanges. You know, hold it cold storage. If you're like if you're super excited about it, you don't want to kind of get stopped out on it. Someone's saying RNAS going above 3. That's so far, man. So far. Oh, that's kind of expensive. I'm gonna pass on those shorts. I'm just gonna pass on those shorts.
I'm just looking at this this new board,
Ooh,
this new
let's
overlay
go.
on the channel there shows the hosts and their names. That's pretty cool. So hopefully we can get all the hosts on there too, and kind of show a little bit more. Get a little bit more. I guess.
Down
Get to know us a little bit more. Is Carvana down halt?
Okay,
yeah,
let's
go for that. Go for that.
Yeah, guys, no, it's not. I'm not really. Look at this. So out of nowhere, and this is the thing. Talk about window of edge. It's like, look how long I have to hold this. Look at the chop. The reason I'm short is because, again, I'm like, I don't believe it. Negative catalyst. Eventually, it's going to retest VWAP. So I'm going to have to probably hold through some of this pain. I didn't re-add to the short there because I thought we could get closer to like 5 where I really wanted to size in. Is what it is. Covered here. Covered in front of VWAP. Now we're halted to the downside. 431 was the last print. I was actually wondering, I look over, I go, okay, now I'm in the money on this. I go, why am I so far in the money on this? And then I see the size on the offer. I go, oh, size following it down. No, it's just a halt. Okay, so, but it's showing 431 open. It's probably going to open at 431. Keep in mind that, going back to earlier today, it was a down halt. And then it opened pretty flat, and then down halt, and then sort of opened flat, and then kind of stopped me out. But yeah, it just kind of went down after. So because I'm actually far in the money on this one, I'm not really too worried about it. I'm gonna stick to my $4 target. Hopefully you guys now. Okay, I don't know, Marcos, if you're the one who brought this up before. You're like, I'm shorting Carvana. It's going to 4, and I love this because I think the same way. It's at 481. Oh, yeah, it's going to go to 4. Now that it's at 431, you're like, I see this. Carvana to 3. Yeah, okay, no, 3. Come on, manage your expectations. That's like super aggressive if we get to 3. I would love it, but I'm going to cover at 4. That's going to be my cover. I'm going to stick to it. Yeah, hopefully some of you guys are short that one. This is just a patience, right? You just got to be patient with this. You got to size accordingly. If you got in, like where I got in over here with too much size, you probably were sweating. Who knows if you got stopped out. It kind of didn't look too good. But you just got to size accordingly, right? You want to wait for the 5 area was probably the better sizing area, and it didn't get there, and that's trading. Sometimes you just let it go. That's kind of how I play it. So it is what it is. I say 3. Oh, best of luck, man. Best of luck. Place your bets. I think at this point we're both in the money on this, so it's not too much to worry about. And yeah, it is what it is. Halted flush, end of day, take advice from the position you want to be in. Spying a bear flag. I'm just kind of catching up on some of the comments over here.
What trading platform do we use, guys? We use PPRO 8, which is obviously sponsored by Day Trade the World. You do have to be trading on a Day Trade the World prop floor to have access to PPRO 8. Yeah, that is the software that we use. Obviously, the best advantage of it is that we get direct market access, so our orders are super, super quick. I was actually looking at this Amazon here, and it does seem like a pretty good exit here for me on Amazon, because now we flushed a little bit 20 cents lower. We are testing back VWAP here, so it does look like the market overall, Amazon overall is starting to struggle a bit here after this up move, right? So you gotta manage your expectations too, right? Because where did we really expect this to go? Did I really expect Amazon to break the highs and break out 89 and go all the way back up to 90? Probably not, right, guys? Looking at this trend line that I drew earlier, this looks like a pretty good trend line now that it's broken down, right? And we're kind of fading the rest of the day and kind of fading out the rest of the move. We are putting up a Christmas tree, guys, in the background there. We're trying to get into that little bit of that Christmas spirit. Maybe we'll do a team caroling event or something like that. That would be kind of funny. Espresso time, Luca. How many espressos have you had today, Luca?
Oh man, I didn't have one. I had a coffee, but how many did I have? I had 2 coffees. Two coffees. I'm going for a Spro after this. 100%.
I actually kind of gave up coffee, man. I don't know. It was maybe 2 months ago. I used to drink coffee almost every day, and I did that for I haven't done it as long as like Luca's been drinking coffee, but I did that for a while, and then I just kind of stopped. I don't know. I haven't drank coffee since then, so I don't know. I feel great. I feel like I don't need it. I don't know.
I don't think of it as I need it or I don't. I think of it as it's in my blood. I have to drink it.
It's in your blood. Okay.
It's
yeah.
in
So
my
I guess it's a
blood.
little bit different. You know, I guess how you grow up and whatnot on that one. AMD calls coming through with a couple of puts. Let's check out AMD. We talked about it briefly earlier today. I haven't really seen a trade on it. It hasn't really been on my radar today, although it's forming a pretty nice wedge here for the day. So, you know, maybe this is like a breakout to the upside potentially if it can break out or close above the 71 area. You know, at the end of the day, and you know, maybe the market has some upside potential. You know, moving forward for the rest of the week.
We're flushing here. I'm sorry, not to cut you
Yeah,
off,
go
but
for it.
somebody in the chat was saying CVNA debt restructuring, size following it down. I'm gonna get the fill very quickly right now. Man, what a banger! What a banger! Actually, you know what? Let me just cover here. No, I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Be patient. Wait.
Yeah,
Just be patient.
There we go. Yeah, sorry, I got
Go for it. Go ahead. I thought you were
going
gonna keep talking there about Carvana. Obviously, Carvana, you know, kind
Wow,
of.
look at that selling. That's beautiful.
It's coming down quite hard. I'm trying to bring it up here on my
Yeah, I knew it was
on my
gonna
chart while I let Luca kind of manage his trade there. You had to pay for shorts on this name. I didn't really pay for the shorts. Here's my thing. Like when something's SSR. And it's down so much on the day, 40%. Obviously, there's going to be, you know, opportunities to the short side, right? As Luca has kind of, you know, found today, and he's up on it, right? But you know, for me, when something is a little bit harder to, you know, kind of short, it just kind of steers me away from that. So, you know, with it being SSR and obviously also pay for shorts, I didn't really want to kind of commit to that. And I also find too, when you pay for shorts, you're almost like inclined to try and short it, whereas you know, you might
definitely should have covered. Oh my God.
You might you know, try forcing some trades and whatnot. So you know, kind of keep that in mind. Someone's asking, can we explain how
it's uphold now.
SSR works? Yeah, it is
Oh my God, I'm
uphalting
gonna get
here
stuck
at 38. So you know, we're watching this one live. Yeah, there you go. It just uphalted. So this is a volatility halt. Yeah, that's gonna be. That's going to be a tough one for Luca to kind of swallow there.
It's not greed that I didn't cover. I was just kind of sitting at 06s, like 07s. And
oh,
then
you're bidding down at 06, okay.
Yeah, and then it went to 09s. I was like, whatever, like 06s is fine. It's probably going to hit. And I'm like, I should cover 11s. And then as soon as I said that, boom, 26. And now here we are, 38 into an uphold. So, yeah, guys, I'm going to cover in a winner, but not I just gave up 30 cents. Like I'm dumb. It is what it is.
You're still deep in the money, anyways. Yeah, you're chilling. You're fine. You're fine.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's the wrong move, and it's not greed, man. Because like 9 cents versus 6 cents is not like a greed thing. It's more so like yeah, it'll probably hit. Let me just chill. Kind of I thought for sure 4 is gonna get tested. So like 6 was like I was being aggressive. Like if I was greedy, I would go for like 380 after hearing that news, seeing the flush. Not greed, but. Again, it's whatever. It's the rest of the position, so it's no big deal. But yeah, hopefully you guys like had that short from the top because now it's finally working. Absolute banger, pretty cool there. Yeah, now everyone definitely greed, bro. Definitely greed. Yeah, whatever you guys say. We'll leave it at that. Just kind of chilling now. It's probably gonna open flat anyway, so I'm not too worried. I'm just gonna put a stop at like. Actually, I'm just going to punch out as soon as it opens. That's going to be my play.
Someone was asking how SSR works, guys. So if something goes down on the day for like more than 10%, it triggers SSR. So basically it means that people can't cross and punch the bid to short it, right? You have to wait passively on the offer to get short that name if you want to get short, right? So, you know, kind of keep that in mind. You can look it up, which stocks are SSR as well, just with a simple Google search too. So, you know, you can do that in your own time if you want to explore a little bit more about it. But kind of keep that in mind. If something is SSR, it is going to be much harder to kind of short, right? So that's where you get sort of opportunities potentially if there's like huge size on the bid or something like that. That size has to get actually hit on the offer. It has to actually go through that size. So if that size, you know, you potential front runs on that one. I saw someone here say, wow, Amazon bounced perfectly off the pre-market low. And, you know, this is kind of touching back on how we base our entries and exits off of. So, you know, I brought up Amazon here. Amazon's pre-market low was this 87.40 area. So, you know, I was getting long down here in the 87.60s, 87.80s is where I think my first ad was there on Amazon. But yeah, you know, just basically risking off of this pre-market low, the 86.40 or 87.40 area, right? And obviously it worked, and now we're testing the upper end of this this range once more, right? So I just actually saw on my side screen there some size got taken out on Amazon. There was like, I think there was like 200 lots on the offer there on Amazon. I forget the price, it might have been 50. That got taken out, and now it's kind of trading above, right? So, you know, some key interest here on Amazon, maybe some people trying to offload some of their position, or, you know, take some profits here. But it is starting to struggle and run into, you know, some potential problems here to the upside, right? So, you know, really starting to kind of struggle to hold above this 200 EMA and VWAP, right? So, you know, watching that one, man, I am deep in the money on Meta as well. I'm $1.20 in the money on Meta. Load chart, there you go, in Meta. So I said earlier, I'm actually gonna just offer to see if this target will actually hit for me. 114.80 is where I'm gonna offer, just in front of this 115 area that looks like it was holding so nicely earlier, right? That was like kind of like a double top at 115, right? So, you know, I'm gonna offer out in front of that and see if I get hit. Gonna be patient with that one, and, you know, see if I can turn this into almost a $2 winner now on Amazon. Well, I'm $1.40, but if I get you know, that position, if my order hits, it'll be like almost $2. So, you know, solid win on that one. Never mind, I don't think I know what you guys are talking about there. What I want to talk about earlier was NVIDIA. It was kind of on my list this morning, but it kind of went a different direction, so I just stopped kind of watching it there. But NVIDIA has been super weak the past couple days there. I thought if we were going to get a continuation of the weakness today, that maybe NVIDIA would be a good trade to the short side. Obviously, I was wrong, and, you know, it bounced and it reclaimed this 158 area, which was a key level from yesterday. 158 was holding as that resistance by the end of the day, right? So we are testing the highs here at 162, having a flat day, maybe a turnaround day for NVIDIA here, but clearly it is kind of in a chop zone between 150 to, I guess we want to call it 175, right? So that $25 range on NVIDIA now, kind of chopping around. Today, I guess we are kind of at the bottom of that range, guys, and, you know, we talked about it so much this year, actually, just how this year is basically it's a ranging year, right? It's a ranging market, so you got to pick your spots accordingly and adapt. I saw someone else talking earlier about how you always got to be flexible. So this market really is adapt or die, and you know, that's something that you have to always be working on. You always have to be working on to expand your playbook, so to speak.
Yeah. So CVNA is now open. It is 444. I think we're probably just going to go back down. So I'm going to hold this. I know I said I was going to punch out, but yeah, my average is 471, so I'm willing to let it go all the way against me and just break even on the rest of the trade. I don't know if it gets there. I feel like I have just a really good average. Maybe, like, you know, run the stops right now, then go back down. The thing is now that it's kind of that news that's coming out, it's like, okay, boom, halt down, flush down, halt up, go back down, halt down again, open lower, go back up, halt again. So I expect chop in the range of this, 410 to 455. This is the chop zone. So I'm going to try to get out below VWAP, call it 420. That's a great cover. If I can get 420, that's going to be my cover. And if we get 471 and move to the upside, somebody in the chat was saying, you know, debt restructuring is a good thing because now they're not going to go bankrupt. It depends on the details. I mean, yeah, you have a point there. I'm basically reading the tape and kind of just playing off of the ranges that I've identified. You know, move down, move back up like it never happened. So the thing is this is just kind of selling, right? Some people jump into the short, but maybe it's just a lot of just kind of selling, and now, you know, back up, going to do a bunch of things, and then, you know, maybe just go back down and whatever there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, and yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, and Apple working, Amazon going back up here. I don't know. Because we had the pullback to VWAP and now we're moving back up and the overall market's kind of going back up, I like the short less. So before I said I'm going to scale into the short, I'm going to remove, I'm going to maybe like lower the size just a little bit and kind of pick my spots a little better on that one. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. And when Luca's
I was thinking about that position as well there on Amazon. You know, the short worked earlier. I had the short off 89. I think Shawn had that position as well. So I guess, you know, it's always a good thing when you have a same position as one of the big dogs there. But yeah, I don't know about the short this time though, because, you know, we're kind of pushing up. The market is kind of, you know, reclaiming VWAP here, and we are testing the likes of this 3950 area, right? So if we reclaim that area, I'm thinking maybe this is going to be a total, you know, the picture definition of an inside day where we just kind of test the bottom of the range, test the top of the range, and go back and forth, right? So, you know, going to be something similar maybe here on Amazon. Maybe it, you know, tests a little bit higher. I want to see it actually test 89. To see if there's sellers up there like there was last time, right? So, you know, you see these wicks here on Amazon, it broke 89, and then it couldn't really kind of claim that area. So, you know, eventually sellers just really pushed that name down, right? So I want to see and be patient and wait for that level to kind of come back into play here on Amazon, see if there's 89, you know, if there continues to be sellers up at that area. One more, guys, before we, you know, I guess we still have about 40 minutes here on the midday show. If you guys haven't already, smash this like button. We're at 2.6K likes. I think we were at 2.4 last time when I talked about this. We do have a few more viewers than yesterday, right? So that's always a good thing. You know, smash this like button. Let's get it up to 3K if possible, guys. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Check out the channel. There's so much content on our channel, like, and I saw like a lot of you guys commenting earlier about how you guys have learned so much by watching us, and that's what it's all about, really. As long as you know, one person learned something from me today, I think I, you know, achieved my job here. But you know, the channel has so much to offer, and you know, if you even go here to the search bar, you can search up any sort of you know, obviously market related word, and then you know, it pops up with all this content that we have on our channel related to that subject, right? But man, we even got the YouTube Shorts now. I think we're on TikTok too, Instagram Reels and stuff. So man, we're just trying to pump out so much content. We're at 365K subscribers. That's pretty special. I think when I first started hosting on the show, we were just around 300, or we just kind of crossed that 300 threshold. So here we are now, up at 365K. That's been quite a journey, and you know, quite the growth, obviously. But yeah, smash that like button, guys. Subscribe if you haven't already. You know, we've seen a couple people join as members as well. You know, anyone who's green in the chat, they're a member of the TraderTV Live family, so you get a couple cool perks with that one as well. We offer a Discord too. I know Prad is pretty active in that too. You know, so you can join that one. But you know, as always, obviously, this show is for you guys, and we can't thank you guys enough for all the support that you guys offer us. I'm watching this meta trade here. I have that stink offer there. It actually almost hit, man. Wow. It actually almost hit. It went up to 114.60. I want to say 114.68 there, and kind of bounced off. It's still holding above VWAP. It's kind of reclaiming this 200 EMA area. Like I said, like, if I think the market is going to keep going up here, I might as well try to keep in this long that I'm in as long as possible. Maybe I shouldn't have covered that Amazon short or that long where I did, but you know, I don't care. I'm going to live with that one. It was a really solid winner for me on that name. I feel like whenever I can come on and trade during the midday, and you know, do that successfully, I think that's definitely fine by me. As I see, you know, some buyers kind of form in here on Amazon. But what I was trying to basically say is, like, obviously the morning offers the most volatility. A lot of the best trading opportunities come in the morning, right? So, you know, that's where obviously I make like most of my money and whatnot, and I like to focus on that, you know, for myself and for my trading. So whenever I come to trade here on the midday show, if I am successful, you know, it's something that I'm working on and something that I'm looking to expand. So, you know, maybe eventually try to trade all day, but that would be very, very tiring. Can someone tell me the best broker to paper trade with, please? I'm in Ontario. Do you mean Ontario, Canada? If so, I know, like, I used to paper trade with Questrade. Obviously, we're not affiliated with any sort of you know, brokerages, online brokerages, but I know Questrade offers good paper trading. I think you can paper trade on Webull, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I think Interactive Brokers, I know Sharif uses Interactive Brokers in his personal. Ontario, Egypt, there's an Ontario in Egypt. That's kind of interesting. I think you could use Webull in Canada, but I'm not sure if you can open a trading account with Webull, but I think maybe you can do paper trading with Webull. I'm not too sure. Maybe you guys can correct me in the chat with that one. Yeah, Ontario, Canada. Okay, there we go. Not Ontario, Egypt, guys. Come on. I don't think there's an Ontario in Egypt. I know there's Ontario in the States. TD Ameritrade used to be available in Canada. I don't think it's available in Canada anymore. Yeah, Thinkorswim, that's what that was. I don't think it's available in Canada anymore. Canada's pretty limited in terms of brokerages and whatnot, but yeah, definitely recommend paper trading if you guys are just starting out.
Yeah, you know, still short here at Carvana. Coming back to the desk. I covered my Apple short, or sorry, long. Where's Apple here? Yeah, I covered the long just kind of before the run up. Oh yeah, go figure. But yeah, you know, the market was going up and Apple really wasn't. So I was like, okay, let me just get out of this. So I got out of the rest of that position, lock it in. That was a winner for myself. I think it was like 60-cent winner. So yeah, I'll take that. No worries there. Just kind of glancing back, man, I should have just been reloading the short here on SMMT. It's like I'm waiting all day for this long breakout to happen. It's not happening, and I'm just like, man, I should just be reloading and reloading the short, maybe just kind of scalping that. I want to glance back at RXDX as well. This thing is like...
Guys, real quick, AMC here, there is some news coming through here. Bankruptcy rumors and a lot of selling momentum to the downside. God. Yeah, okay, yeah, but... yeah, it flushed from 640 down to 610. It looked like there was a potential downhaul level there at 610, but it takes, I think it's like 10 seconds that it has to be on the same price there. So yeah. So there we go. We're flushing a little bit more, but there's lots of size on the offer, guys. This is SSR now. You know, SSR is triggered. Yeah, you do have to pay for shorts, but man, it is really kind of starting to accelerate to the downside here. Looking for deep debt restructuring is that's what Brendan has said in our chat now. So, you know, AMC getting hurt to the downside. Entertainment lenders, organized restructuring advisors. So yeah, so you know, some definite bad news coming in here for AMC. Man, we talk about AMC a lot, and I know a lot of, like, obviously retail are involved in AMC, but this is why you got to, you know, kind of put your money in good companies that you know, have good fundamentals and whatnot. But you know, with that being said, like, obviously AMC is kind of in a it's a dying company almost, right? So there was a reason why it had such heavy short interest. I don't think there's going to be a squeeze like that ever again in any particular name, right? I don't think you know, the banks would ever let that happen again. But you know, here we are, obviously AMC testing these lows, looking like it wants to continue to get hurt.
Guys, I was literally just like, yeah, $8, the short, it's good, it's probably going to 5. Not only is it going to 5, they're going bankrupt. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's why I'm over here just saying, wow, just like I should have just had so much size on that short and kind of swung it. Just messaging my buddy right now, telling him he should have held on to that short too. I don't know if he did. Yeah, if you're short, congratulations. Yeah, man, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how, you know, like, they obviously know this is around the corner, but it's funny how everybody shorts it, and then now it's like, obviously hindsight, it all makes sense. Okay, cool. That's all I have to say there. You have to pay for shorts on AMC. It's obviously down now. It's SSR. I'm not going to pay for shorts. The short there is done. Hopefully some of you guys are short there. Yeah, rumors, but you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? That's the kind of saying. Yeah, no more comment there. Somebody was saying HKD, and like, I feel like there's nothing here, but let me just quickly pull it up just to see. Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, this is like, why did this do this? Up and then just kind of nothing. Huh, that's kind of weird. But yeah, no, it's still kind of not really doing volume.
Wow, what kind of chart is that?
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah, guys, look at this chart. And this is not like a buyout or anything. This is just like 18. And but it's going through it. I don't know. There's no trade there for myself on this one. But yeah, no, imagine in like next week we come in, HKD's at like 180 again, just goes nuts. But yeah, no, that's just kind of speculation there. I'm sure there's really nothing. I don't really know what to do with the CVNA now, because it's not really going back down. It's kind of sideways. Yeah, these were the money fills. I messed that up not covering. I'm probably gonna just have to get out over here. I'm still gonna wait though. I'm gonna wait for 420 if I can get that fill. That'll be nice. Amazon, okay, Amazon now that it's up here, I feel like this is gonna be a losing trade, but I'm gonna short this right now. I'm gonna short this, and we're gonna see where this goes. I think there's a chance that we easily get back to 88.40. So it's a little scalp trade for myself, maybe a little 30-cent move to the downside. I'm willing to scale into it if we go higher. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
I was thinking about that Amazon trade as well, but I think I'm going to be a little bit more patient with it. I said I wanted to wait for 89 to come into play, so I think I'm just going to kind of wait for that one to come to fruition. I don't want to FOMO into that one or chase that one. I made money on Amazon both directions today, so on the short side earlier. And then obviously on the long side off of these pre-market lows. So, I want to make sure that I kind of lock in those profits and, don't give those winnings back, so to speak, on Amazon. A lot of people are saying, so let's get this straight, guys. Like, it was a rumor with AMC. There hasn't been anything like officially announced or whatever, but obviously it's going to move off of that. And people are saying, watch AMC Moon when Avatar comes out. I mean, it's crazy because every time a big movie comes out over the weekend, and it does well, obviously, AMC always gaps up on the Monday, but what happens, it fades. So, maybe Luca, maybe we got to, keep watch on that next time when Avatar comes out, and, maybe it gaps up on that one, and maybe it's going to be an easy short on the Monday. On that one. I see Trader Prad in the chat there. Ian, can you do something for me? Can you hit that rich flex for me? Ian, can you do something for me? Yeah, a little bit of a throw to Drake's new album with 21 Savage there, Rich Flex. What was that saying there? It was more money, more problems. While I say bring on the problems, yeah, I guess when we're taking profits, that's what we gotta look forward to. Any news on VFC huge call buying? We haven't seen anything come through in this in our chat or whatever. So if you guys see that, call it out. NIO break at 12.45. I actually haven't looked at NIO at all today. I know it's been kind of making moves the past couple of days. It is kind of on my no trade list, so to speak. I don't know. I've only really done well with BOBA in terms of the Chinese ADRs, but here we are with NIO. NIO, it's down 5% today. It kind of had a huge rally, obviously, and rejected this 14 area, and now it's back down to 1250. So, some moves to be had here on NIO, but I don't know if necessarily, particularly, like any specific trades or structured trades that I can see that I can take advantage of. NIO has been doing a lot of volume though. I see it every morning. It's kind of like one of the volume leaders in the morning. So I guess there is opportunities there, but it's got to be particular to your strategy.
Man, CVNA, there's a huge iceberg at $4.39.40. Imagine $4.39. And then I'm like, okay, let me add the size in front of this iceberg. And then I just realized, I go, no, these guys are not going to give me the fill. And if they do, I'm about to get smoked. So no, I just took that away. Going to stick to it. I think I'm going to hold on just because of that iceberg. I think we now flush back to 30s. So same thing, bid is at 420. The short on Amazon, I added a little bit more here. So short average 88.75-ish. It's chopping though, so I'm not really expecting a fast move. Maybe it dances around here, but playing off that 89 level, I really don't think we're going to get there too quickly. I'm just kind of watching it. It's very lackluster. 88.80 is not really breaking. It's kind of just hanging around here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, again, it's 1:30. We got about half an hour to go. My expectations are managed. It's just kind of it's slowed down very quickly. There's a lot of excitement. PayPal, a lot of things in the morning. Things are moving, and then things die very quickly. Somebody in the chat was saying it too. They're like, oh man, if I just left after 12 every day, I don't know if you said this, but you're like, I'll be killing it. And yeah, man, there's a lot of people like that. So maybe take your own advice and relax, enjoy the show if you watch, or have a Spro, make a pizza, whatever. Don't overtrade, not in the afternoon. It's okay to overtrade in the morning because maybe there's opportunities and you can recycle a lot. But yeah, for right now, you don't want to overtrade here. No, my friend just messaged me back saying I got stopped out on AMC short. Brutal. Oh yeah, that's absolutely brutal. I just told him it's bankrupt, and he goes, "Wow."
One thing I wanted to talk about here, you mentioned PayPal. Man, PayPal is all the way back up to the 75 area. So that's pretty interesting. It looks like it held above VWAP there. So hopefully people who were short and that took that short, with you in the earlier today in the morning, hopefully you capitalize on these profits to the short side. But I don't know about taking it again. I'm up a little bit here on PayPal, so I'm probably going to steer away from that one. Just because it was moving so much earlier, and then it kind of just slowly grinded up, right, and retraced this entire pullback, right. So, to me, I don't think that really indicates or warrants another short trade on PayPal against the 75. But if you are going to take it, maybe size down again. You got to obviously give it that risk to high a day 75.32. Was the high a day on PayPal, but very, very interesting. Low volume on this slow grind up after the pullback, right? So obviously the initial volume was so great, and then after that it just kind of died down. So pretty interesting, but like Luca said, a lot of things just kind of dying down and trickling down in this afternoon. So if you're in a good position, obviously try to manage that one, but very, very important is manage your expectations. I'm thinking maybe I should have got in that short, and I was thinking about it as it was creeping back up to 66.80 there, or 88.80 there, and I'm talking about Amazon. I was thinking about getting that short there, but I decided not to. But maybe that one seems like it is kind of working out now. The market's above VWAP, and Amazon is above VWAP too. So that's why I'm like kind of steering away from trying to short something now. Just because we are later in the day, guys. I'm trying to manage my expectations as well. Like, is this really going to go back and test the low a day? I mean, it might, but with the volume kind of trickling down and this one kind of just moving sideways, the market kind of just moving sideways now. I don't know if I want to be necessarily shorting this one. Maybe I do short like a small position. No, I'll wait. I said I was going to wait till 89. I'll do that. If it comes back up to 89, then I'll think more aggressively about the short. But for now, I'm just going to be patient.
Yeah, patience is virtue. And CVNA back up to 4. I have a feeling that if we break 439 on CVNA, we're going to go into another up halt. But maybe not. But I just kind of feel like that could happen. I don't know if I should put a stop in. Nah, whatever. And I see you, Marco, saying the bottom of the Bollinger Band is $2 or whatever, 281 or 381. I'm not waiting for that just because that's kind of like, that's far away, and I've seen these before. I don't think it gets there in the next couple hours, and that's kind of my target. So I'm just gonna kind of hold on, see if I can get what I can get. If not, then is what it is. No big deal. Somebody in the chat was also making me laugh here, saying pizzas in the morning will make you thick. Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, if you hit your macros, I guess not, right? And
cold pizza though for breakfast in the morning. Do you like cold pizza or?
I dig it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, well, you're Italian though, so you might feel a little bit ways about it, but
I've done it. I've had cold pizza in the morning before, nothing to complain about.
Yeah. I mean, that's a solid breakfast there, but maybe not something you want to be doing all the time. AMC is going bankrupt. Yeah. So guys, if you haven't, if you're just tuning in, kind of. So AMC had this big sell-off, off momentum there, and some volume, but a lot of volume actually retracing a lot of the move there to the buy side, but. AMC potential rumors of bankruptcy, some debt restructuring there. So, keep an eye on this one. It did end up triggering SSR. It was down 10%, down near 6. Maybe that could have been a good long, man. In front of that 6 level. I wasn't watching it close enough to see if there was size on the bid or anything like that. But clearly, some buyers want to, soak up those shares, and they really like those prices. Closer to 6, excuse me, there. So, there was a little bit of a bounce, but now the volume is kind of just died off on that one. But if you guys missed that one, there was some news earlier on AMC on that one. What else are you guys talking about in the chat? Pineapple on pizza? Yeah, okay, don't say that one around Neal. He's going to hate you for that one. I don't know. What's your favorite pizza toppings? I know soppressata. That's one of my favorite toppings, I think. Soppressata.
Yeah, soppressata, black olives, get it well done. I say it every time. That's my go-to. But yeah, there's a lot of good pizzas out there. I mean, I like kind of like olive oil, potato on some pizzas. I like, I'm just trying to think now, anchovies and, oh man, I can't remember now off the top of my head. I'm so exhausted right now, just to kind of let everybody know. Yeah, it's, you know, it's tough, just having a tough time right now, but yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, guys, let us know your favorite toppings in the chat too. I love seeing everybody's kind of opinions on different things. Wood fire pizza versus baked, yeah, 100%, man. Wood fire oven. My buddy has one in the back, so we always go there, crush a lot of beers, and just kind of make pizza, enjoy. Even Nutella pizza too, really good. And there was something else that I wanted to comment. Okay, I'm not too sure. Espresso Luca, get it, my guy. Yeah, buddy, absolutely. Definitely get an espresso in the next 40 minutes, that's for sure. And watching Apple will put you to bed. Yeah, man. I'm like, you know, the thing is, when the market is like this, I'm like, okay, there's still opportunities. Like, our job is to take fills, right? Our job is to take fills. Like, what do you do? Oh, I'm a day trader. What do you really do? Well, what I do is I provide liquidity to other traders. And who are the other traders? Robots. So here you go, robots. Take my fills, and then I'll take some more over here because it's probably going to print here. So there's definitely opportunities to be had, but it's just sometimes it's not as exciting as it could be, right? On my Amazon short, I'm trying to get out at 88.51. It's not going to be a challenge. This thing's easily going to sell off to 88.50s, dance around, and then probably get to VWAP. So I'm trying to get out just kind of visual representation in this general area. So it'll probably chop around, go back up, come back down. But these fills are probably easy to get. As it gets closer to VWAP, it'll just be a magnet. Volume will pick up. You get the fill, no problem. So not too worried about it. Yeah, somebody's saying BNGO from before. Is it moving though? I looked. It wasn't really moving when I checked. BNGO, 6 million shares. Yeah, no, this is like not moving at all. Take pills. No, absolutely not, man. Come on. Unless they're vitamins, then yes, 100%.
Yeah, always go long on vitamins, guys. You know, I am short here on ATVI. Man, there was a lot of selling that came in on ATVI. It broke down to 76 area. So yesterday's support, it was like kind of that 76.10 area, so that's what I'm kind of shorting off of now. Essentially, as you know, of course I say that, you know, buyers come off, so come into you know, ATVI here, but essentially shorting off that, guys, on that one. Tesla's going to compete minor double top on 5 minutes. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla since it's kind of, you know, been bouncing around this same range, guys. Like, we've been talking about this range all day. 175 to 173 has been the range. I guess is like, yeah, I guess it's like a double top at 175, so to speak, but it's more or less just like a range trade, guys. I don't know necessarily if you want to call it like a double top, but guys, you know, taking this 173 along, you could have done that. I took a few L's on it earlier, so that I kind of steered away from trading Tesla the rest of the day. Just kind of wanted to show that a little bit more discipline on it. But yeah, you could have played it either way, essentially. But look how clean that is now, shorting off of this 175 area and back down to 174, right? So, but the thing is, guys, is like it's not doing as much volume. Tesla has surprisingly been one of the volume leaders, you know, for a while now, probably like the past, I want to say like almost 3 weeks now. Tesla's been one of the volume leaders in the market, right? So, you know, it does offer opportunities every single day, but I don't think it's something that you should necessarily be trying to trade with size or something like that every single day. So kind of, you know, be careful with that one. You know, place your risk accordingly with that one if you are trading that name. People are still on the pizza kick. Pizza bites, yeah, pizza bites are pretty good. Bagel bites, I remember eating those when I was a kid.
Bagel bites.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Might be time for
you microwave those ones. Yeah, I don't know if they're that good for you. Probably really, really bad for you actually. Now looking back on it, but yeah, I remember having those when I was a kid. Bagel bites when I was 18. Yeah, same, pretty much. That was pretty fun. Favorite topping, margarita. Yeah, margarita is a good pizza as well, but I think I'm with Luca with that one. You know, soppressata, hot honey, black olives. I think those are some of my you know, favorite pizza toppings. Robots are paper traders, guys. This is what exactly we're kind of talking about, right? Like, you really have to pick your spots accordingly when the market is kind of showing what it's doing right now, which is kind of just trading the range and doing a little bit less volume as the day kind of progresses, right? So, you know, you don't want to get chopped up in the algo game, right? You know, Luca talks about that all the time. there's just not that like much, I guess, involvement here with actual real traders per se, right? So when it's like that, you kind of want to size down, obviously, still take advantage of moves because there's still moves and opportunities to be had. You see us, we're still trading, right? But obviously, you got to size accordingly. So size down, risk appropriately. Don't go risking everything you made in the morning on a potential opportunity that you see in the afternoon, right? Because we've seen, for example, like size get hit over and over and over again here in the markets in the afternoon, but after it gets hit, nothing really happens, right? So kind of keep that in mind, keep that in the back of your head at all times when you are trading. It's always good to if you are up on the day, it's always good to play defense and protect those profits.
Yeah, take that energy and roll it into the next day, not into the afternoon, right? Or else it becomes a little more challenging. Somebody was also asking Luca versus the robots, who won? Me, today, obviously. And but not every day, right? Not every day, but some days. And the days that I win, I will not be shy to say that, I beat the robots today. Bring it on tomorrow. Lose money, play offense. Yeah, no, just trade the plan. Trade the plan. Stick to the plan. If you win, great. If you lose, who cares? Move on next day. Amazon is, man, I'm sitting here waiting for fills, and I was like, I should punch out 61s. I was like, no, it'll probably go a little bit lower. Then it goes all the way back up, and it's just kind of sideways. Look at this. I'm just like, I haven't even pulled up another ticker because I don't see anything. I'm looking at my watch list. I think SMMT did a little bit of volume. Like, it had like a little bit of a volume spike, but it's still, the size is still there. Like, nothing's really happening. Now Amazon's going back up over here. I think, change of plan for myself. If we go higher, I'm still going to add to the short, but I'm going to be more aggressive with the covers. I'm going to go for like 5-cent scalps just to kind of like get in, get out, get in, get out. And I'm going to try to like take that approach for the next 15 minutes. We'll see how that one goes. CVNA, CVNA is now heading back down. 421 inbound. So 420, 421, that's my cover spot. Where is it actually? Yeah, okay, perfect, 420. And we'll see. Close your cover on Carvana. No. I'm waiting for 420. I could have gotten 410. I'm getting at least 420. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the way to think and trade. Just joking around. But I think now that it's kind of slow. This was the thing, right? It's like you get the flush, you get the move up. Now it's like grind lower. That's probably what I think is going to happen. But the thing is there's not really edge because it's just so slow. You're either short from, kind of where I am, and you kind of cover this area. Maybe you reshort again, but you don't want to short here for the move down here. Like, that's not really like an edge. And it's SSR, so I don't think that's a good idea. You're just either nursing the shorts and kind of picking targets like Mia Marcos over here, who, keeps reminding me that the bottom end of the band is over there. Maybe that comes in tomorrow. I doubt that we see that today. PayPal new high a day. Oh, perfect. Let's check this out. PayPal, PYPL on the NASDAQ. 75.25. Yeah, man, what a move. And this is like, here's the move up, 50% retracement, holding VWAP, a little bit of a double bottom, and now just kind of trending upwards. But keep in mind, as a day trader, I'm reacting to moves with volume, so I like taking trades over here. I don't like really taking them over here. If I was involved over here, if I saw this and I really liked it and I wanted the long, I would have had like way less size because less volume. It's gonna, be slow, dance around. But yeah, something to be said about it's positive catalyst. You want to be in the long, not so much the short, unless there's a real opportunity. Okay, SMMT. Oh, damn it. Okay, SMMT is now going wild, and I missed that. That's so unfortunate.
I'm hopping into the short here on Amazon. I saw there's some stacked offers on the offer there, so that was kind of interesting here on Amazon.
Like
the market is kind of struggling here on that one, right? So, I'm going to start the short position here on Amazon. Essentially going to risk up to there. You kind of saw it again. The offer kind of reloaded there on Amazon. So some definite interest here, I think, coming in on this name. So start initiating a new short position here on Amazon. On this name, off of these highs here, essentially the same sort of trade thesis that we were going off of earlier. Shorting off of 89, and basically seeing if the market is going to continue to sort of trade this range, right? And kind of do that one there. I am taking a little bit out on ATVI there, a little bit of a 10 cent, 12 cent flush here on ATVI. So gonna take some out of that one off of that 76. I gave you guys that trade, so hopefully you took that one. Amazon, here we go. So flushing 10 cents on this name. As well, so maybe the short is right now.
Wow, is this showing 218 open?
Which one? Are you looking
Sorry,
at
guys,
SM? Yeah,
I'm
go
like
for
mind
it.
blown because this is the only thing that actually is moving and is pretty insane right now. So the size gets taken at SMMT. I didn't have the stop in. I had it at the back burner. I see that it's going. I try to get long. I miss. I try to get long. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm getting long into this halt. I throw out my order to get long. There's too much size. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to get the fill. And then it showed 218 for a second, but now it's showing 270 open. This thing's going to gap up probably on the open. But man, this is the thing. Like, I wanted to take the long. That would have made my week, man. I'm so upset about that. I'm so upset that I closed Amazon. I'm like, I'm done with this. I just like punch out. I'm about to punch out of CVNA as well. Actually, 422's here. Yeah, I'm not even waiting for 420. I'm just getting out of this. Okay, I'm out of this. I'm now flat for the first time with 10 minutes to go on the show. SMMT, Luca Ballhagen. I don't know what that means, but I did play ball yesterday, and I sort of messed up my knee, which I'm pretty upset about as well. But that's what I get for going extra hard. It was a really good game. Pace was good. Had a lot of fun. SMMT is the classic example of even when you're right, you miss the trade, and it's so frustrating, man. Yo, I'm pretty mad about that one.
Guys, quick 20-cent win here on Amazon. I'm going to take out some profits right there when I saw that. There was a little bit of a flush move, and the reason why I'm taking out profits there is because it spent a lot of time around this area earlier, 88.50. Obviously, you got a little bit of a breakout here of this consolidation here, so that's why I'm taking profits here, 20 cents in the money here on Amazon. That was a quick scalp. The market is still above VWAP as well. But man, it's great when you get into a trade and it works pretty much right away. That's what you kind of want to see. That's when if you're really right about the trade, it should go right away, right? So we saw those stacked offers up in the 80s there. 88.80 was the stacked offers on Amazon, so quickly punch in short. And then the offer actually reloaded as well after it got taken, right? So, that was even a more clear indication that, maybe there are some sellers taking some interest in this name up at these prices, right? So, quick short there on Amazon and a quick 20-cent win. So, I'm going to call that one. Amazon has been very successful for me here in the afternoon, I gotta say. So, some good trading here, trading the range, sizing down for sure, doing that, but kind of building a new strategy, and that's what it's all about. Trying to expand your playbook and try to build different strategies that you can employ during different times at the market. Obviously, if something is really kind of your bread and butter, that's when you really try to size up and go hard on those ones. But yeah, Amazon, some good trades here today. Shorting once again. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So that's exact same thing here on Amazon. Too bad Luca closed that trade because now I think the short is actually starting to work.
Whatever. I'm steaming. No, I'm not that mad. I'm just kind of whatever. There's size on Amazon at 60s. That's kind of pushing it down there. So yeah, I'd watch out if 88.60 fills, then maybe kind of does a little dance, goes back up. Yeah, there you go. There's the flush, guys. I'm not having it right now. That was like a terrible 5 minutes. Like, oh my God, thank God, 10 minutes to go here. Welcome to Tilt City, absolutely. No, I'm not really tilted. I'm just super pissed off about that one. Whatever, is what it is. Yeah, hopefully you guys had that, man. At least, you know what? At least I called that. And hopefully somebody had that. Because I was like, man, if we break through 224 and break through the size, we probably go up into an up halt. So I literally called it perfectly. And yet another call that I'm not involved in. So, yeah, it's super frustrating, but it looks kind of nasty now. It's showing 256 open. Maybe the short might be good now. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
I covered there on the Amazon on that flush. It flushed an extra 10 cents on that one. So right down to 200 EMA. Quick 35 cent win on that one. I think that's a good solid win here late in the day, late in the midday. I'm still short AMD. or not AMD, sorry, ATVI. That one's working for me off of that 76 area. I'm still long Meta too. Meta, I haven't paid attention to this name at all, man. Like, that's the thing, I guess, when you're in the money so deep, I guess it just kind of, you just kind of lose concentration. I was just kind of letting this one ride. I had like 10% of my position, so I didn't really care too much about it. But man, I wish I had this ad though. I think it was Daryl that said that earlier in the day. He likes to add down at 113. Just look at this 113 level, guys, and to kind of talk about the trade thesis that I had on it earlier. Is that there was this consolidation around 113 in the pre-market, right? And then the big explosion move that we had basically right at open. And then we're coming down here and we're bouncing off of this 113 area the entire time, right? So, that was kind of the long thesis that I had on it earlier, for me on Meta. And that's why you'll see me long now. I tried to offer out here, get a cheeky offer, 114.80. That never happened or came to fruition. It almost happened, but that's fine. I was trying to wait patiently for that one. Obviously bit me a little bit down, only 60 cents in the money on this name, but bouncing off of this 113. How many times now? I guess if you count the open, like 5-6 times, right? So, this is another example. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Probably should have just kept, spamming this one and continued to kind of make it work until it broke down. Originally, when I got into the position, I was actually risking off of like 112.80, which was like this wick low here. But man, you could have just risked off that 113. That would have been fine. I've been trying really hard not to put my stops at like 99s, just because that's like a clear like kind of algo, stop run, so to speak. So, I've been trying to focus on that one. There is an offer there that I see on Amazon at 60 there, 230 lots. There on Amazon at 88.60. So that's kind of interesting there. Gonna be watching if that gets taken out to the upside there. If there's some big buying or something like that, takes out that position. It's basically right where, it's above right where I kind of cover my position. So, 30 cent win there on a quick scalp on Amazon. I put that trade on and it worked within literally 6 minutes. So, I'll take that every single time. On that one. AMC, people are saying that it's going down. Yeah, it's trickling down, guys. Like, earlier they came out with some rumors that, potentially going bankrupt on that one. It held up above this 6th level. You could have taken a trade there for a potential bounce, but yeah, not really doing too much after that. Basically dead now, no volume on that one. Oh, wow. Why is AMD dropping so fast? Let's take a look at AMD. Bear with me here. There we go. Okay, guys, it's not dropping that fast. When you say dropping fast, I thought you meant it was going to be like, plunging to the downside or something like that, like huge momentum, like almost halting to the downside. It's not really falling at all. It's kind of trickling down with the rest of the market, right? It's just kind of, that trend, right? So, another thing that's traded the range today, 71, the top end of this range, obviously, and then the bottom is closer to 69.50 area, right? So, there's plenty of opportunities in this market to kind of trade that range if you, lock it down. I see someone else in our other chat saying coin is wild. I want to check on coin to see if anything really happened after that big move. Okay, so here you go, guys. This is why you have to trade where the volume and the momentum is, right? So, there was this weird volume spike where coin did something super like kind of wacky, and it went all the way up to like 43.20 I'm seeing here, and all the way down to 40.50. So that's just an incredible range within like a couple minutes, right? But after that, the volume has completely died down, and it's just been kind of trickling around this 42 area. I was watching it to see if there was any sort of potential trade opportunity there, but I didn't really see anything, so I just kind of left it. Yeah, coin just kind of just trading around VWAP right now, right? So not much going on there. if you had a trade on that one, maybe it was like one of those things like PayPal, right? PayPal we saw earlier. I think one of you guys said that it broke a new high a day. We were talking about this short earlier too, right? The short off 75 and how it worked the first time and how it might not work the second time. And we were kind of right on that one. It did break a new high by 2 cents, guys. So that's why you got to be so careful on where you're kind of like putting your money in this market. If you were risking off high a day there, you would have got wicked out by 2 cents, and now it's right back down, right? So be careful, obviously, guys. A trade that was there might not be there again. You kind of have to wait and be patient, wait for these levels to come to fruition.
Yeah, SMMT is doing something else, man. This thing like halts to the upside, opens lower, rips back up. Now it's like closer to 3. I tried a couple shorts, like less size, just because I'm kind of waiting for 3. Less size, stopped out. Nothing like too bad. Somebody was asking me, Luke, are you done now for the day? Like we're done in like 3 minutes over here. I don't know, like if you mean like done as in like done trading or like stop. Like no, I'm just kind of, news update, super pissed because I waited somebody's like, waited all day, laugh aloud, waited all day for no reason. Let's have a look. CVNA is now at 11, so hopefully you guys held on to that one, making its way down to 4. To be honest, I don't actually care about that one. That is like less size, so it's like no big deal. Kind of looking at SMMT now because it's kind of like a decent setup playing off of that 3 area. It is SSR though, so like it's challenging to get that fill. So it's like that's why these fills are kind of nasty because I'm like punching, I'm not getting the fill. I get the fill, it rips up, I just stop out. So it's just kind of like choppy. Like I didn't really, but again, like because it's small size, I'm not too worried. Hopefully this thing has a little more legs in it to get back closer to 3. If it starts to fail from here, that'll be unfortunate because I don't necessarily know if I'm gonna punch in here.
Guys, it's just about almost wrapping up here on the show. Big things coming, obviously. Guys, real quick, we are going to transfer to the closing show. It's going to be a brand new, show, so make sure you hit the like button for that one. We're at 2 points. It's going to be the best closing show ever. That's what Shawn's saying. So, he has some big plans for this one. There's going to be some good guests there. So, make sure you tune in for that one. Surprise guests is what he's saying. So, make sure you tune in for that one. Obviously, we're streaming all day, guys. We're here all day. Streaming some good trades and some good entertainment here. So if you haven't already, I'm seeing this like button already go up. So, get that to 3K if you haven't already. Employ all your bots in the chat. Smash that like button if you can. And then, guys, obviously we're going to send it off to Brendan, Neal, and Shawn for the closing show, and it's going to be an exciting one. Make sure you hit that like button, guys. Hopefully, you guys have been profitable today with us on the midday show. Luca and I have, we've had some good trades, I think, here on the midday today. Some good trades on Amazon. Meta, I'm still long Meta, even though that's coming all the way down to my price still. But you could have been long Meta. I know a couple of you were long Meta as well in the chat there. But as always, guys, thanks you for having us on the show today, and best of luck the rest of the day. Luca and I, we'll see you next time. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty sideways kind of choppy day, which is to be expected almost after another big move for the overall market, 3-4 days in a row, straight to the downside. So trying to base out here, which I know it's been kind of boring today, but definitely productive as far as